A magical streak of light tore through the night sky, heading straight for the dark, pointed peak of the tower. Painful groans echoed from within the sturdy tower, signaling the horrors unfolding behind its stone walls. In the room, reeking of blood and iron chains, the mage yelled, forcing the victim to stay conscious as the torture had only just begun. The cruel process continued as they coldly announced injecting more stimulants into the host body. Fresh blood splattered across the dark room, accompanied by the victim's heart-wrenching screams. The leader looked at the timer, confirming the host had endured for 461 seconds thanks to the effectiveness of the new experimental drug. He seemed satisfied, admitting that a naturally gifted test subject was indeed completely different from the other trash. The test subject's bare back was covered in bleeding wounds, his body trembling but not yet completely broken. The glowing magic circle symbol in the night confirmed this was the domain of the Bohemian Magic Tower. Mages surrounded the kneeling test subject, discussing suppressing his immune response and preparing to inject more memory-expanding stimulants. The master of the Empire's strongest magic tower appeared with sharp, cold eyes, exuding the overwhelming aura of an apex predator. The test subject's breathing grew heavy. He clearly felt the scythe of death inching closer to his throat. In the dark, solitary confinement room, a bitter why echoed in the mind of the one imprisoned like an animal. He mocked his own innate intelligence, now as worthless as the black ants swarming in the glass cage. His gaze fixed on the tiny ant, as if seeing his own tragic and helpless fate reflected in it. The high-dose stimulant forcibly injected made his eyes bulge, his face contorted from the sky-piercing pain. The dark chains trembled violently at the victim's piteous screams, begging them to stop. His bleeding hands clutched the shackles. He begged those monsters to spare his worthless life, but in vain. The tower master teched, complaining about the noise, then coldly turned his back, leaving the mess for his subordinates to handle and report later. His battered body collapsed completely into darkness, leaving a lingering question full of resentment about why he had to endure this living hell. Lying, waiting to die on the bloody magic circle, Verdun bitterly wondered if this was the end of his dream of joining the magic tower. A rough hand suddenly grabbed Verdun's hair and yanked it back, accompanied by vulgar curses demanding he wake up immediately. The blonde mage named Weller leaned close to taunt, mocking Verdun as a good-for-nothing with no magical talent, despite once being praised as a brilliant genius. Weller laughed scornfully, declaring that Verdun was here to have his life force and knowledge drained for this secret laboratory, while his minions behind him laughed gleefully. He continued to hold Verdun's head, challenging the victim to open his mouth and show off his fake wisdom or act superior like before. Seeing his prey silent, Weller glanced down at the floor where an ant was crawling and remarked that Verdun was now so broken he couldn't even feint to escape his misery. Verdun's eyes were wide and lifeless, staring into nothingness, ignoring the insults, but that bastard kept pressing if he was listening. Seeing the victim's lifeless, sluggish demeanor, Weller started to get angry, yelling, "Is this prisoner deaf, or what the hell is he looking at?" He suddenly realized the ant on the ground was an escaped test specimen, then turned to curse his useless subordinates for not managing things, making them tremble in fear and hastily apologize. Weller stomped his foot hard on the floor to vent his anger, cursing his subordinates to their faces as useless idiots who couldn't do anything right. Weller compared Verdun to a worm or an ant, chuckling that it was precisely his uselessness, his inability to break the iron chains, that made him a valuable S-class test subject for them. In extreme pain, Verdun's mind was left with only a huge why echoing in his head. The mage continued to rub salt into the victim's wounds by mentioning his successful friend Rovalin, while on the floor, the tiny ant had been crushed. Seeing the crushed ant on the floor, Verdun wondered what the reason was for all this meaningless cruelty. Suddenly, Verdun's blood-stained lips curled into a grotesque smile, as if he had just grasped the truth of this world. The mages looked at each other in confusion when they heard a mumbled command to silence coming from the dying prisoner's mouth. Verdun's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. He roared, telling that bastard to shut his dog mouth immediately. Rage exploded. Verdun yelled curses directly at the bastard standing before him with all his might. He bitterly realized the cause of all today's tragedies was simply his own weakness. Memories flooded back to 15 years ago, when he was just an orphan boy who craved to learn magic and entered the magic tower as a humble janitor. The magic tower stood tall like an impenetrable fortress, a place where no matter how frantically Verdun toiled, he could not reach the title of mage, all because of the trashy development limit rank, 1 stat, which blocked his path to advancement from the very beginning. Recalling being 7 years old, he stood dwarfed among the noble robes and realized he had lost right from the starting line. The test results sheet slammed into his face with 2 words: incompetent, officially sentencing his cherished dream of being a mage to death. But give up was not in his dictionary. Verdun accepted being a humble janitor just to breathe the same air as magic. Nightfall was when he secretly trained, using his intellect to absorb the essence of piles of forbidden books that those mages could never understand. As time passed, those insane efforts turned the former janitor boy into a phenomenon that made everyone exclaim genius. Verdun blushed with joy, holding a stack of research documents, officially transforming from an unknown nobody into a tower researcher. His colleague's jaw dropped in astonishment at this great work, affirming that even Tower Master Balrog would have to bow in respect. It turned out his most formidable weapon was not magic power, but a genius brain, far exceeding normal standards. Verdun scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, thanking Lucard for helping him verify his passionate thesis before its official publication. The colleague, holding the documents, probed if anyone else knew about this, and Verdun naively confirmed he was the only one trusted. Lucard's voice deepened with calculation, asking an ambiguous question that suddenly made the room's atmosphere suffocating and suspicious. Verdun's trust shattered when he realized his closest colleague was just acting to exploit him for personal gain. The harsh truth hit him. That bastard Lucard had shamelessly, brazenly stolen the research and submitted it under his own name, as if he were the rightful owner. Verdun desperately screamed for justice outside the tower, but it was too late, because the documents had been sent directly to the highest level. He knelt on the office floor, trying to explain to the tower master that Lucard had stolen his intellectual property right before the presentation day. Tower Master Balrog Bessius coldly examined the multidimensional theory document, while Verdun harbored hope that a figure of his stature would clearly distinguish right from wrong. Verdun was sweating profusely, but still clung to a faint glimmer of hope, hastily asking permission to explain the entire incident from beginning to end. The Tower Master's shadow fell upon Verdun, along with praise full of hidden meaning about the rare talent hidden among the insignificant researchers. The Tower Master's heavy hand pressed heavily on Verdun's shoulder like a death sentence, marking the moment he mistakenly stepped into the tiger's den. The Tower Master revealed his cunning nature with eerily glowing eyes, ordering his prey to the secret laboratory on the night of the obscured moon. Verdun bitterly regretted, wondering if he had been sober enough to flee this cursed tower back then, his life wouldn't be so ruined. The cruel reality struck Verdun with a sneak attack that knocked him to the floor with a loud thud, officially making him illegally imprisoned. The insignificant mages took advantage of the situation, pointing and cursing, threatening to increase the torture to the maximum to torment him to their heart's content. Verdun's life plummeted to the bottom of society. During the day, he had to toil like an ox, and at night, he became a punching bag for their experiments. He was forced to draw magic circles himself and inject toxic solutions directly into his bloodstream to verify those insane theories. Verdun screamed in gut-wrenching pain, vomiting copious amounts of fresh blood as his body reacted violently to the strange drug. He wanted to fight back to expose the truth, but the despicable Tower Master used the lives of his loved ones to completely silence him. Verdun could only curl up alone under the cold cell light, gnawing on the despair of one who had lost everything to villains. Verdun lay flattened with a battered face, his eyes devoid of all hope, thinking the game was truly over. He was alone in the cold cell, staring at the ceiling, wondering what use a cripple like him could be anymore. In his delirium, beautiful memories suddenly flooded back with cheerful calls, pulling him out of his dark reality. Young Verdun was running like crazy, chasing his friend Ravelin, back when life was still rosy and he hadn't known the taste of hardship. He recalled having to bow his head and do odd jobs for the mages, being yelled at like a dog, yet still having to obey to earn a living. Ravelin and Verdun sat chatting idly amidst picturesque scenery, inviting each other to climb the ranks and become great archmages. The two children strongly hooked pinkies and swore, sealing a naive yet determined promise that now, looking back, felt bitter. Verdun looked at the other talented children and secretly wished his potential stats weren't so trashy. He looked back at the past with an innocent smile, wondering if he had been more powerful. Would the outcome have been this tragic, while the blood-soaked hand of reality was reaching out? Verdun gripped the bars tightly, his eyes wide open, a strange light suddenly flashing in his hand, signaling he was about to make a spectacular comeback. A voice echoed in his head, forcing Verdun to admit that everything for him had truly ended. Verdun sat leaning against the wall in the dark cell, his body covered in injuries and blood, looking like a soulless corpse. He desperately listened to the haunting sounds of experiments again, and told himself that perhaps he should just die and get it over with. An ant crawled through a pool of blood on the floor, bringing with it a question that pierced his heart: whether he truly wanted to give up yet. Thousands of ants began to swarm over the floor with a rustling sound, reminding him that the game wasn't over yet. The insects gathered into a black sphere, awakening his survival instinct and the smoldering flame of revenge within him. The mysterious entity's voice ordered Verdun to grit his teeth and endure this extreme pain repeatedly. A firm affirmation echoed in the dark space that after this pain, he would be completely reborn. The mysterious entity lifted Verdun's blood-soaked face, promising to grant him overwhelming power so he would never be trampled underfoot by others again. Verdun stood before a giant magic circle glowing brightly, preparing to break all limits of one once considered a failure. Verdun clenched his veiny fists, gritting his teeth, confirming his iron resolve. He growled in his mind that this bloody game couldn't end here. The blade of revenge he had sharpened frantically for the past 7 years needed to be perfected immediately. Verdun focused all his mind to solve the final difficult problem he hadn't been able to crack. He bitterly admitted that when faced with overwhelming power, a smart mind alone wasn't enough to turn the tables. Verdun's eyes glowed with magic circles. He was determined to defy fate by rewriting the entire theoretical framework. He placed his hand on the ancient runes, giving birth to an insane concept called the heaven-defying theory. Before the dark prison door, he set a life-or-death deadline for himself, for tomorrow. Verdun burst with momentum, declaring loudly that he would shatter all his limits right now. The heaven-defying theory for body reconstruction was finally completed the moment he accepted imminent death. Verdun knelt amidst the intricate matrix of ancient runes, his gaze fixed on the blood-written words that were about to change his destiny. He hastily put on a robe over his ravaged body, accepting gambling his life to activate the sacred relic for a single ultimate move. Verdun's face hardened with killing intent as he set the moment of death's knock for tomorrow night. The enveloping darkness could not conceal his firm vow that he would reclaim his freedom at any cost. The long night finally passed, giving way to the insane schemes about to be realized. The cold dawn light shone upon the majestic magic tower, marking the day the brutal plan officially began. The clinking sound of a key in a lock echoed piercingly, shattering the deadly silence of the dungeon. The door swung open, and a contemptuous voice called Verdun trash and ordered him to clean up the mess. Weller stood there with an arrogant expression, insulting Verdun as a pathetic wretch who only knew how to whine about a few minor experiments. Despite Weller screaming for an answer, Verdun maintained a cold, emotionless face and only replied with a calculated affirmation. Turning back time to the past, Verdun at this time looked quite scholarly and was diligently cleaning flasks in the research room like a busy bee. He suddenly froze, still holding the metal beaker, as he sensed someone approaching him. Verdun turned his head with a surprised expression when he heard the question asking if he was cleaning up this mess alone. Rovalyn appeared with vibrant red hair and a gentle smile, the dearest name that brought a little light into his life. She stood opposite him in the sun-drenched room and announced her purpose for coming was to say goodbye to her best friend before leaving for a distant place. Verdun forced a smile and congratulated her on her upcoming journey to the magic city of Virente, a privilege reserved only for the most outstanding geniuses of the tower. He sincerely hoped everything would go smoothly, but Rovalyn, however, silently looked at him with a meaningful and worried gaze instead of joy. She suddenly looked up and spoke sternly, her sharp eyes affirming that her offer to Verdun was still valid. Rovalyn extended her hand with determination, urging Verdun to abandon this godforsaken place and go with her to Virente to start a new life. She argued that there would be no arrogant fools who looked down on him there, and he could find new learning opportunities, making Verdun ponder deeply. Verdun gently let go of her hand, resolutely refusing the tempting invitation to stay in this godforsaken place. Rovalyn blushed furiously, nervously explaining that she only wanted a friend to confide in to ease her sadness, and he shouldn't get the wrong idea. Verdun stood proudly before the sun-drenched window, offered a reassuring smile, and concluded that he would remain here. Rovalyn sadly accepted her friend's stubborn decision, quietly promised to send letters regularly, then turned and walked away. The luxurious carriage rolled out of the compound, leaving Verdun alone to face the brutal reality. Verdun watched the carriage's shadow through the window bars, muttering to himself with a cold expression that Rovalyn was too naive and didn't know anything at all. His eyes darkened as he thought about how she was completely oblivious to the trashy and horrifying things operating this tower. Verdun turned away sharply, his heart bitter because she had no idea about the sick games he had endured all this time. However, his face hardened with killing intent, as he realized he was still grateful for one single thing in this tragic situation. He imagined himself strangling Weller with chains, feeling utterly relieved that Rovalyn had fled far away and would not be tainted by the upcoming bloody revenge plan. The world's most important celebration of the Magic Tower's founding was taking place under the bright moonlight. The crowd cheered, celebrating the revival of magic, making today the busiest and noisiest day for the tower. Taking advantage of the festival's start, all the high-ranking mages had packed up and left for the major cities to enjoy themselves. The entire tower was now deserted, with only a few low-rank mages left behind on duty. Verdun stood before the manager's office door, knocked, and announced his name, requesting entry with a submissive tone. He fabricated a story about the Tower Master, sending him to clean out the treasure vault, making the manager inside grumble and threaten to beat him if it was nonsense. The manager clicked his tongue in annoyance, sarcastically calling Verdun a pathetic idiot for not asking permission first, yet still completely believing him. He sipped his tea and gestured with his chin, allowing entry, not forgetting to threaten Verdun against scratching or losing anything. Verdun bowed obediently and stepped into the shadows, his face immediately hardening with calculation. He placed his hand on the door, ready to pull off the scam of the century right under the noses of the foolish guards. As soon as the door closed, Verdun immediately placed his hand on the surveillance artifact to activate its jamming mechanism. He breathed a sigh of relief as the soundproofing barrier activated. Now, even if the sky fell inside, no one would know. Verdun walked gracefully on the stairs, formed from thousands of magical books suspended in midair. The dry sound of his shoes hitting the ground echoed, signaling that the intruder had reached the deepest level of the archive. Before him was a gigantic magic circle, violently swirling with deadly blue lightning bolts. Inside, it was the Tower Master's fortune-devouring weapon, allowing mages to cast the incredibly powerful triple casting. Not only that, this hot item also had the ability to awaken the hidden potential of its owner in a short amount of time. Verdun stared at his target, determined that he had to disable this troublesome protective cage to retrieve the item. His eyes sharpened as he realized this was a 7th-tier spell, a defensive masterpiece personally set up by the Tower Master. Verdun reached his hand directly into the electric current, smirking because he had spent 7 years of his life just researching how to break this old man's trashy pride. Verdun delivered a decisive blow, shattering the 7th-tier formation like a cheap toy, causing the entire space to violently shake. He let out a powerful roar, vowing to personally crush anything that dared to stand in his way with this very power. The scene shifted to the duty room, where curses echoed amidst scattered bottles, signaling the deadly negligence of the useless guards. 2 low-rank mages were sitting, drinking heavily, complaining about having to guard the boring energy source instead of enjoying the festival. The low-rank mage raised his wine cup, grumbling and boasting about his illusory skills, then suddenly froze at a strange sound. Seeing Verdun emerge from the vault, the foolish guard not only wasn't vigilant, but also gestured for him to fetch more wine like a servant. Verdun smirked, declaring that when he became Tower Master, he would abolish this trashy wine, causing the guards to laugh heartily. Despite the guard continuing to mock his far-fetched dream, Verdun activated the weapon in his hand, his eyes as sharp as razors. The low-rank mage continued to laugh boisterously, promising to remember the audacious words of the janitor, unaware that they were his last. His smile vanished as the blue-haired mage was utterly horrified, witnessing the dark killing intent rushing in to claim all their lives. The blue-haired mage was utterly panicked, stammering to ask what Verdun was doing as the killing intent flared. Verdun stood tall like a monument, his hand gripping the glowing magical weapon, exuding an utterly overwhelming aura. Under Verdun's sharp gaze, the enemy could only exclaim in astonishment, suspecting that this janitor had completely lost his mind to dare fight back. The blue-haired mage gnashed his teeth in anger, swinging his staff and cursing Verdun as a mere rat daring to lay hands on a noble mage. He frantically gathered power, threatening to use magic to brainwash Verdun if he was lucky enough to survive this destructive blow. The 3rd-tier magic skill named Tidal Wave was activated, creating a surging torrent of water energy to engulf the opponent. Verdun watched the incoming attack with a cold expression, casually and contemptuously remarking on the spell's mediocre level. Immediately, Verdun counterattacked with Earth Spear, summoning a gigantic earthen spike that pierced up from the floor with terrifying speed. The blue-haired mage's face froze, his eyes wide open, sweat pouring down him as he couldn't believe the incredibly fast counterattack. A desperate scream tore through the air as fresh blood splattered across the floor, ending the guard's delusion of power. The blue-haired mage clutched his shattered chest, stammering in disbelief that a mere level 1 could use magic to send him to his grave. Verdun stood tall, looking down at the corpse of the bearded one, sarcastically asking if they were shocked to see a test subject capable of using magic. He gripped the stolen staff tightly, coldly sentencing them all to death for daring to treat human lives as mere playthings. 2 corpses lay motionless in pools of fresh blood splattered across the floor, marking the pathetic end of the petty guard's delusion of power. Having cleared the trash, Verdun approached his main target with intense focus, seeing it up close for the first time. Before him appeared the Tower of Magic's energy source, a heart-shaped purple mass pulsating and radiating terrifying magical power. After 7 years of enduring hardships and waiting for his chance, Verdun decided to go all in, intending to use this colossal mana source to activate his ultimate skill, Defy Heaven. He ripped off his cumbersome tunic, telling himself that if he failed this gamble, it would be game over, a fate even more tragic than death. Verdun's bare back glowed with a series of intricate, intertwined magic circles, as energy began to surge violently, preparing for his metamorphosis. But with an unyielding will, he gripped the staff tightly, accepting to bet everything to break the shackles of fate. Verdun slammed the staff down into the epicenter, its tip plunging into the stone floor, activating the energy-absorbing matrix. He stood defiantly in the center of the gigantic swirling magic circle as a blue light began to envelop his slender body. A current of magical power coursed through his entire body as Verdun gritted his teeth and activated body remodeling, accepting the flesh-tearing pain to temper himself anew. Verdun let out a terrifying roar, his eyes blazing as he unleashed his ultimate skill, Defy Heaven, to shatter all laws of creation. Boom! A blinding energy explosion swept across the space, blowing away all impurities and pushing the limits of power to their peak. A colossal blue pillar of light shot straight up from the top of the tower, tearing through the silent night with terrifying might. The horrifying magical power pierced through the cloud layer, signaling the birth of a true monster right in this land. From a high-story window, the Tower Master's silhouette silently observed the anomalous pillar of light shaking the entire sky. The Tower Master gnashed his teeth, his aged face hardening as he realized someone audacious enough had dared to infiltrate his domain. Outside, thick dust and smoke rose from the rubble, evidence of the terrible destruction caused by the aftershocks of the explosion. A dust-covered hand gripped the edge of a stone, straining to pull a body up from the desolate brick fragments after the explosion. Verdun gasped, looking at the devastated scene before him, his hand still clutching the staff while thick dust obscured his vision. Patches of blackened, dead skin on his hands began to crack and vanish into thin air, proof that he had survived the brutal purification process. He knelt on the cold ground, telling himself that the reckless gamble had been a complete success, as his body remained intact. Before he could celebrate, Verdun suddenly snapped his head up, sensing a terrifying pressure descending from the night sky. The space above twisted violently, a gigantic magic circle opening, signaling the presence of an overwhelmingly powerful being rushing towards him. The Tower Master tore through the wind, descending at dizzying speed, his eyes blazing with killing intent, as if to incinerate the one who dared cause chaos. The old man landed with a thud right behind Verdun, staff in hand, while Verdun broke out in a cold sweat, guessing that the old man had discovered the death of his subordinates. Without uttering a single superfluous word, the Tower Master coldly raised his hand, gathering a deadly blue orb of magic. Boom! A colossal pillar of energy struck directly at Verdun's position, creating a second explosion intended to completely obliterate the intruder. The thick smoke and dust dissipated after the destructive blow, leaving an empty space that made the attacker doubt. The Tower Master stepped out, his face grim and murderous, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping over the rubble in search of his enemy's corpse. The old man froze, his hands trembling with rage as he discovered the remnants of a teleportation array that had just been activated on the ground. His fury erupted, contorting his face. He couldn't believe someone dared to pull a hit-and-run stunt right in his sanctuary. He stomped his foot, crushing the bricks and stones, declaring vehemently that no matter who that person was, they wouldn't escape alive. Dark purple magic violently erupted around the Tower Master, who snarled, asserting that whether it was an emperor or a mere brat, they would pay the price. His eyes glowed fiercely, wild with savagery, as he roared a venomous oath to hunt down that audacious individual to the ends of the earth and take their life. His furious scream echoed across the night sky, tearing through space with furious bolts of magical lightning, signaling a bloody hunt. In stark contrast to the recent tempest, the scene shifted to a peaceful forest bathed in sunlight, with rustling green trees. The screen darkened as drowsiness overwhelmed him. Verdun realized his body was completely paralyzed, and he couldn't move a single finger after his spectacular escape. Verdun vaguely awoke amidst the peaceful scenery, wanting nothing more than to lie there and savor the rare feeling of freedom after days in hell. The gurgling sound of water by his ear awakened his senses, pulling him out of his daze and making him realize he was near a water source. A splash of icy water hit his face, making him jump and let out a startled cry from the sudden thermal shock. He sat dumbfounded by the stream, gazing blankly at the unfamiliar forest and wondering what remote corner he had drifted to after the teleportation. A sense of unease began to creep in as he realized something was wrong. Memories of his escape were still chaotic in his mind. He looked down at the water and nearly fell backward when he saw the reflection of a strikingly handsome stranger instead of his own familiar, worn face. Verdun raised a hand to his face, utterly bewildered, wondering why his appearance had changed so drastically. He stared at his hand, realizing his old messy brown hair was completely gone, replaced by an unfamiliar ash-gray color. Examining his reflection more closely, he saw his familiar dark eyes had also vanished, giving way to clear, magical blue irises. He felt all over his body, suspecting he had transformed into someone else, or that the body reconstruction process had caused an excessive side effect, leading to his complete metamorphosis. Verdun stood up and re-examined his body, realizing his all-or-nothing gamble had succeeded beyond expectations. Memories flooded back to the life-or-death moment when he activated heaven-defying right under the noses of the Magic Tower's people. Just before Balrog Besius could catch his tail, he activated a teleportation spell and vanished without a trace. The peaceful scenery of the unfamiliar forest appeared, confirming he had escaped that living hell. Verdun observed the surrounding vegetation, certain he had been flung to some remote, god-forsaken place extremely far from Bohemirn Tower. A proud smile spread across his lips as he realized he had teleported halfway across the continent in an instant. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, celebrating his successful metamorphosis and officially escaping his life as a lab rat. Verdun lay stretched out on the grass, savoring his freedom, gleefully imagining the furious, purple-faced expression of the old master upon seeing his tower shattered and his prisoner vanished. His laughter faded, and he rested a hand on his forehead, contemplating, well aware that such minor damage wasn't enough to bring down his enemy's empire. In his mind, an image of Balrog Besius appeared, standing before a colossal energy core, for the title of the Omnipotent One, held by that monstrous old man, was no empty boast. Verdun lay stretched out on the grass, enjoying the peaceful moment, telling himself he would use the time while the Magic Tower's people were repairing things to cultivate and increase his strength. He raised his hand to block the sunlight, swearing a solemn oath to shatter all of his enemies' legacies right before his eyes. Verdun clenched his fist towards the blue sky, asserting that his sole life's goal was revenge and to prove his status as a mage. He sent a sarcastic farewell to the old Magic Tower, officially beginning his life of freedom. The quiet, dense forest suddenly became an ideal hunting ground for the one who had just escaped hell. A goblin wielding an axe was enthusiastically smashing a pile of wooden crates, completely unaware that death stood right behind it. Verdun coldly activated the Windblade skill, his eyes sharp as razors. The monster was struck by the surprise attack, only managing a bewildered Kiek before falling backward. Verdun stood proudly in his luxurious white mage's robe with red trim, his hand still held in a powerful spell-casting posture. He looked down at his hand with a slightly disappointed expression, muttering that the feeling of casting the spell was no different from before. Verdun ran a hand through his brand-new platinum hair, clicking his tongue as he realized that apart from his changed appearance, his useless mana pool remained exactly the same. He kicked a stone next to the corpse of the freshly dispatched goblin, muttering, calculating that his current location seemed quite far from any residential areas. As he walked, his sharp gaze halted when he spotted clear wheel tracks etched into the dry ground. Verdun bent down to examine a wooden crate left by a tree, immediately deducing that these were goods dropped by someone in a hasty escape. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the crate and activated Mana Sense to locate the owner of this item. A stream of blue magical energy immediately rose from the crate, forming a perfect guiding light for the hunter. In another development, the sharp crack of a whip echoed, tearing through the air as a horse-drawn carriage sped away frantically. The coachman screamed in despair, forcing the poor horses to run for their lives to escape. His face was pale with fear, sweat pouring down him as he wondered why he had fallen into such a wretched situation. It turned out the unlucky fellow had run straight into the remnants of notorious bandits, but the true horror seemed to lie in what was about to happen next. The coachman recalled the desperate moment when the mercenaries fled, and the title of Baron Pitha intimidated no one. Just as he thought he was about to perish, a colossal shadow unexpectedly enveloped his small body. An orc with a grin stretching to its ears appeared and delivered a devastating punch that scared him witless. He realized he was still alive, because the monster was busy making mincemeat of the bandits, instead of paying attention to a small fry like him. Back in reality, the horse-drawn carriage shot through the dense forest like an arrow under a torrential downpour. He flinched at a strange sound, sweat pouring down him as he thought his enemies were hot on his heels. In a panic, he frantically cracked the whip and screamed, forcing the poor horses to run even faster. But unfortunately, a wheel slammed hard into a large tree trunk by the roadside with a jarring crash. The carriage lost balance and overturned, flinging the unfortunate driver straight onto the hard ground. He grimaced, bracing himself with his hands on the ground, groaning from the excruciating fall that felt like it would break his back in two. The coachman broke out in a cold sweat, stammering a cry as his intuition told him something ominous was approaching. From the deep darkness of the forest, dozens of glowing, murderous eyes simultaneously opened, staring intently at their prey. A repulsive pack of goblins, with savage grins revealing jagged teeth, were ready to make mincemeat of the unfortunate soul. He collapsed onto the ground, laughing in despair as he realized he had just escaped a tiger, only to encounter a leopard, and was about to be devoured by the monsters. The two goblins didn't waste words, immediately leaping into the air to launch a fatal pounce at the frail man. The driver squeezed his eyes shut, wailing tragically that everything was over for his unlucky life. Unexpectedly, the ground shook violently, and massive stone blocks rose up, enveloping him thanks to the earth wall spell. Verdun observed from above, calmly realizing he had carelessly forgotten to leave a ventilation hole for the driver, who was now completely sealed inside. The charging goblin suddenly halted, its face blank with confusion, unable to comprehend where the massive stone block had come from. Verdun stood proudly in his luxurious attire, deciding to quickly clear out these pests before the driver suffocated inside the stone cocoon. Verdun ignited a brilliant flame in his hand, considering this his first official warm-up after dealing with the lone monster earlier. The enraged goblin let out a terrifying shriek, its bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent, eager to tear its enemy apart. Verdun smirked confidently, seeing these monsters as nothing more than perfect mobile punching bags for him to test his new skill set. The fierce flames erupted, incinerating a corner of the forest and transforming the battlefield into a blazing red inferno that consumed everything. He stood proudly under the sky, activating multiple fire missiles to create a barrage of deadly fire arrows hovering in the air. The lead goblin emerged from the sea of flames with a menacing look, as if this temperature wasn't enough to trouble its thick hide. Another one charged forward, unleashing a devastating punch, determined to crush the arrogant mage standing high above. Verdun stood imperiously atop the tall stone block, looking down with the domineering aura of a king bestowing death upon vermin. His hands danced, creating complex magic circles, summoning a whirlwind interwoven with powerful lightning. Verdun's eyes sharpened with intense focus, activating the double-casting skill to simultaneously unleash two types of destructive magic. Verdun activated the Heatwave Arrows skill, summoning a series of blazing magic circles that locked onto targets beneath the goblin's feet. The entire forest trembled from the terrifying explosion as savage flames erupted, incinerating everything in sight. The charred monsters lay scattered across the ground, smoking profusely after the overwhelmingly powerful area of effect attack. Verdun stood amidst the scene, surprised by his new power, as he previously couldn't even manage to kill a measly goblin. He looked up at the sky with an arrogant expression, coldly confirming that the vermin had been completely wiped out. Verdun walked off, intending to find the driver, reminding himself to save him immediately, lest all his efforts go to waste. Suddenly, a gigantic black shadow with glowing red, murderous eyes loomed up right behind Verdun like the Grim Reaper. Verdun flinched and turned around, his face paling and sweating as he realized a tenacious monster had survived. Fresh blood splattered onto the ground, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, proving the sneak attack had been launched with extreme speed and cunning. Looking down from above, the driver's carriage was still speeding along the trail, completely unaware of the critical situation behind it. The driver introduced himself as Conrad, his face flushed with joy, swearing to engrave this life-saving favor into his heart. He continuously prattled on about repaying the kindness, while Verdun merely sat in silence, his face cold and indifferent. Verdun, annoyed, cut short the monologue, grumpily reminding Conrad to focus on the road lest he overturn the carriage again. Conrad, true to form, kept his mouth working at full capacity, asking if his benefactor had encountered any trouble. Verdun sighed exasperatedly, silently judging this driver to be the most annoying mobile loudspeaker in the world. He closed his eyes to rest, giving a vague answer that the situation earlier had been a bit dangerous to shut Conrad up. Suddenly, Verdun's eyes snapped open, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he sensed the killing intent of an enemy still alive nearby. A hideous monster suddenly lunged from behind, baring its fangs and claws, intending to ambush Verdun at extremely close range. Swish! Verdun reacted with lightning speed, unleashing a wind blade that sliced the monster in half before it could even touch him. Verdun looked up with an arrogant smile, calmly reassuring the driver as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Verdun calmly explained that bandits usually feared monsters, and rarely ventured here, indicating that the recent ambush was highly unusual. He knew well that this forest was under the control of Baron Pyth, an influential figure who held absolute power in the region. Conrad began to recount his glorious past, boasting that as a child, he had connections and exchanged letters with the Baron. It was precisely because he trusted that old connection that he had been too stingy to hire mercenaries, now left to sigh and lament his bad luck. Verdun ignored his rambling, his mind busy calculating whether the Bohemian magic tower might still be hunting him, despite his changed appearance. Seeing his benefactor silent, Conrad timidly asked again, startling Verdun into realizing he hadn't introduced himself to the talkative driver yet. He smirked meaningfully, telling himself that his true name was not yet ready to be revealed. Verdun turned to Conrad with sharp eyes and offered a highly convincing false name. "My name is Asher." Deep down, he swore that the name Verdun would only be uttered again on the day he claimed the head of the Tower Master. Night fell just as the two arrived at the Baron's magnificent mansion in the Pyth domain. Pyth Henrod was stunned to see his old acquaintance's disheveled appearance, uttering a bewildered question, while his attendants behind him gasped in astonishment. Conrad scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, covering his embarrassment with a lame joke about successfully losing weight, thanks to a cross-country run escaping orcs. Hearing the driver recount his unlucky combo of encountering both bandits and monsters, the Baron clapped his shoulder, comforting him with brotherly affection. "Don't worry, it's not your fault." Pyth Henrod glanced towards the carriage, his eyes revealing clear curiosity as he recognized the mysterious mage who had saved his friend's life. An order was immediately given, inviting the benefactor into the castle to enjoy treatment befitting his status. Verdun, completely transformed in his new attire, placed a hand on his chest, bowed, and offered his thanks to the host for the meticulous reception. Pyth Henrod smirked with satisfaction, returning the young guest's politeness with an extremely friendly demeanor. He formally introduced himself as Baron Pyth Henrod, the ruler of this domain. While the maids bowed their heads, serving around them, the lord smiled brightly, cordially inviting Asher to take a seat to begin the welcoming feast. Amidst a banquet laden with delicacies, Pyth Henrod solicitously inquired about his guests' preferences, and Verdun played his role perfectly, praising the exquisite dishes. Pyth Henrod made a generous offer, proposing to immediately grant 5 million elk to thank Asher for saving Conrad's life, and kindly asked if his benefactor preferred cash or a transfer. Not stopping there, the nobleman also expressed his desire to hire Asher for another venture, with a firm promise of such a generous reward that it would be hard to refuse. Verdun secretly calculated that this was an excellent opportunity to both earn money for his grand ambition and hone his practical magic, so he immediately asked for the details of the job. Pyth Henrod began to recount the horrific tragedy from a few days prior, when soldiers found numerous corpses of villagers hanging in the southern forest. The nearby farm town had been razed to the ground, and initially, the lord believed this was the barbaric act of some bloodthirsty bandit gang. However, suspiciously, despite the soldiers thoroughly searching the entire domain to hunt them down, the culprits had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. All traces at the scene had vanished unusually cleanly, as if they had been completely erased by advanced magic. Pyth Henrod hypothesized that the bandit gang had a mage backing them, and Verdun immediately concluded by asking about the start time of their hunt. The Baron flashed a radiant smile of satisfaction, his hands clasped together with the expression of someone who had just lured prey into a trap. The answer was finalized. 4 days from now, while outside the city gate, a soldier stood guard under a blue sky that hinted at an approaching storm. General Enoch, the Baron's campaign commander, stepped forward to introduce himself with the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. He pointed and introduced his two subordinates, the stoic Harris and the young Peric, who was grinning widely as he greeted the esteemed mage. Verdun played his role perfectly, shaking Enoch's hand and introducing himself as Asher with the polite demeanor of a distinguished guest, yet maintaining a certain distance. He secretly calculated that participating in this bandit extermination would serve as payment for the Baron's hospitality, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Verdun glanced at the noisy crowd behind them, and Enoch confirmed that they were adventurers hired to provide additional muscle for the campaign. 2 adventurers were huddled together, buzzing with rumors about a strange orc that had recently appeared. The lucrative reward was so high that it even attracted gold-rank adventurers, formidable figures in the mercenary world. Verdun assessed that these gold-rank individuals were on par with regular knights, capable of enhancing their bodies to cut through stone as easily as mud. The entire group began to advance deep into the dense forest, Verdun walking and pondering the formidable force the Baron had mobilized. Enoch asked for help in locating enemy mages, but Verdun immediately questioned the real reason they needed him when they already had 3 powerful knights escorting them. Enoch stated that even a level 2 mage was only on par with a regular knight, but if they were allowed to kite from a distance, the knights would be utterly overwhelmed. The general suddenly stopped, his face paling and breaking out in a cold sweat, as his intuition told him something extremely unlucky was about to happen. Verdun stood tall in the forest with a cool demeanor, his sharp eyes having already seen through the trap that the clueless group had missed. With a mere flick of his hand, Verdun tore through the camouflage and coldly announced the magic circle directly in front of them. A gigantic, glowing red magic formation appeared, exuding a thick, ominous aura and rotating menacingly. The soldiers panicked completely, screaming and trembling as they saw the deadly trap suddenly materialize right within their safe territory. Verdun activated Dispel, calmly ordering everyone to retreat so he could solo handle this troublesome warning trap. He concentrated his magic power, his eyes icy cold as he unleashed a sharp stream of energy that sliced through space. The entire gigantic magic formation was cut in half and disintegrated into fragments of light before Verdun's overwhelming power. Harris's eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Verdun could destroy such complex magic as easily as eating candy. Witnessing Verdun's absurd display of power, those around him were stunned into silence, wondering what kind of monster he truly was. The narrative shifted to adventurers, those who received commissions from guilds to explore strange lands or slay monsters to protect the people. Behind the glory and money lay a steep price, where death always lurked, and only practical combat skills could earn fame. However, when power exceeded control, those who were once heroes were easily consumed by desire and turned their swords against their own kind. By then, the facade of chivalry vanished, and they were no different from a band of low-level bandits. Varja roared a bitter curse, clenching his fist at their current predicament. He stomped his feet on the ground, grumbling that before they could finish dealing with the aftermath of the raid, they were constantly harassed by orcs and goblins. Worse still, their food supplies had run out, leaving only pitiful animal carcasses which only intensified their hunger. Varja pointed directly at the soldiers, yelling loudly that they should go hunt for food instead of just standing there staring. Enoch squinted, observing the crude behavior of the other group, then whispered to Harris, confirming that these allies were indeed the targets they needed to deal with. Enoch placed his hand on his sword hilt, his eyes sharp as he suggested ambushing those scoundrels the moment their guard was down to gain an advantage. The general anxiously explained to Verdun that although he could counter mages, if the enemy's magic circles were too advanced, their side would surely face defeat. Verdun listened with a cold, impassive expression, while Enoch began to sweat profusely at the thought of the enemy striking first. On the other side of the battlefield, the leader Varja smirked cunningly, assuring his subordinates that he had a way out of their miserable situation. He stomped on the pile of leftover food, grumbling incessantly about his subordinates being completely wiped out despite all his efforts to expand their territory. The bandit sighed in exasperation, bitterly recalling the orc laughing like a madman as it massacred his subordinates, and he could do nothing. Varja tore at his hair, regretting that he had chosen to kill his colleagues for money instead of being a decent adventurer. He came up with the idea of quickly raiding another village, but the mage Vilshen quickly intervened, fearing the Baron would hang them from trees like the previous corpses. Vilshen crossed his arms, calculating that their stealth magic was about to wear off, and suggested moving to the nearby city of Martez to find food. Before he could finish his despicable looting plan, a sudden, brilliant burst of firepower tore through the wind, interrupting the criminals' conversation. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted in the middle of the forest, instantly shattering all the bandits' schemes. Vilshen hastily erected a magic formation to block the attack. He gritted his teeth in astonishment as he realized this was not an explosive, but genuine magic. Before the bandits could recover, they screamed in terror, realizing their hiding spot had been completely exposed. Enoch's side immediately charged in, initiating a full-scale battle. The clang of metal resounded as swords and magic rained down upon the enemy formation. An unfortunate bandit had his mouth smashed, fresh blood splattered, accompanied by a grunt of extreme pain. Varja panicked as he saw the situation spiraling out of control. He shrieked Vilshen's name to quickly find a countermeasure. Vilshen, sweating profusely, analyzed that while the magic shield was quick to cast, its durability was extremely low and it was very fragile. He shuddered, realizing that if the shield broke, the backlash would be immense, hitting the caster, and the enemy was a true mage. Asher stepped forward with the demeanor of a boss, his hands forming brilliant magic seals, and declared he would take on the enemy mage, as promised. Enoch immediately knelt on one knee, yielding the main stage, respectfully asking Sir Asher to clean up the aftermath. Varja gritted his teeth and drew his twin swords, his face bitter, realizing the old Baron was going all in this time by hiring a mage to eradicate them completely. He swung his swords, slashing through the air, yelling in despair that things wouldn't go as smoothly as the enemy side had planned. Enoch charged in to block the attack. Two swords clashed, sparking as the two commanders glared at each other with murderous intent. The bandit leader's eyes rolled back. He shrieked madly that he would chop off Enoch's head and send it to the Baron as a return gift, right then and there. In response to that aggression, Enoch merely burst into sarcastic laughter, praising the threat as scary enough but showing blatant contempt in his demeanor. The general uttered a harsh provocation, challenging the bandit to just try it to see if he was skilled enough to do so. On the other front, Vilshan clicked his tongue in annoyance, because his escape plan had fallen apart as the enemy pursued him relentlessly. He ran while observing, seeing his opponent use Earth Wall to move instead of the flight magic of a high-level mage. Vilshan sneered triumphantly, asserting that Asher was merely a mediocre second-circle mage, which was why he was just standing there. Seeing an easy target, he immediately turned back and unleashed Multi-Ice Arrow as a preemptive strike, intending to quickly kill this weak enemy before making a clean getaway. Verdun didn't bother with words, raising his hand to immediately activate Multi-Fire Arrow to teach this guy a lesson in manners. The fire arrows tore through the wind, colliding to create a terrifying explosion that ravaged a section of the forest. The thunderous explosion echoed, accompanied by thick smoke and dust, proving the immense destructive power of this attack. When the smoke cleared, the ground revealed a deep, charred crater, evidence of the terrifying power that had just struck. Vilshan panted heavily, his face bruised and scratched, while Verdun coldly sneered that he was quite good. But unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. The mercenary calculated in his head that if there were knights here, it would be difficult, but a 1v1 against this kid, he could easily deal with him and then make a clean escape. Verdun maintained his cold, emotionless face, flatly declaring that he had no intention of letting his prey escape. Vilshan stood opposite him, observing, and offered praise, noting that it had been a long time since he had seen such a young talent capable of using complex magic. He suddenly changed his demeanor, his eyes wide as he laughed maniacally, and screamed that today would be the end of this young genius. To prove his words, Vilshan immediately cast the third-tier spell, Falling Ice, summoning a gigantic block of ice intended to crush his opponent. The enemy's deafening shouts demanding his life rang out, but Verdun merely looked up at the massive ice block descending upon him with a sharp, cold gaze. A brilliant blue magic circle shone beneath his feet, signaling the 1,000-ton weight of the ice slab about to crush everything below. Vilshan grinned triumphantly, drenched in sweat but certain that the thorn in his side had been completely eliminated by his full-power attack. Rumbling sounds echoed as massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, interlocking to form a sturdy shield that fully absorbed the deadly ice block. The mercenary froze, eyes wide as he watched his signature spell being blocked, cracks beginning to spread across the ice block from the impact. Verdun calmly cast Earth Spear, raising one hand to control the gigantic stone spears with the demeanor of a superior teaching a child. He clenched his fist, concentrating maximum mana into his palm to execute the decisive counterattack in this mismatched duel. With a single, decisive clench of his fist, Verdun triggered an explosion that shattered both the ice and the stone, standing proudly amidst the shower of debris with an overwhelming aura. Vilshan broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he realized his opponent had used third-tier magic, despite his belief that the boy was only second-tier. Verdun stood silhouetted against the light, arrogantly issuing a cold challenge, telling him to try and guess, plunging his enemy into extreme confusion. Vilshan's eyes widened in horror as he realized his opponent not only used third-tier magic, but also possessed 4 different elemental attributes. Before he could regret underestimating his foe, he was blown far away by Verdun, bitterly realizing he had been led by the nose from the very start. Verdun stood tall, looking down at the defeated enemy sprawled on the ground, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a pile of useless garbage. He stroked his chin thoughtfully with a calm expression, feeling lucky that he had come here to learn how to counter these small fry mages. In the nearby bushes, a pointed ear twitched slightly, having overheard the confident monologue of the victor. The metal collar shaped like a strange symbol on the monster's muscular chest suddenly flashed with a mysterious golden light. The orc stepped out with a savage grin, its sharp fangs exposed in a bloodthirsty display amidst the battlefield littered with corpses. Verdun recalled 2 days prior when he successfully synthesized the mana vessel expansion drug from the pile of stolen ingredients at the tower. Although the memories of the inhumane experiments still haunted him, he decided to inject the sickly green solution into himself to boost his power. A loud thud echoed as the enemy's body completely collapsed onto the ground, marking the end of his delusion of power. Verdun panted with satisfaction. Thanks to that drug, he had officially reached the third-tier power threshold. He stood looking at Vilshan's motionless corpse, planning to stage the scene to legitimize his victory before anyone discovered him. His eyes fell upon the staff still clutched in the defeated man's hand, realizing this was the hot item he had been searching for. Not missing the chance, Verdun knelt down and activated Appraise to check the stats of the item dropped by this sub-boss. The Ice Element Magic Stone Staff appeared, showing a stat line for reduced casting time, truly a lucrative bargain for his collection. Peric suddenly ran up, cheering, forcing Verdun to quickly hide his greed and switch back to his innocent actor persona. He humbly fabricated a story that the enemy was too strong, making him struggle. While Peric was busy cleaning up the aftermath, the two quickly exchanged updates on the battle situation, confirming that Commander Enoch was personally dealing with the most formidable boss. Seeing the cheerful atmosphere, Verdun took the opportunity to hesitantly ask a delicate question before the whole group withdrew. His pragmatic nature clearly visible, he swallowed hard and inquired whether he was allowed to loot the assets of the bandits. Baron Pyth generously declared that he could loot freely as long as he didn't touch any contraband, making Asher groan with delight and give a thumbs up in approval. The smile of the Pitha regional lord was as bright as the sun, perfectly fitting the demeanor of a wealthy NPC handing out rewards to the player who carried the team. Asher immediately held the brand new staff in his hand, feeling the flow of mana through the weapon he had just looted from the unfortunate sub-boss. He gripped the spoils of war, solemnly declaring that he would fully utilize this new toy to crush enemy formations in the future. The Baron praised Asher profusely for minimizing casualties, while Asher humbly replied that it was merely an excellent practical experience. On the other side of the battle line, the leader Varja froze when he saw his main mage, Vilshan, had been defeated. Blood pooling on the ground, cold sweat poured down him. Varja realized that if he stalled here, the only outcome would be being dragged back to the Lord's Manor to await execution. Survival instinct surged. He decided he couldn't rot away in this godforsaken place when life was still long. The only option was to flee immediately. Varja swung his twin swords, creating a furious vortex of sword energy, desperately carving a path to escape the tightening encirclement. He screamed for everyone to get out of the way, realizing that without magical support, his only chance was to recklessly charge straight toward Enoch and Asher to find a way out. Varja screamed wildly, declaring he would kill the knight and steal a horse to force his way to freedom. He charged straight at his target, his face contorted by fear and despair, weapon held tightly in his hand. Enoch stood firm as a rock, raising his weapon to block the enemy's desperate attack. The bandit leader's eyes widened in shock as he realized the immense power difference between the two sides. The powerful collision sent Varja flying into the air, tumbling uncontrollably. While flipping in the air, he suddenly threw away his sword, stunning everyone present. The guards immediately seized the opportunity, rushing in to pin the criminal to the ground, trying to restrain his limbs. Enoch looked down disdainfully, loudly questioning the warrior's pride for daring to discard his weapon. The old commander sneered, acting as if he couldn't comprehend the cowardly mindset of these mountain bandits. Varja declared that honor was a luxury for the dead, then suddenly pulled out a hidden dagger for a sneak attack. Baron Pyth looked down at the pool of blood at his feet and offered a polite apology for making everyone witness such an unpleasant sight. He turned to praise Enoch for a job well done, but added a chilling remark that if he had the time, he would have cleanly decapitated the enemy himself. Asher stood with his arms crossed, wondering why they let these defeated enemies survive instead of cleaning them up to save space. The Baron explained that he recognized a few familiar faces among the bandits, suspecting they were victims of the farm massacre, and wanted to bring them back to the castle for questioning. The three prisoners were tied together, their faces ashen and trembling violently as they awaited their fate. A guard shouted loudly, ordering the entire formation to clean up the battlefield and immediately escort the prisoners back to the castle. A rough soldier yelled and roughly hauled the trembling prisoner up by the armpit, terrifying him even further. The prisoner suddenly panicked completely, struggling and screaming that he didn't want to die this way, forcing the soldiers to struggle to subdue him. Pyth coldly stepped forward and drew his sword. He signaled the soldiers to move aside and declared that he would personally deal with this troublemaker. Asher narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual scent of death. He told Conrad to stop when he heard desperate cries for help fading away in the bushes. Harris suddenly halted, his sharp gaze darting to the side as his instincts warned him that something extremely wrong was approaching. A strong, metallic stench of fresh blood suddenly assaulted their noses, making the air suffocating and deadly. Asher, Enoch, and the soldiers all spun around, eyes wide, staring intently at the edge of the forest where a murderous aura was intensely emanating. A dark shadow flashed past with a tearing sound. Harris flinched as fresh blood splattered right in front of him like a warning. The severed head of the bandit leader Varja rolled on the ground, its eyes still wide open in terror, as if it hadn't understood why it had died. The ground shook violently as a colossal monster leaped down from above, creating a thunderous landing that rattled the soldiers to their core. Asher broke into a cold sweat, but a calculating smile still played on his lips. He began to analyze the situation while the others were busy panicking. The colossal red-skinned orc swung its crude greatsword, exuding a terrifying pressure that explained why the previous adventurers had never returned. Enoch looked up at the monster with an incredulous expression, wondering if this bizarre creature could still be called an orc. Asher activated a wide-area magic scan and realized the bad news. Not only was there one, but they were surrounded by dozens of similar glowing red signals. Just looking at its ferocious face and overwhelming presence, it was clearly a boss-tier monster, the leader of the bloodthirsty creatures besieging the forest. Its mouth, wide to its ears, seemed to be mocking them. Its colossal size made its kin look like mere small fry. The towering red-skinned monster advanced with its greatsword in hand, its overwhelming presence proving it had evolved far beyond ordinary orcs. With just a pointing gesture from its leader, the swarm of goblins below immediately roared and charged like a disturbed beehive to sweep over their prey. Enoch yelled, ordering the entire team to hold their formation, prioritizing clearing out the small fry before focusing their firepower on the boss. The colossal greatsword descended with a sky-shattering blow. The old knight had to exert all his strength to raise his sword and block the attack amidst a deafening clang of metal. He gritted his teeth, enduring the immense weight. His feet threatened to sink deep into the ground against the monster's absurd physical strength. Without letting its opponent catch his breath, the monster immediately launched a direct kick with a foot as large as a barrel at the commander. Crash! The destructive kick landed squarely on its target, creating a terrifying shockwave and a blinding flash of light. The old knight was sent flying like a rag doll, sliding across the dusty ground after the boss's brutal attack. General Enoch strained to block the monster's 1,000-pound downward strike, dazzling sparks flying from the point of impact between the two weapons. A sharp counterslash unexpectedly tore through the giant's chest, causing fresh blood to gush out like a fountain. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary pause, Enoch glided backward to regroup with Harris, while the monster still stood towering like a mountain. Instead of collapsing, the monster bared its fangs in a savage grin, hot breath billowing from its mouth, signaling an impending insane act. Its mighty hand suddenly snatched a trembling green-skinned kin right beside it. Like grabbing a chick. A dry crunch of breaking bones echoed, accompanied by a horrifying rain of blood, as the monster unceremoniously crushed its unfortunate subordinate for sustenance. It casually tossed the blood-stained bone into its mouth, gnawing ravenously as if savoring a delicacy amidst the battlefield. In a flash, the wound on its chest completely closed. The monster licked its lips and gripped its greatsword again, its murderous aura erupting more fiercely than before. Asher observed with an unperturbed expression, his hand maintaining the magic circle, and he uttered a sarcastic remark about the boss's ability to regenerate by consuming its kin. Enoch tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes resolute. He admitted that the road home today would be anything but smooth. The red-skinned boss roared a display of dominance, raising its colossal greatsword to signal the start of the massacre. Instead of engaging in close combat, it unexpectedly swung its arm and hurled the heavy weapon away, creating a deadly vortex that tore through the air. Harris froze, his eyes wide open as he saw the scythe of death hurtling straight towards him at an unavoidable speed. The young knight gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his sword to block the blow, still not understanding why the monster would discard its main weapon. A dry crack echoed, signaling an ill omen as Harris's sword blade began to split under the tremendous pressure from the throw. His face turned ashen with terror as he realized his protective weapon was about to be destroyed by the enemy's overwhelming power. The sword officially shattered into 100 pieces, leaving Harris exposed and defenseless against the storm of damage. A desperate scream rang out as sharp metal fragments embedded themselves in his flesh, turning Harris into a bloody target. Enoch frantically cried out as he saw his subordinate gravely wounded, but everything was already beyond his control. The weapon throw was merely a feint. The monster had appeared right behind Perrick with game-breaking speed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Perrick poured all his might into his sword, confidently shouting that he would sever the monster's arm in an instant. However, his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a dumbfounded expression of terror as the impact felt nothing like he had imagined. The sword plunged in but got stuck fast between muscles as hard as cold steel, making Perrick tremble as he realized he had poked a hornet's nest. He desperately tried to pull his weapon back in vain, a desperate scream escaping him as the orc's hand of death reached perilously close. Boom! An earth magic spell exploded in the monster's face, halting its attack and narrowly saving Perrick's pathetic life. Verdun activated his carry mode, coolly manipulating floating rocks and decisively ordering his teammates to retreat towards him. Perrick hastily slid backward behind Asher to save his life, still muttering that he was alive but had lost his weapon. As soon as he was safe, he started wailing at Verdun, tears streaming down his face, lamenting the loss of his prized weapon stuck on the boss. The knight broke into a cold sweat, trying to explain that his full power slash had failed, because this boss had mutated into an incredibly tough beast after consuming its kin. While Perek was utterly bewildered, thinking he had encountered a legendary hidden boss, Verdun simply uttered a blunt denial, leaving him confused. This monster possesses an overpowered regeneration and enhancement mechanism through indiscriminate consumption to continuously maintain its combat strength. It not only has brawn but also uses its brain to command the low-level goblins and incite their madness to the maximum. Its physical strength is terrifying, capable of crushing even knights, and completely different from ordinary small fry orcs. But for Asher, he merely sneered with arrogant disdain, as his opponent was still not skilled enough to challenge him. In his eyes, this boss was still too weak and unqualified to be classified as a special entity. He began a lecture on the limits of conventional magic, where indiscriminately stuffing mana wouldn't expand the scale of spells. If one stubbornly tries to exceed that limit, magic will self-destruct, and that is an immutable law that all mages must obey. However, Asher declared there was one unique exception that broke all rules: earth manipulation magic. His hands moved skillfully, creating complex golden magic circles, preparing to unleash a heavy-tier skill. A colossal surge of energy erupted from Asher, creating a terrifying wind and sand pressure that made the surrounding soldiers struggle to stand firm. The ground shook violently, disorienting the soldiers, who stumbled and thought the end of days had come. Enoch yelled to reassure his comrades, asserting that this was Sir Asher's powerful magic, not a natural disaster. The old general tried to maintain his cool, brandishing his sword to be a moral anchor for the terrified young soldiers behind him. But it was easier said than done. Looking at the bottomless death pit surrounding their isolated standing point, no one could remain calm. All the orcs and goblins fell freely into the abyss like puppets with severed strings, without a single chance to resist. The dry crunch of breaking bones echoed, blood splattering everywhere as the monsters landed face first. The Crimson Orc boss also couldn't escape its fate, only able to stare helplessly as it fell to the bottom of the pit with its subordinates. Not yet done with them, Asher conjured a colossal, glowing fireball in his hand, preparing to roast the entire horde. The third-tier fireball skill was activated, descending like a destructive meteor aimed directly at the pit filled with monsters. The entire pit transformed into a giant incinerator, burning everything below while our team watched safely from above. Conrad cheered excitedly as he saw the monsters roasted, while Enoch tried to remind Perek to maintain his composure, though everyone secretly felt satisfied. Asher stood on the edge of the abyss, analyzing the metagame, concluding that third-tier terrain manipulation consumed too much mana, so no one bothered to use it as a primary skill. He sighed in disappointment that his meager mana wasn't enough to unleash greater destructive power. Truly, the standards of professionals were vastly different. While relaxing, Asher suddenly flinched, sensing killing intent. The entire team behind him also stared wide-eyed, realizing the incident wasn't over yet. From within the sea of flames, the orc boss, tenacious as a leech, glared upwards, its face scorched but filled with hatred. Conrad frantically grabbed Asher, yelling and asking what to do. But Asher had already coldly calculated his next move to deal with the enemy who refused to burn to death. Without hesitation, Asher activated Water Wave, smoothly switching elemental systems to counter the situation. The stream of water rushed down, extinguishing the flames surrounding the orc, creating a thermal shock that stunned the monster. Ignoring Conrad's frantic shouts, Asher drew his staff and repositioned himself to prepare for the finishing blow. He immediately unleashed an ice element combo, activating multi-ice arrows along with winter wind to freeze the soaking wet target. Asher hovered in midair, coldly sentencing the monster to death with a chilling final declaration: "I will freeze you to death." Activating double casting, he unleashed tons of frost arrows at his opponent, giving it no time to react, as damage continuously erupted. The unlucky goblin minions standing nearby were also swept by the residual cold energy, instantly turning into ice statues. The colossal boss charged forward like an erupting volcano, but Asher stood his ground, small yet completely overwhelming in presence. He glided gracefully to dodge the attack, silently calculating that no matter how tough or how powerful the monster's regeneration, it would be useless against physical therapy. The orc's 1,000-pound punch tore through the air but only struck empty space, as Asher had outmatched its speed, dodging as smoothly as if hacking. The monster's hideous face still bared its fangs and claws, completely unaware that its body was about to be permanently sealed, rigid. The tip of Asher's staff began to gather an enormous amount of magical power, emitting a dazzling light, signaling that the finishing blow was fully charged. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Ice Orb, a massive vortex of freezing energy that spiraled directly into the target to thoroughly clean up the aftermath. Asher looked down at his achievement with a nonchalant expression, as if he had just taken a stroll, announcing that the conquest mission had been completed flawlessly. The magical city of Virenta stood majestically under the brilliant sunlight, the origin of the upcoming upheavals. At an outdoor cafe, Mustache Man and Blonde Man were engaged in a lively discussion about the shocking news that had just broken in the papers. Mustache Man, sipping his tea, looked shrewd, doubting the authenticity of the information that the magic tower had been sealed due to an energy source explosion. According to rumors, numerous mages had vanished without a trace, and all operational functions of the tower had been completely paralyzed. A mysterious cloaked figure glided past the table, quietly listening to the theories of divine punishment or man-made conspiracy that the crowd was weaving. The mysterious figure firmly asserted in his thoughts that the sealing of the Bohemern magic tower was definitely due to someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Mustache Man leaned close to the mysterious figure's ear, whispering conspiratorially, revealing confidential information that the tower was attacked while conducting illegal experiments. Hearing this, the old man flinched, dropping his hot coffee cup onto himself due to the opponent's unexpectedly intense reaction. Mustache Man was terrified as the stranger grabbed his collar and lifted him up, stammering in fright, not understanding what he had said wrong. Rovelin revealed herself from beneath her hood, with fiery red hair and sharp eyes, growling as she demanded to know what the hell had truly happened. Rovelin growled, reconfirming the name Bohemern Magic Tower with eyes burning with determination after extracting information from the informant. The clinking of glasses echoed, celebrating the monster-slaying legion's miraculous return with their lives intact. After clearing out the bandits, the entire group headed back to Pythie territory to celebrate wildly at a grand feast hosted by the Lord. Baron Pitha Henrod praised his subordinates, Enoch and Harris, for achieving a miracle with no casualties, but his eyes darted around, searching for the brightest star, Asher. The Baron's face, flushed red from the alcohol, lit up with delight when he spotted the important target he was looking for. Asher entered the banquet hall in a luxurious tailcoat, exuding an aristocratic aura that overshadowed the servants walking beside him. He calmly and politely adjusted his collar, asking if he was late with the demeanor of a master actor. The Baron eagerly pulled Asher into the wine party, shaking his hand and inviting him warmly as if they were long-lost sworn brothers. Asher feigned surprise to see even soldiers like Conrad invited, while the Baron played the role of a benevolent leader who didn't care about social status. Pith Henrod began to inquire about the bandits' unusual strength, and Asher coldly confirmed that they were not ordinary small fry. Asher took a sip of wine, his eyes pensive, as he recalled the recent battle, asserting that the bandits' skills were too sharp. They couldn't be mere common thugs. Baron Pyth nodded in agreement with that assessment, signaling his old butler to bring out a stack of confidential files to answer the esteemed guests' questions. It turned out that the two main leaders were heavily wanted gold-rank adventurers who had killed their comrades and disappeared without a trace a year or two ago. After going into hiding, these criminals had drifted here to form a bandit gang, using their advanced skills to rob passers-by. Asher picked up the wanted poster to examine it, silently assessing that the 10 million elk bounty was entirely fitting for the heads of those who once held such high positions. He immediately understood why the Baron was as delighted as if he'd struck gold, because without him carrying the team, those soldiers would surely have been wiped out by these gold rankers. Pyth Henrod's face turned beet red from the alcohol, staring at his benefactor with sparkling eyes of admiration, which made Asher feel a chill down his spine. The drunken Baron lunged to embrace Asher, praising him as the pride of the territory for clearing out all the demi-humans, causing the butler to struggle to intervene and save his master's dignity. Asher offered a modest, wry smile, accepting the credit as appropriate, while secretly thinking that the Lord had drunk too much and was starting to babble. Pyth quickly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, blaming the wine for his loss of control, then swiftly changed the subject to regain his dignified image as a lord. Baron Pith stood amidst his trusted subordinates, solemnly announcing the merits of rescuing the villagers and grandly organizing funerals for the unfortunate victims. The entire hall simultaneously raised their glasses in a brilliant glow, honoring Asher as the greatest savior who had protected Pythie territory from destruction. The clinking of glasses mingled with resounding cheers and congratulations for the young hero, the atmosphere so vibrant that even the ceiling seemed to tremble. The party unfolded in an unusually warm atmosphere, starkly different from the cold, deadly, and artificial facade of the magic tower. Even though the Baron had passed out drunk at the table, there were no more scrutinizing or calculating gazes. Here, there was only pure admiration, causing even the maids to blush shyly as they secretly glanced at Asher. The simple and fervent sincerity of this place touched Verdun's icy heart, making him feel truly welcomed amidst the boisterous crowd. For the first time since escaping that earthly hell, he was drawn into the boisterous revelry of a noble drunkard who had slung an arm around his shoulder. Verdun offered a rare, genuine smile, completely shedding his cold facade to savor a brief moment of peace alongside these generous people. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the silhouette of Bohemern Tower stood majestically under the crimson sunset, yet no one knew of the impending upheaval. Rovalyn looked up at the still intact tower and breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that the rumors of its collapse were just exaggerated tales. A citizen, carrying goods, casually asked his colleague if he had just returned from the Varente region. Rovalyn, standing nearby, overheard rumors that the energy core had overloaded, causing regional damage, but they were foolishly optimistic that houses would be rebuilt quickly. The red-haired girl interrupted the conversation, directly asking the most important question, "Where is Verdun?" which made the man flinch. He hesitantly pointed towards the square, where a crowd was gathering under the crimson sunset. Everyone's eyes fell upon a gigantic notice board with the ominous words, "Missing Persons List." Rovalyn's face darkened, her eyes wide with horror as a premonition told her something was terribly wrong. She mumbled "no way" as she saw numerous portraits of her fellow mages plastered all over the board. Her gaze quickly scanned the familiar faces, her mind desperately trying to deny the cruel reality laid bare before her. A buzzing sound echoed in Rovalyn's head as she froze, her eyes fixed on one particular photo amidst the sea of images. The notice declared bluntly, "Verdun, missing person number 3, had perished in the energy chamber due to magical radiation exposure, and no body could be found." Memories flooded back like a slow-motion film of a time when Verdun was an innocent young man, boasting about the privilege of studying abroad in the magic city of Virente. Rovalyn recalled the awkward congratulatory moment, watching his retreating back with a premonition of ill tidings. Verdun's declaration that he would stay there echoed like a haunting promise, replaying repeatedly and embedding itself in her mind. The image of his radiant smile on their farewell day shattered like glass, marking the last time they saw each other in human form. Rovalyn clutched her face, her entire body trembling violently as the cruel reality punched straight into her mind, suffocating her. She screamed in her mind, refusing to accept being separated from Verdun forever in such a painful and absurd way. Her pent-up emotions exploded, and Rovalyn let out a desperate cry in the middle of the square, having lost a dear friend who was like family. A large hand suddenly rested on her head, calming her panic, and a steady voice reminded her that misplaced anger wouldn't solve anything. Rovalyn looked up with swollen, tear-filled eyes, startled to realize that Sir Valdek had appeared behind her at some point. Valdek stood tall, with a stern expression, coldly questioning her about the true nature of what had happened at the magic tower. Valdek draped his cloak over Rovalyn, coldly informing her that while the higher-ups were away, the energy source had gone berserk and wiped out all on-duty personnel. Not only were there casualties, but all research data and accumulated records of many years were completely erased, as if they had never existed. The treasury and the second vein were utterly destroyed. All spellbooks and precious artifacts vanished, causing damage beyond all the tower's calculations. But for them, the most painful blow was the complete disappearance of their most valuable asset, which they had been holding captive. Experiment Subject No. 77, whom they bitterly regretted not being able to dissect his brain to recover the lost research records. Valdek smirked, asserting that even though the mastermind behind the explosion had escaped, there was still a chance for revenge because he had grasped a crucial clue. He revealed that 3 hours before the explosion, someone had vanished without a trace, and his intelligence network had tracked down that person's past. Valdek held out his fist, decisively revealing a necklace with a crimson, malevolent eye symbol that he had found at the scene. Rovalyn stared wide-eyed at the evidence, shocked to realize this was the infamous symbol of the Black Hour organization. The Black Hour, a den of dark mages not only conducting illicit research, but also harboring ambitions of world domination, was now unexpectedly directly involved in this incident. Valdek gripped the red eye pendant, admitting he didn't know how the enemy infiltrated, but firmly asserting that the Black Hour was directly involved in this incident. He declared with sharp, cold eyes that he would immediately form a specialized extermination squad to hunt down and eradicate the Black Hour organization to honor the spirits of the deceased. Valdek turned to Rovalyn, asserting that a position in that bloody squad had been reserved for her, knowing full well the extent of her thirst for revenge. Rovalyn clenched her fists until they trembled, channeling all her surging wrath and murderous intent into her palms. Her eyes blazed with hatred, making Valdek immediately realize she was determined to fight to the death against her enemies without a second thought. A few days later at the Adventurers Guild in Pethi territory, The clear, peaceful sky was in stark contrast to the coming storm. Verdun, in his guise as Asher, calmly sat enjoying tea, exuding an aristocratic aura while listening to the obsequious apologies for the recent mission mishap. The branch manager, sweating profusely, explained their misjudgment of the orc threat, which led to gold-rank adventurers perishing, but Verdun merely dismissed it as a trivial matter. The manager breathed a sigh of relief and hastily presented the reward certificate to curry favor with this overpowering mage. Verdun scanned the statement, having earned a total of 24 million elk from the mutated orc's corpse, but taxes took half, leaving 12 million, which was still a decent sum. The manager began to elaborately explain that freelancers not affiliated with the guild would face a flat 50% deduction from their total reward by the system. He gesticulated wildly, threatening that this was an immutable royal law, and any attempt to evade it would immediately result in charges of tax evasion or embezzlement of public funds. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses with a calculating look, smirking as he revealed there was still one legal way to avoid this exorbitant tax rate. He concluded with an invitation to join the guild, offering low tax benefits for high ranks, and even generously offered Verdun a special waiver to start directly at silver rank. Verdun knew full well that signing the adventurer registration form would only bind his future actions, so he coldly weighed the pros and cons. He decisively placed his teacup on the table with a clink, cutting off the manager's multi-level marketing-esque speech. No, what's more important than money right now is. Verdun flashed a radiant, business-like smile, and bluntly stated that he was fine with that tax rate and simply needed to collect his reward and leave. The manager stood dumbfounded, unable to process the information, while Verdun's mind was screaming with a thirst for power, enough to utterly crush his enemies. Despite having lived a humiliating life as a lab rat for 7 long years in the magic tower, the core essence flowing in his veins had always been that of a true mage. Verdun stood silently in the guild's cold storage room, affirming the eternal truth that a mage always yearns to pursue mysteries and research all things. Verdun put on a mask and specialized gloves, then pulled out the mutated corpse he had personally defeated to use as an experiment subject right there. He flipped back the covering cloth, revealing the frozen, purplish orc corpse for his comprehensive research. The mage secretly praised this frontier guildhall for investing in high-quality magical corpse preservation tools. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Nevertheless, the pungent smell of death still made him grimace and pinch his nose, complaining that the actual preservation quality was far from his ideal standards. He pushed past his discomfort to scrutinize every muscle fiber, noting that the bloodshot eyes and dark skin were unsurprising for a berserk monster. What caught his eye was its mouth ripped open to its ears and its superior muscular body size compared to its other pathetic kin. Verdun squatted down to analyze, asserting that this one was all brawn and no brains, completely lacking the intellectual level of orc lords or warriors. He concluded bluntly that this was definitely a monstrous mutation, not a natural evolution of the species. However, his keen intellect was still bothered, as merely eating its kin couldn't possibly grant such powerful regeneration and brute strength. Verdun's blue eyes suddenly widened in astonishment as he spotted an unexpected anomaly on the corpse. He observed a strange, raised scar on the purplish skin, something that shouldn't exist on a body with such an overpowering regenerative ability. Verdun stood up abruptly with a serious expression, wondering why the corpse could heal numerous mortal wounds like burnt flesh and torn skin, yet was powerless against this tiny scar. If his hypothesis was correct, then this scar wasn't from battle. It held a much deeper meaning. He gently traced the scar with his gloved finger, asserting that this monster only gained its super regenerative ability after this old wound had completely healed into a scar. This was clearly a surgical incision, proving that the abilities of these demi-humans were not innate but artificially grafted after birth. Previously, monsters could only grow stronger through natural evolution, according to the laws of survival, but that law had now been completely broken by shadowy intervention. From these chilling facts, a final piece of evidence fell into place, putting an end to all his doubts about the origin of this illogical power. Verdun pressed a hand to his forehead, sighing with deep concern, realizing that some madman was playing God, personally breeding and producing these mutated monsters. If that were true, this was the worst-case scenario he could imagine, signaling an impending man-made disaster. Putting aside his headache-inducing deductions, Verdun donned his brown cloak, preparing to leave, and politely told Enoch and Harris that they didn't need to make such a grand farewell. Harris excitedly waved his hands like a fan meeting an idol, asserting that Asher was their savior, and this small gift was nothing compared to his efforts. Verdun scratched his head, feigning shyness to politely decline, but his eyes were meticulously checking the stats of the new mana-boosting ring and robe that had just been buffed onto him. Enoch smiled reassuringly, while Harris nodded vigorously in agreement, both insisting that their benefactor accept the well-deserved reward after his powerful team-carrying performance. Having finished the polite exchange, Verdun courteously bowed to continue his journey, wishing the two knights good health before turning and walking away. After just a few steps, Harris cupped his hands and shouted, reminding him to visit Conrad's trading post in another city and use his name as a password to receive VIP treatment. Verdun raised a hand in farewell without looking back, leaving behind a solitary and incredibly cool silhouette amidst the dense forest. Once out of sight, he immediately activated Dispel Flight, landing safely to erase any magical traces before approaching the residential area. Before him appeared the bustling scene of the border village, an important transit point located between Peethy's territory and Baron Martess land. Verdun picked up the travel permit to examine it, confirming this was the only rest stop on the main road connecting to the city. He leisurely bought a red apple from a roadside villager, calculating in his head that resting here for a night and departing tomorrow would be perfect. Verdun was about to bite into the apple when he paused, cursing under his breath as he heard annoying sounds interrupting his moment of rest. He glanced towards two men chattering loudly in the alley, sensing useful information and deciding to eavesdrop. Without needing to get close and reveal his presence, Verdun activated Whisper of the Wind to clearly eavesdrop on the entire conversation from a distance. A bearded villager angrily shouted that the damned goblins were the source of all recent troubles. The other man complained about having all their livestock stolen, and now they had to spend a fortune hiring adventurers, even though they wanted to handle it themselves to save costs. Verdun leaned against the wall, calmly eating his apple, while the villagers continued to fiercely argue about the village chief's expensive decision to hire help. He frowned in thought, realizing that the low-level goblins were starting to run rampant and put pressure on this border region. For ordinary people, goblins were a real disaster. They started with petty theft, but when gathered in large numbers, they would plunder, burn, and devour people. Verdun tossed the apple core away with an indifferent expression, considering the hiring of adventurers to clear out these trash monsters, a standard, unremarkable procedure. He pulled up his hood, intending to leave, but paused, his keen ears catching rumors of a strange monster appearing in the forest. Two villagers whispered to each other. One reiterated the village chief's gag order, but the other dismissed it, thinking no one would bother eavesdropping on them. The conversation shifted to a flashback about a hunter checking his rabbit traps in the forest as usual, unaware that death was lurking. The hunter flinched, startled, when he heard a wild boar shriek miserably and quickly turned his head to investigate the source. His face turned ashen, cold sweat poured down him, and his pupils constricted as he witnessed the horrifying scene right before his eyes. A mutated goblin with a gaping maw larger than even an orc was devouring the poor wild boar in a single, bloody gulp. Back in reality, the villager shushed nervously, afraid that if the adventurers heard about this terrifying monster, they would demand exorbitant prices for their services. Having obtained valuable information, Verdun snapped his fingers, gently activating Dispel to sever the eavesdropping magic connection. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, feeling extremely interested in the information about the unusually large, gaping-mouthed goblin that had just been mentioned. A calculating smirk appeared on Verdun's lips. He fully understood that the appearance of this monster was not random, but an opportunity. The majestic mountain forest scene unfolded under the sunlight, where the monster was hiding, and also the hunter's next destination. An arrow tore through the wind at an incredible speed, carrying deadly killing intent straight towards its target. The unfortunate goblin hadn't even registered what was happening before the arrow pierced directly into its eye socket, splattering blood everywhere. Myrna had just executed a precise sniper shot, while Loke stood with his arms crossed, supervising with a stone-cold, unimpressed expression. Myrna excitedly boasted about her improved marksmanship, but Loke merely responded with a harsh grab of her shoulder to put her in her place. Loke sarcastically mocked her swelling nose of self-satisfaction, while Iris and Mild behind them could only sigh in exasperation, telling them both to stop fooling around and focus on the mission. Iris turned to inquire about the scouting situation, and Mild immediately pointed towards the located target. Mild confirmed that the gloomy cave ahead, with several skulls hanging, was indeed the filthy lair of the goblins. The silver-ranked group observed carefully from the bushes. Iris quickly recognized the pile of bones as a warning sign of the presence of high-level hobgoblins. At Iris's command, Mild and Loke immediately set about clearing the tripwires and smashing the trashy totems to clear the path. Iris concentrated intensely, her eyes tightly shut to activate her enhanced vision skill to map out the area for the entire team before entering the tiger's den. Iris cast her magic, causing Myrna to exclaim in astonishment as their vision in the darkness suddenly became as clear as day. The female leader asserted that they didn't need torches to map effectively, giving Mild an opportunity to flatter her reliable team-carrying ability. Finalizing their battle plan, the entire group confidently advanced straight into the dark cave ahead, with surging morale. Iris suddenly froze, her face drenched in sweat, causing Myrna to turn back and wonder if something was wrong. She quickly denied it to reassure her teammates. But inwardly, she felt uneasy, having just detected strange mana fluctuations lingering nearby. The forest scene was silent but reeked of danger. It seemed someone was lurking, observing their every move. A mysterious dark object emerged from the bushes, proving that someone was hiding, watching their prey walk into a trap. Deep inside the cave, the rough rock walls were illuminated by the flickering firelight emanating from the monster's lair. 3 goblins were kneeling submissively with clasped hands before a gruesome sacrificial pillar, from which several burning human skulls hung. One monster suddenly perked up its ears, startled, as it detected a strange light flashing from the cave entrance. An arrow tore through the air and pierced directly into its skull, instantly killing the goblin, while its companions could only stare blankly. The moment was ripe. The entire group cheered enthusiastically, then charged forward like a storm to clear out the low-level monsters. Mild, shield in hand, charged straight into the enemy formation, carving a bloody path, while Loke swung his sword with powerful force, giving the monsters no time to react. Myrna grinned, planting a flag of death, thinking everything was too easy, but Iris immediately poured cold water on her enthusiasm, reminding her not to be overconfident and underestimate the enemy. The 4 gathered in the dark cave, observing the treacherous terrain ahead with calculating, strategic expressions. Suspecting a lurking hobgoblin sub-boss, Myrna volunteered to split off and scout after receiving a warning from team leader Iris. The sight in the deep pit stunned her. Piles of goblin corpses lay scattered as if swept away by some overwhelming force. Myrna flinched, cold sweat breaking out as her instincts told her something truly terrifying was present. Loke asked anxiously, and Myrna turned back with a pale face, her voice trembling as she reported that she had just heard a bone-chilling sound. Fresh blood flowed profusely down the pile of mangled corpses, a gruesome and brutal scene that made the air in the cave thick with the stench of death. The hideous monster was ravenously chewing on the withered arm of one of its kin, its jagged teeth tearing through each muscle fiber with relish. The entire group froze as they saw the colossal shadow engulfing the rock wall, a suffocating pressure weighing on their shoulders, making everyone cry out in horror. It turned out to be a mutated goblin devouring its own kind, its bloodshot eyes gleaming in the darkness with killing intent, signaling a tough boss fight. It continued to tear apart its prey, ignoring the presence of strangers. This unexpected situation was completely absent from the mission description, making the entire team break out in a cold sweat. Iris gripped her staff tightly to steady her nerves. She cast aside her fear and asserted that this massive monster was still manageable if the team coordinated well. The female mage immediately devised a battle plan, ordering Myrna to blind its right eye while the 2 tankers charged forward to buy time for her to prepare her ultimate spell. Iris began gathering power for her decisive blow, a brilliant green mana flow flaring brightly, signaling the impending end for the arrogant monster. Receiving the order, Myrna decisively leaped into the air, drawing her bow and aiming straight for the enemy's weak point with the precision of a true marksman. Myrna gracefully flipped in the air, her sharp gaze locked onto the target to deliver a finishing blow to its fatal weak spot. Thwack! The arrow pierced directly into the monster's eye socket, splattering fresh blood. A textbook critical hit made the boss roar in agony. Loke shouted loudly, reminding Mild to raise his shield in defense. Both tankers immediately took position to withstand the enemy's furious wrath. The monster's colossal slap struck Mild's shield, creating a powerful shockwave, but he stood firm, allowing Loke to slip behind and find an attack angle. Seizing the opening, Loke lunged, delivering a wind-slicing sword strike imbued with a dark aura that cut across the enemy's massive body. He gritted his teeth triumphantly as he felt the blade sink into soft flesh. Good, it hit. But before his smile could fade, a colossal hand suddenly slammed down, seizing Loke and making him widen his eyes in horror as he had no time to react. In that critical moment, Iris calmly activated Mana Burst, her eyes tightly shut, focusing on controlling the immense mana flow. A series of magic circles appeared, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles at the mutated monster, pushing it back and narrowly rescuing her teammates. A puny goblin screamed miserably, clutching its head in despair as it realized its tragic fate. The mutated goblin mercilessly seized its minion, its colossal hand crushing the small body to the ground like squashing an ant. It swung its arm, powerfully throwing the mangled corpse with terrifying force, turning its kin into a living cannonball that shot through the air. Loke and Mild's faces drained of color, sweating profusely as they shrieked a warning about this insane attack. The projectile of flesh hurtled straight towards Iris's head with deadly speed, making her teammates only able to desperately yell for her to get down. Asher suddenly appeared with a cold expression, decisively chanting to activate the air rail skill. A massive blue lightning bolt struck down from above, blocking the trajectory of the goblin corpse right in front of Iris, creating a masterful save. The impact created a loud explosion, tearing the projectile of flesh into 1,000 pieces, with gore splattering everywhere. Iris collapsed to the ground, her face pale, looking at the slimy mess on the wall, still not recovered after the scythe of death had just grazed her neck. A wind-piercing arrow shot forth with deadly speed, aimed straight at the vulnerable monster. Thwack! The arrow accurately pierced the goblin's head, splattering fresh blood and creating a satisfying finishing scene. The corpse crashed to the ground with a thud, dust billowed, marking the end for the puny monsters. The whole team rushed over to check on Iris, her face drained of color, sweating profusely, but she forced a smile and said she was fine. Iris was still in shock, insisting that the corpse's trajectory had been miraculously bent. Otherwise, she would have logged out of the server. Seeing that the team was still at full strength, the group brushed aside their questions, urging each other to return to the village for their reward. A pragmatic mindset typical of mercenaries. Hiding behind a rock, Asher deactivated the magic circle on his hand, smiling contentedly, because his covert assistance had helped these rookies survive without anyone knowing. He thought to himself, it was a good thing he had activated stealth to follow them, thanks to which he could personally identify this monster as the experimental subject named Jester Demi-Human. Memories flooded back, and he confirmed that all experimental subjects that escaped the magic tower shared the common characteristic of a mouth torn open to the ears, like the grotesque smile of a jester. Verdun recalled his knowledge of the monsters, and he began to affectionately call them jesters because of that grotesque smiling mouth. Looking at the sprawled corpse, he realized this one was a fake, lacking the overwhelming physical strength or regenerative ability from devouring its kin, unlike the original. Verdun stood silently observing from afar, his attention falling upon the blue-haired female mage commanding the team. Iris demonstrated her leadership qualities by ordering Myrna, Loke, and Mild to split up and sweep the other passages to ensure no monsters were left behind. Verdun secretly highly praised Iris, affirming that her ability to sense his mana outside the cave was entirely due to her true strength, not luck. He clicked his tongue in disappointment after searching the lair and finding no worthwhile spoils. Suddenly, Verdun stopped short, his eyes wide with interest as he heard footsteps approaching. Varja stepped out with a sly expression, spreading his arms and feigning surprise to see someone dare to trespass into his territory while he was away. Iris and Mild immediately shifted into a defensive stance. The female mage pointed her staff directly at the stranger's face, sternly warning him not to take another step. Varja stepped out with a fake smile, claiming to be the caretaker of this area and scolding the adventurer group for damaging his property. He rambled about how that foolish monster couldn't control its instincts and arbitrarily built a nest, exposing this secret lair. The rogue mercenary feigned curiosity, asking if the adventurers had noticed anything unusual about that experimental subject. Seeing their silence, Varja sighed dramatically, lamenting that the professor would go mad if he knew about this. He shrugged helplessly, then casually declared the only way to fix this mistake was to send Iris's entire team to their deaths right here. Iris's entire group flinched at his attitude, which changed faster than a rice paper cracker, immediately gripping their weapons, ready for a bloody fight. Iris couldn't believe her ears, pressing him again if this madman really intended to take on the entire map by himself. Varja affirmed confidently, considering killing witnesses a given, because the specimen was dead and the secret could not be allowed to leak. The female mage broke out in a cold sweat, trying to negotiate a way out by promising to keep silent about this cursed cave. Varja sneered at the rookies, flatly declaring that no matter what promises they made, he had no intention of letting anyone leave here alive. He revealed his perverse nature by admitting the only reason he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to savor the miserable screams of his prey. A cold voice suddenly echoed from the shadows, asking who wanted to log out first, making Varja look around frantically. The mercenary scoffed, thinking the newcomer was just an idiot showing off, and asserting that the opponent's life was about to end. The smile on Varja's face vanished as he realized the voice had come from behind him, cold sweat beginning to pour due to his fatal oversight. The space violently trembled as a colossal ice pillar suddenly erupted, signaling the presence of a true, formidable mage. The stranger landed softly, casually mimicking Varja's cheesy lines about wanting to hear screams, to mock his delusion. Varja gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he was lectured and exposed for his arrogance right in front of his prey. Verdun officially revealed himself with a cold expression and a brightly glowing magic circle on his hand, asking his opponent in return if what he said was true. Verdun descended with a relaxed demeanor, admitting he had originally intended to ignore everything, but circumstances forced him to act heroically. If he hadn't intervened in time, the party of Iris, Mild, Loke, and Myrna behind him would have been wiped off the map. Verdun's sharp gaze affirmed that these adventurers stood no chance against the overwhelming power of that killer. However, what concerned Verdun at this moment wasn't the lives of others, but the important keywords he had just overheard. He clearly remembered Varja calling the goblin corpse on the ground an experimental subject, a clue reeking of dark research that couldn't be ignored. Verdun pieced together the information about the mastermind in the shadows, referred to as the Professor, whom the enemy had just blurted out. Varja gnashed his teeth, full of killing intent, while Verdun was certain this incident was directly linked to those bizarre clown demi-humans. Unable to remain calm in front of the disruptor, Varja roared in frustration, demanding to know the identity of this strange opponent. Verdun activated a glowing magic circle, coldly retorting that he had no obligation to reveal his identity to trash like him. Varja accepted that arrogant attitude, and declared that no matter who the stranger was, they would die by his hand immediately. Verdun said no more and immediately activated multiple fire missiles from the blazing magic circle to greet the enemy. Varja charged like a mad beast with glowing purple eyes, easily weaving through the barrage of magic projectiles. Sensing danger, Verdun calmly activated flight magic, moving backward to maintain a safe distance. The protective ice shield shattered like glass shards under the relentless assault of the mercenary. Verdun immediately unleashed a mana shockwave, forming an extremely powerful blue energy wave to blast his opponent downwards. He quickly analyzed that Varja's speed had been enhanced by energy. Although his sword strength was weaker than a knight's, his agility was incredibly deceptive. Verdun began to sweat profusely, admitting he had miscalculated by thinking he could finish this guy with a single blow. Given the enemy's extreme speed, Verdun decided he had to change his combat strategy immediately if he didn't want to be impaled. Varja pointed his sword at his prey, smirking as he praised the casting speed, but declared he would increase his own speed to a new level. He roared excitedly, then vanished into thin air, leaving behind sharp afterimages to test how Verdun would defend. Verdun remained unfazed, coldly activating both Winter Wind and Ice Spike's magic simultaneously to prepare for a counterattack. Brilliant blue magic circles appeared, overlapping each other, as he performed the double casting skill with extreme proficiency and complexity. Varja broke out in a cold sweat, unable to hide his astonishment at seeing his opponent seamlessly combine both ice and wind elements at once. From above, Verdun unleashed a colossal shower of explosive ice blasts to crush the arrogant swordsman moving below. Varja glided like the wind to dodge the attack, his mouth still stubbornly praising the casting skill, but his tone was full of sarcasm and challenge. He sneered with gleaming eyes, declaring that all flashy spells were meaningless if they didn't hit their target, then lunged in for the kill. Verdun lowered his face beneath his cloak, concentrating all his senses to perceive the killing intent, rushing towards him at deathly speed. A purple-hued sword strike tore through the ground with a loud explosion, leaving a deep gash where Verdun had just stood. In that life-or-death instant, Verdun leaned back, dodging the deadly sword tip that grazed his face with a mage's unbelievable physical reflexes. Both Varja and Iris' eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe a squishy mage could react so quickly as to dodge such a high-speed attack. Verdun activated Ignite, his blue eyes glowing powerfully, signaling an explosive counterattack. A colossal fire explosion erupted, incinerating the surrounding space with terrifying heat that even cracked the rocks. The aftershocks of the explosion violently shook the entire cave, as rain and debris fell profusely onto the scene. Varja realized he had been lured into a counterattack trap. He smirked, admitting this was not the strategy of an ordinary mage. He stomped his foot to regain his stance, arrogantly declaring that such petty tricks would be useless from now on. Verdun sneered in response, then activated a colossal magic circle beneath his feet, declaring he would fight like a true mage, causing Varja to exclaim in alarm. Iris shrieked, her face completely changing color, sweat pouring down her as the ground beneath her feet suddenly rose. The entire adventurer party swayed, utterly panicked as the mass of earth beneath their feet shot rapidly upwards into the air. The colossal stone pillar abruptly stopped near the cave ceiling with a loud thud, creating a powerful shock that terrified everyone. Iris was stunned, realizing Verdun had just used terrain manipulation, a terrifying mana-draining spell that no one dared to use carelessly in actual combat. Iris broke out in a cold sweat, witnessing Asher continuously double-cast powerful area of effect spells. She couldn't believe her eyes at his seemingly endless mana pool. Asher stood tall with glowing, imposing eyes. This bizarre fighting style was something unheard of in anyone's lexicon. Varja looked up, roaring bitterly, sarcastically remarking that his opponent only knew how to flee into the air and thought that height would trouble him. The arrogant smile on Varja's lips suddenly vanished. He began to realize something was wrong with his opponent's last move. Cold sweat began to stream down Varja's face as he wondered why Asher would willingly burn through so much mana just to lift those petty adventurers high up. He looked down at his feet and was stunned to realize that the shattered ice fragments from before had been melted by the flames, turning the battlefield into a giant pool of water. A hand enveloped in dazzling lightning gently touched the water's surface, activating the deadly trap that had been set from the beginning. Varja's face completely changed color, his pupils contracting as he realized he had fallen into a deadly physical trap with no escape. A fierce blue current instantly spread through the water, creating a deadly sizzling sound throughout the stone cave. Iris's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming as she finally understood the true purpose of the recent terrain alteration, to pave the way for the finishing blow. A terrifying blue lightning bolt erupted, engulfing the space and causing the enemy to cry out in horror at this destructive magic. Varja broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes, as even veteran monsters at the academy rarely mastered advanced lightning elemental control. The complex magic circle rotated, and Asher coldly activated the Tier 3 skill called Lightning Judgment to send his opponent to oblivion. The extremely powerful current struck down, causing Varja to only manage a curse through gritted teeth in extreme pain, as his body was torn apart by the electricity. Not stopping there, Asher performed an artistic flip in midair and continued to activate double casting immediately after finishing the previous attack. Varja was utterly panicked, his mind shattering as he watched his enemy cast fire, ice, wind, and even lightning magic as if it were nothing. Asher landed gracefully like a deity and delivered a finishing blow with the triple casting skill, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Myrna and Mild's group could only huddle in a safe corner, jaws agape, witnessing the destructive power tearing apart the battlefield below. The entire area was engulfed in thick smoke and desolate ruins after the heavy magic combo had just been unleashed. Asher slowly walked up to the defeated foe, his voice icy as he interrogated him about the whereabouts of the mutated goblin monster that had appeared in Pyth territory. Asher coldly pointed his magic staff at the defeated foe, calmly interrogating whether this group had any connection to the mysterious figure known as the Professor. Varja knelt on the ground, his body mangled and bloody, trembling as he realized the mage before him was the architect of the deadly silence that enveloped this place. He gnashed his teeth and laughed maniacally, his crazed eyes looking up to ask if Asher was perhaps from the Ark organization. Asher's cold face showed a fleeting hint of surprise, his sharp eyes wavering as he heard the sensitive keyword he hadn't expected. Asher hovered in the air with a superior demeanor, coldly issuing an ultimatum, forcing his opponent to reveal the professor's location before he granted him death. Varja questioned his opponent's motives, while Asher bluntly admitted he was extremely interested in the inhumane experiments they were conducting. Varja lowered his head, feigning a confession, but his sneer betrayed his desperate intent to silence himself and protect his master. He roared in his mind, determined to take Asher down with him, and suddenly lunged, unleashing a desperate sneak attack to drag Asher to his grave. A crimson aura tore through the air as Varja poured his last vestiges of strength into a desperate attack, moving at dizzying speed. Asher remained unfazed, merely activating a faint blue hexagonal magic barrier, which was enough to block the weakling's assault. Asher coldly accepted the enemy's life as an answer, his sharp gaze unwavering in the face of such stubbornness. A loud explosion echoed as the terrain crush skill was activated, obliterating the enemy in an instant. He stood on the cliff, regretting the loss of clues about the clowns, while the adventurers below could only gaze up in utter terror. Asher descended, approaching the group, who trembled and knelt, but he merely muttered that there were still unfinished matters to resolve. His eyes glowed brilliantly in the night, exuding a terrifying pressure that made no one dare to breathe heavily in front of the big shot. He issued an absolute command, forcing everyone to comply with his arrangements from that moment on. The scene shifted back to the town, where Iris, still bewildered, announced that she had received additional compensation from the village chief, just as instructed. Asher smirked triumphantly, boasting about extorting 1.2 million elk from the old village chief as hush money for the mutated goblin incident. He declared the job done and prepared to leave, but then unexpectedly pressed a heavy bag of money into Iris's hand. Much to her astonishment, Iris was utterly shocked as she held the bag of money, never expecting this formidable mage to fairly share the commission with the entire group. Asher arrived in Martez City with an innocent expression, his hand still clutching the money bag he had just extorted. He requested Iris's group to act as tour guides to legitimize his travel from the village to the large city. Along the way, Iris continuously bombarded his ears with dozens of in-depth questions about elemental magic theory. Finally, the group dragged themselves to Mardes, a large-scale city with magnificent and bustling architecture. Asher flashed a cunning smile as he calculated that a city this large must surely have banks for him to launder money and store his assets. He politely yielded the lead to Iris, as she needed to go to the guild to report her mission, while he was merely tagging along. When asked about his itinerary, Asher didn't hesitate to immediately settle on City Hall to collect his bounty and open a bank account. Iris eagerly ran ahead, leading the way, confidently boasting that she knew the city map like the back of her hand, like a true local expert. The 3 remaining members broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to see their leader cheerfully chatting with the person who had just mercilessly killed in the cave. The group stopped in front of Martes City Hall, where Asher was about to convert his pile of spoils into real cash. The guard at the door blocked them sternly, making Asher realize with a start that he hadn't had time to get identification papers after switching to his new body. Fortunately, Baron Piath Henrod's reputation was so strong that merely presenting his letter of guarantee made the guard break out in a cold sweat and immediately invite them in. Recalling earlier, Baron Pyth Henrod had laughed heartily with satisfaction upon hearing that he had thoroughly dealt with the bandits. The generous nobleman declared he would richly reward him for saving the entire territory from those scoundrels, with an attitude of utmost respect. Not only did he offer money, but Pyth Henrod also subtly fabricated a clean background for him, as a family member residing in the territory, to legitimize his identity. The best gift was a brand new identification card, allowing him to move about legitimately as an exemplary citizen. Thanks to that VIP pass, Asher strolled leisurely through the streets and smoothly opened a bank account. He held the savings passbook in his hand, his sharp eyes calculating the enormous fortune in his old account in Virente. Yet he still hesitated. If he foolishly touched that gold hoard, the Tower Master would surely catch his scent and hunt him to the ends of the earth. Asher clenched the card in his hand, reminding himself not to make a single mistake if he wanted to survive and exact his revenge. Asher made a request for a new weapon, wanting to transform the precious gem into a genuine, high-quality magic staff, instead of some flashy toy. The blacksmith in Martes said it would take 3 days to complete the masterpiece, so he had to find a temporary alternative while waiting. He temporarily held a magic staff with a purple crystal, accepting the stopgap item to avoid interrupting his plans. When Iris questioned his preference for long staffs, Asher casually made up a story about being used to sweeping floors with a broom, leaving her utterly bewildered. Leaving the blacksmiths, the two headed straight to the Martes Public Library to absorb more magical data into his genius brain. Iris worried that the common books in this public library wouldn't be advanced enough to satisfy a high-level mage like him. Asher ignored her doubts, asserting that basic knowledge also held its own value, and prepared to place his order with the librarian. He stunned everyone with his concise yet knowledge-hungry reply when asked about the quantity. Take everything. A colossal stack of books on enhancement magic was immediately piled up in the large reading room, precisely as per his outrageous demand. Iris struggled to balance the towering stack of books while the librarian broke out in a cold sweat, trying to dissuade him from this massive acquisition. Verdun presented his payment card with the air of a magnate, requesting that the entire pile of books be delivered to his VIP room at the Lorix Hotel. The librarian, holding the card, broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he reconfirmed the quantity of items to be transported for this big spender. He simply finalized the order for everything, making Iris's jaw drop while the librarian shrieked with joy, having landed the biggest revenue deal in history. After the combo of opening an account and clearing out all the books, Verdun calmly continued his research, while Iris, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the table. The mage lifted her head, staring at the monster before her with eyes full of doubt and curiosity about his true identity. Iris cautiously asked if today's grueling tour was truly over, or if he intended to drag her along to keep grinding. He calmly flipped a page in his book and bluntly stated that today was enough, leaving Iris speechless at his incredible stamina. Suddenly realizing she had been acting as an errand runner all day, without knowing her employer's name, Iris leaned forward to ask for the mysterious magnate's designation. He kept his eyes on the book, casually offering the alias Asher, and allowing her to call him whatever she felt comfortable with. Iris slammed the table, stood up, and immediately sealed the deal on using a more familiar address, then stammered, preparing to ask a crucial question she had held back for a long time. Iris suddenly probed him about why he was in the cave, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Verdun broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing, knowing full well that any coincidental reason would sound utterly fabricated. He decided to create a smokescreen with a vague answer about pursuing some mysterious man. Iris's eyes widened in surprise, her central processor beginning to work at full capacity to connect the dots. She immediately thought of the title Professor, which he had once questioned the monsters about in the cave. Iris concocted her own scenario. The monsters and that professor were definitely connected. Her imagination soared as she convinced herself that he was an undercover agent hunting down a dark organization. Verdun slammed the book shut, bluntly stating that they were dismissed for the day to cut off her train of thought. He gallantly offered to escort her, but Iris quickly refused, not daring to bother this high-ranking agent. She waved goodbye with gusto and then made a quick exit, leaving Verdun standing there with his perfect facade. Iris leaned back on the stone bench, sighing helplessly, admitting that man was truly a rare and tough case to deal with. In her mind, the formidable image of him appeared, a master of supreme magic who handled all elemental systems as if taking a stroll in the park. She shivered, recalling the bottomless well of mana, a power her gauge was utterly helpless against. Not only was he powerful, but his theoretical knowledge surpassed that of old professors at the academy, and he was exceptionally skilled at guiding his teammates. On top of that, he possessed such exquisite beauty that anyone who saw him would think he was the world's #1 womanizer. Yet, the harsh reality was that talking to him was as bland and stiff as confiding in a mindless scarecrow. Iris screamed in frustration, clutching her head. Her face flushed as she wondered why that hateful face kept lingering in her mind. She clenched her fists with determination, asserting that despite his eccentric personality, his talent was still a priceless rarity among mages. Iris sprang up in the middle of the square, finalizing her plan to stick to him tomorrow to extract more knowledge about elemental magic. With a bang, fierce flames erupted behind her, making Iris turn around with a dazed expression at the sudden incident. Iris gasped, her face drained of all color, exclaiming in panic at the unexpected incident. The entire Lorix Hotel burst into fierce flames like a giant torch, devouring everything in the night. Memories flooded back, leaving her stunned as she realized the fateful room card pointed directly to the den where Verdun was staying. Amidst the raging inferno, a black silhouette hovered arrogantly in midair, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Iris broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide open, as if unable to believe what she was witnessing. Verdun activated his glowing blue eyes, his demeanor as cold as a god of death awakening in hellfire. He reigned over the flames with an absolutely domineering aura, making Iris tremble and unconsciously call out Asher's name. At the enemy base, the scout bowed his head, reporting the grim news of Surgeon's death to his superior. The official with glasses frowned in suspicion, interrogating fiercely about the identity of the person who left magical attack traces in the cave. Crash! The cup flew straight into the subordinate's face when the superior realized this was a deliberate purge. The official adjusted his glasses, warning the subordinate in a chilling voice not to play dumb in front of him about the recent failure. He pressed his face close to the lens, his eyes sharp as a razor, threatening and coercing information about the identity of the one who sent Surgeon to his demise. The scout reported with his head down that the culprit hadn't been identified, but he had caught a whiff of an adventurer group commissioned by the village. The official showed disappointment at losing the pawn Surgeon, gently shaking a chemical flask while coldly asking about the fate of the experiment subject. The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, confirming that both Surgeon's body and the experiment subject had been completely wiped out without a trace. The official cursed the scout directly, as a useless piece of trash, for not conveniently eliminating the obstruction at that time. His mind started racing, pondering why 2 other experiment subjects in Pithay territory were unusually silent. The pathetic images of Surgeon and the mutated goblin appeared in his mind as a bitter reminder of complete failure. He rubbed his chin in thought, suspecting that those bastards from Ark had caught wind of it and interfered when the experiment was in its final stages. The official issued an ultimatum forbidding his return without the enemy's head, leaving the scout no choice but to clutch his chest and obediently comply. The scout gritted his teeth, cursing the conservative old superior and vowing to bring back the culprit's head to atone for his failure. Verdun calmly stood in the enhancement magic research room, pretending to mumble innocently while the enemy lurked outside. He complained about the inconvenience of mana detection, while the scout gleefully thought the prey's final hour had come. The scout stealthily approached but suddenly froze, sweating profusely because the silence was suspiciously eerie. Before he could react, the earthbone magic trap activated right under his feet, making his eyes widen in terror. Sharp spikes shot up from the floor at terrifying speed, leaving the scout only able to curse in helplessness. He panicked completely when he realized his perfect stealth skill had been seen through by the opponent long ago. Verdun stood tall amidst the dazzling light, holding his magic staff with glowing eyes full of divine authority. The scout fled headlong, secretly cursing the madness of someone who dared to use explosive magic in a confined space. He assessed Verdun as at least a Tier 3 mage, and immediately decided to retreat under the opponent's cold gaze. A terrifying explosion turned the building into a sea of flames, making the crowd scream about a terrorist mage, while Verdun arrogantly hovered at the epicenter like a god of destruction. The cunning scout immediately blended into the chaotic crowd, pretending to urge everyone to flee and alert the guards to cowardly conceal his true identity. Verdun walked out of the fire with a calm demeanor, secretly assessing the scout as quite skilled since he didn't trigger the usual mana detection system. However, his blue eyes flashed with a cold glint as he realized the momentary impatience had exposed a fatal flaw in his prey. The scout's attempt to completely erase his presence amidst the chaotic crowd became the clearest clue betraying him in the hunter's eyes. In Verdun's magical vision, his invisibility became ridiculously conspicuous amidst the strongly fluctuating auras around him. His existence appeared as clear as a deep black hole burned starkly onto a pristine white page. Without letting the prey catch its breath, a sharp surge of magic power tore through the air, causing a nearby guard to fall backward from the aftershock of the attack. The scout leaped aside in terror, throwing himself to dodge the blue mana blade that had just swept past him by a hair's breadth, his face dazed. He broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding why his ultimate stealth skill was broken, and began to panic, wondering what kind of monster the ARC organization had sent here. The scout, his face drained of color, ran for his life, secretly cursing Verdun as a monster for daring to unleash magic indiscriminately in a residential area without any regard. A glowing magic circle appeared with a piercing shriek, making the fleeing individual exclaim in terror at the opponent's madness. Verdun, with cold blue eyes, activated Magic Arrow, summoning a sharp purple crystal ready to tear through the air. The scout ran for his life as a barrage of blue energy arrows rained down, tearing up the ground right at his heels. He gritted his teeth, dodging desperately, while Verdun's silhouette stood above, looking down with the demeanor of a predator toying with its prey. Verdun landed, his sharp gaze sweeping the scene. Realizing the rat had scurried into the abandoned building to avoid the attack, his cloak billowing, he walked with authority and determination towards the wooden door where the enemy had just hidden. Stepping inside, Verdun smirked when he saw a group of vagrants gathered, secretly thinking that guy really knew how to pick a place to die by hiding in this den. Ignoring the bald vagrants' annoyed attitude, Verdun maintained a fake politeness and coldly asked where the person who had just run in was hiding. The bald man smirked disdainfully, acting superior and lecturing the young man in front of him for being too impatient and unaware that death was knocking. The bald vagrant shamelessly gestured for money, declaring that if he wanted information, he had to pay up first. Verdun sighed with exasperation, his cold eyes glancing in another direction as if seeing something more interesting than this trash. His blue eyes widened as he recognized a familiar aura, confirming that the rat hadn't left the room. Without a word, Verdun ruthlessly thrust his magic staff through the bald vagrant's chest, the purple crystal tip slamming into the sword of the invisible scout behind him. The scout's eyes widened in horror, seeing Verdun dare to strike through a civilian just to force him to reveal himself. Verdun looked at the enemy with extreme contempt, snarling that his act of hiding behind the weak was cowardly trash. He immediately activated Impact, creating a powerful blue energy wave that swept away all obstacles in its path. The ground cracked open, debris flying as the terrifying surge of power tore through the floor where the scout had just stood. The scout used his movement technique to glide through the air, trying to balance himself with his sword against the aftershocks of the attack. He landed, drenched in sweat, calculating how to lure Verdun into activating a shield so he could deploy a smoke bomb and escape, believing a mage couldn't attack and defend simultaneously. Verdun gripped his magic staff tightly, his cold blue eyes glowing with killing intent as he focused his entire mind on the decisive blow. Not to be outdone, the scout utilized his swift movement technique, shooting through the air and swinging his sword, intending to ambush his opponent. Verdun smirked provocatively, thinking to himself, "Let that fool believe I'll raise a defensive shield like those weak mages." Instead of defending, he coldly chanted to activate the Earthbone skill, just as the enemy charged. The scout was startled and terrified when he noticed the unusual mana fluctuations. It was definitely not a protective shield. His eyes widened as he saw Verdun not retreating at all, but instead compressing an enormous amount of mana into the very tip of his magic staff. The purple crystal on the staff's tip shone dazzlingly like a spearhead, making the scout realize in panic that his opponent wasn't afraid of close combat at all. A terrifying collision occurred, sending the scout flying in utter astonishment as he realized Verdun was a true war mage. He coughed up fresh blood, his eyes rolling back in pain as he took the full force of the direct blow to his shattered chest. Verdun stood proudly amidst the glowing magic circle, continuing to cast Earthbone to completely crush the enemy's will to fight. The scout gritted his teeth, cursing bitterly as fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth after the heavy blow. Taking advantage of the thick dust, he quickly activated an escape skill to scurry away like a sewer rat. Verdun immediately cast Whirlwind to sweep away the smokescreen, his sharp gaze determined not to let the enemy escape. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he realized his prey had vanished from sight. Standing amidst the scattered goods, Verdun resentfully held his magic staff, looking around and wondering if that bastard had truly escaped. Before he could compose himself, a loud shout rang out from behind, making him stop abruptly in surprise. A squad of heavily armed guards suddenly rushed in and surrounded him, pointing their swords at his face and declaring his arrest for arson. Verdun was speechless, rooted to the spot, as he was further accused of city terrorism, while little Iris, chibi version, was screaming in fear. News of the commotion was quickly reported to the highest authorities of Martez that very night. Mayor Henry Dacre rubbed his forehead in distress, unable to believe his ears when he heard that VIP guest Asher was the mastermind behind the terrorist incident. Guildmaster Oscar vouched for Asher, asserting he was the victim of an assassination attempt, not a destructive terrorist. He gravely linked the incident to recent adventurer attacks and demanded full authority to investigate and uncover the truth. Mayor Henry Dacre rubbed his forehead wearily, asking about property damage while still feeling sorry for VIP guest Asher's bad luck. The damage report indicated the upper floor of the inn was completely destroyed, and the only one who died at the scene was a wanted criminal. The corpse of the bald vagrant appeared as proof of the brutality, while the real assassin was still at large. Oscar swallowed nervously, mentioning an important but hard-to-believe testimony from the adventurer who fought alongside Asher. The testimony revealed a bloody encounter with mutated goblins and armed attackers during a seemingly simple honey-gathering quest. Guildmaster Oscar reported in shock that when they arrived to investigate, the crime scene had been thoroughly cleaned, with no traces or corpses left. The cave was eerily empty, with no monsters or bodies, as if no life-or-death battle had ever taken place there. Henry clutched his head in worry, realizing this was the work of a large-scale organization targeting adventurers, not a random occurrence. Rumors spread like wildfire, turning Asher into a bloodthirsty terrorist leader, making both soldiers and adventurers too terrified to accept protection quests. Mayor Henry Dacre sighed in exasperation, reluctantly having to play his trump card, his personal night squad, to clean up this mess. In the city hall waiting area, Verdun calmly checked his gear, satisfied that his magic staff had completed its super-speed transformation. His weapon was ready. He was about to go hunt down his enemy immediately when a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. A purple-haired knight entered with a haughty expression, introducing himself as Jason, vice captain of the Martez Knights. To confirm the target's identity, he approached with an air of superiority, boldly declaring that he would be a personal bodyguard and supervisor until the situation stabilized. Jason stood with his hands on his hips, feigning authority, but in his mind, he was scrutinizing what the infamous Mad Mage from the rumors was really like. The vice captain was secretly astonished to see how young the subject was. He couldn't believe someone so young could be a third-tier mage. Verdun showed no deference, standing up abruptly and demanding to leave immediately, which made Jason hastily stop him, imposing the condition that he must accompany him. Ignoring the bewildered knight shouting questions about their destination, Verdun coldly walked away, turning his protector into a mere attendant trailing behind. Half a day passed, and the crimson sunset enveloped the town, signaling an anything but peaceful evening. Jason was panting, sweat pouring down him, shouting to ask where they had been dragging themselves for hours. The vice captain resentfully reminded him of their agreement for free movement, feeling like he was being led around as an attendant rather than an authoritative supervisor. After hours of exhausting walking, just as Jason finished complaining, Verdun coldly concluded with a curt remark that they had arrived at their destination. Before them was an old, multi-story brick building, the destination Verdun had aimed for from the start to carry out his plan. Jason was bewildered, not understanding why they had wandered all day just to reach this obscure place, his mouth constantly questioning the true purpose of this grueling journey. Instead of politely knocking, Verdun swung his magic staff, unleashing a powerful fire spell that blew away the building's facade in a terrifying inferno, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. Jason's jaw dropped, and he broke out in a cold sweat at the young mage's madness, while Verdun calmly declared the reason for his visit amidst the ruins. Verdun's gaze was as sharp as a razor. He growled, asserting that the target of this violent visit was none other than the audacious assassin who dared to attack him yesterday. Amidst the thick smoke and dust from the explosion, mysterious dark figures gradually emerged, confirming the hunter's chillingly accurate prediction. Verdun calmly explained that he had cleverly touched the assassin during last night's battle to set a magic trap. He activated the tracking spell, his eyes flashing with powerful blue light to connect his mana flow to the target. The guiding energy stream still glowed brightly, proving that the oblivious prey had no idea they were being closely tracked. Jason was marveling at the overwhelming magical power when he suddenly froze, his face changing color as he noticed something unusual beneath the ruins. A dark, secret passage was revealed right beneath the flattened building, leading deep into the mysterious underground. Verdun coldly pointed his staff towards the underground tunnel, asserting that the tracking signal was pointing directly into this rat hole. He turned to question the vice captain about the existence of a large-scale tunnel leading directly out of the city without anyone knowing. Jason immediately denied it, breaking out in a cold sweat, asserting that Martes's military maps showed no entrances in this area. The vice captain's face turned pale as he pieced the events together, realizing an unmapped tunnel meant disaster. A deadly security loophole existed right in Martes, where green-skinned monsters could freely infiltrate and rampage at any time. Jason's face was drained of all color. He swung his sword, shouting to immediately seal this damned underground tunnel before disaster struck. Verdun coldly cut short his panic, asserting that the top priority now was to catch the assassin before it was too late. The vice captain intended to call for night reinforcements, but Verdun immediately poured cold water on the idea, fearing the prey would flee far away. Without another word of argument, Verdun leaped straight down into the dark tunnel entrance with the decisive demeanor of a true hunter. Jason gritted his teeth, utterly furious that a mage had openly ignored and disrespected him. A vice captain. He cursed the arrogant mages as a troublesome bunch, his face filled with frustration as he plunged into the underground tunnel. Deep inside the damp tunnel, the scout trudged along with a grimace, cursing under his breath as things had become too complicated. Cold sweat streamed down the scout's face as he realized he had wasted too much damned time in this godforsaken place. After narrowly escaping the mage, he had to gulp down healing potions and struggled to blend into the crowd of commoners to erase his tracks. True horror gripped his mind as he imagined the brutal purge the professor would inflict if he delayed any longer. The scout stood rooted to the spot, cold sweat pouring down his face, his inner voice screaming whether he should just abandon everything to save his life. He shook his head vigorously, slapping himself to clear his mind, knowing full well that his pathetic life couldn't escape the organization's clutches. The assassin resigned himself, dragging his body back to base with the faint hope that the professor would show mercy to a defeated subordinate. The bespectacled official emerged from the shadows, greeting him with a scent of gunpowder and a sarcastic remark about the notorious face that had just caused trouble all over the city. The old man gritted his teeth, directly cursing his idiotic subordinate for making such a ruckus that it reached both the mayor and the Adventurers Guild. He roared with bitterness, unable to swallow his anger that a professional assassin would openly reveal his target to everyone like that. The scout knelt on the floor, his face drained of color, trembling as he received orders to briefly and concisely explain this humiliating failure. He stammered, recounting how he received the order, tracked the target to their lair in Martes, and prepared to strike. He explained that he had set up an extremely tight ambush, but was completely outmatched by the opponent's powerful area of effect magic. The official pointed directly at his subordinate's face, sneering contemptuously, as he heard the cheap smoke bomb escape excuse he had just fabricated. The official stroked his chin thoughtfully, reassuring himself that the enemy retreated only because it coincided with the knight's arrival, not because they were truly formidable. Suddenly, he froze, his expression turning to horror as he discovered a deadly anomaly on his subordinate's body. He screamed, as if his house was on fire, ordering the scout to strip off his armor and burn it immediately, leaving the man bewildered. Right on the discarded armor, a brightly glowing magic circle appeared, revealing that they had been tagged with a tracking device without their knowledge. It turned out that during the fleeting skirmish, Verdun had skillfully imprinted a tracking mana signature onto his opponent without him realizing it. The scout's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he had inadvertently led death right to their doorstep. The official gritted his teeth, screaming in despair, knowing that the organization's secret location had been completely exposed. Without a second's hesitation, he grabbed the precious specimen and fled, coldly ordering the sacrificial pawn to stay behind, destroy the evidence, and block the entrance. The commander's silhouette darted into the darkness, abandoning his subordinates to save his own pathetic life and research results. Verdun suddenly appeared with a murderous smirk, scoffing that by the time the rats finally realized his trap, it was already too late. Verdun's cold, sarcastic voice echoed from the shadows, signaling to the rats that their luck had run out. The official spun around in shock, his face contorted in horror as he realized death was standing right behind him. Crash! The ceiling shattered as Verdun forcefully broke through the structure, dominantly blocking the enemy's escape route. The official narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, trying to remain calm to analyze the intruder's power, even as cold sweat began to pour. Hiding behind the guard, he observed Verdun's fighting stance, and speculated that this was an assassin sent to eliminate him. In the official's mind, the terrifying image of the professor appeared, whom he suspected was pulling the strings of the assassin before him. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted with anger and fear, as dark suspicions plunged him further into panic. He broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in terror, and mistakenly believing Verdun was a mad mage sent by the Ark organization. Verdun paused for a beat as memories of Varja resurfaced, recalling that man had also mentioned the name Ark before he died. Ignoring his opponent's foolish misunderstanding, Verdun coldly activated fire magic, deciding to beat them senseless before interrogating them. Verdun said nothing more, activating Earth Spear to unleash a deadly strike that forced the official and the guard to struggle to dodge. The old man furiously turned to berate his subordinate as a good-for-nothing for ruining such an important matter, making the latter profusely apologize, sweating buckets. With no escape route, the official decided to sacrifice his pawn, ordering the guard to stay behind and cover his retreat. Verdun's eyes blazed with killing intent, raising his hand to fire a magic arrow, accompanied by a stern declaration that no one would escape. The guard reacted incredibly fast, swinging his sword to cut down the magic attack, protecting his master's escape route. He gripped his katana tightly, his eyes resolute as he accepted the order to buy time for the old man to reach the stairs. Verdun paused, calculating. If he increased his firepower, this guy would surely be annihilated, but then he'd lose the lead for interrogation. Just then, Jason rushed in like a god, swinging his sword to block the guard's attack and relieve the pressure. The knight roared with valor, volunteering to stay and cover the team, urging Verdun to pursue the leader. Without a word of thanks, Verdun shot past like a blue whirlwind, leaving Jason stunned at being completely ignored. Verdun glided like the wind, leaving a trail of blue light as he pursued his fleeing prey at terrifying speed. He skidded to a halt in the dark corridor, his sharp gaze sweeping around, certain the old man couldn't have gotten far. Verdun grimaced and covered his nose, his keen sense of smell immediately picking up a strong, nauseating stench emanating from ahead. His footsteps echoed through the vast hall, where the distinct stench of decaying corpses hung heavy in the air. The professor emerged from the shadows with a sneer, both surprised by his subordinate's failure and praising Verdun's relentless pursuit speed. He chuckled smugly, his voice filled with the self-satisfied tone of a madman as he declared his delight at having an audience to witness his life's work. The professor spread his arms proudly, revealing blood-red, glowing eyes snarling in iron cages behind him, and asked Verdun what he thought. He strode forward arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with sick fanaticism as he asked Verdun if he was amused by these grotesque creations. Verdun stood motionless, gripping his staff tightly, coldly remarking that these monsters were just the trashy clowns he had encountered before, and scoffing at their numbers. The professor immediately retorted, spreading his arms before the large gate, and rambling on that this was his own great evolution, not a joke to be mocked. The professor stood there condescendingly, declaring that what lay before them were merely failed rejects, unworthy of embracing his ideals. He decisively pressed the activation button on his handheld device, confidently asserting that this trash was still more than capable of stopping any intruder. The iron gate swung open at dizzying speed, signaling a bloody welcome for the uninvited guest. The professor cowardly leaped backward, urging the monsters to attack and sarcastically telling Verdun to slowly enjoy this feast. Verdun stood still, watching the approaching minions, coldly calculating that eliminating them one by one would take all night. A massive surge of blue energy gathered. Verdun decided to combine Water Wave and Lightning Strike to create an area of effect attack. He dominantly performed double casting, unleashing an electro wave that swept away everything in its path with terrifying destructive power. The professor's eyes widened in horror, stammering speechless as he witnessed the overwhelming power hurtling straight towards him. The purplish-blue electric current struck him directly, sending him flying backward, slamming hard against the wall like a broken puppet. He lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body convulsing from the electricity, yet his mouth still tried to curse Verdun as a madman. The professor broke into a cold sweat, grinding his teeth as he realized the intelligence was completely wrong. The opponent before him was no mere low-rank amateur. Verdun emerged from the smoke and flames like a god of war, forcing the professor to admit that this power had reached at least rank 4, touching the highest limit. The professor crawled on the floor, his body still twitching from the electricity, but his mouth screamed in regret for his decade-long research project that was about to go down the drain. Refusing to accept defeat, He slammed his hand onto the emergency red button, fiercely yelling that this couldn't end like this. He looked up at the experimental tank with a crazed gaze, where the most perfectly hybridized monster floated in a murky red solution. The monster in the glass cage began to stir, a sinister smile spreading across its face as it heard its master's call to awaken the masterpiece and turn the tide. The professor startled, turning to see Verdun standing silently behind him, the shadow of death clearly reflected on the monster's glass cage, terrifying him. He couldn't believe his eyes, yelling to ask where all the failed monsters outside had gone, allowing the enemy to infiltrate his very lair. Verdun replied with a cold, emotionless face, uttering a chilling statement that he had incinerated everything to ashes. The professor trembled violently with anger and fear, unable to believe that a lone mage could wipe out his entire monster army so quickly. The professor stared in horror at the reflection in his glasses, asserting that the enemy before him was undoubtedly a dangerous rank 4 mage. He fell backward, his face drained of all color when pressed about the thing lying right beside him. The pervert's face twisted, and he affectionately called the hideous monster his life's masterpiece and his beloved child. The professor shrieked with exhilaration, then slammed his hand onto the red button, activating gluttony, the embodiment of endless evolution through devouring life. Verdun broke into a cold sweat, stunned by the madman's delusion, as he considered that monster the future of humanity. He swiftly deployed an offensive magic circle to silence the professor, who was enthusiastically lecturing about his evolutionary ideals. Verdun gritted his teeth bitterly, blaming himself for being a beat too slow to sever his wrist before the button was activated. A powerful surge of energy erupted, and the monster stepped out of the smoke with a menacing, glowing red body. Its sharp claws dug into the floor, emitting a dry, scraping sound, signaling that death had awakened. Verdun stood afar, observing the slime-covered monster, his eyes sharp and cold as he finally understood the enemy's true ambition. The professor lay sprawled on the floor, laughing maniacally, joyfully declaring that Verdun's mana would become nourishment for his beloved child. The monster revealed itself with glowing red eyes and a grin stretching to its ears, exuding a terrifying bloodlust. Drool dripped from its jagged teeth, and the monster uttered its first words in a hoarse, hungry voice. Verdun broke into a cold sweat, his eyes flickering intensely, as he hadn't expected an experimental product to possess the intelligence to communicate. The monster let out a horrifying roar, declaring its gnawing hunger as a crimson aura enveloped its body. It bared its sharp, slime-covered fangs, staring intently at its prey and greedily praising his delicious appearance. Verdun's eyes narrowed in tension as he heard the monster's direct death sentence, stating it would devour him immediately. A crash echoed as the monster's foot crushed the floor, and Verdun was astonished to realize it was using energy to enhance its body. The monster lunged like a red lightning bolt, making Verdun unable to believe that an artificial creature could employ advanced combat techniques. A sharp crack ripped through the air, and Verdun realized that this monster's speed and strength were far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Verdun calmly raised his shield to block the entire series of insidious attacks aimed at his blind spots, demonstrating his flawless defense. His professional instincts flared, and Verdun smirked, analyzing his opponent with keen interest, even as sweat beaded on his forehead from the battle's intensity. The monster didn't hesitate, darting forward at terrifying speed, intent on tearing its prey apart in an instant. It opened its wide, fanged mouth, clamping down on the defensive shield with a savage force capable of crushing scrap metal. Before it could gloat, the monster was flung away by Verdun, slamming against the wall, its limbs splayed helplessly like a frog. Verdun's eyes glowed with authority, coldly asserting the vast difference in class between him and this piece of trash. In that moment of dominance, his mind drifted back to the past, to his frantic research habits at the Magic Tower. The image of a teenage Verdun appeared, covered in blood and tears, his bloodshot eyes suppressing 7 years of rage as an experimental subject. After hours of torture on the operating table, he would drag his battered body back to the dark and cold prison cell. It was those bone-deep pains that forged his iron will, helping him perfect the reverse heaven theory to overturn his fate. The powerful impact slammed the monster against the cracked wall, but this was merely the prelude to the true wrath. The more enraged he became, the more Verdun's blue eyes glowed with deadly coldness, transforming his anger into pure combat energy. The cold mind of a seasoned warrior immediately extinguished all superfluous emotions, putting him into the most ruthless analytical state. This monster, called the Mortal, possessed physical strength comparable to mad orcs, a true killing machine trembling with excitement. Not only was it strong, but its recovery ability was also monstrous, as the sound of its bones snapping back into place echoed before its opponent's eyes. Its body was impossibly flexible and elastic, darting forward at wind-ripping speed, seeking an opening to attack. But to Verdun, all those advantages were mere child's play. His eyes gleamed with contempt for a defective product. Just as the monster's fanged mouth lunged to tear him apart, Verdun calmly used his magic staff to block the attack at extremely close range. With a decisive flick of his hand, he flung the miserably shrieking monster into the air like a bag of trash. Giving the enemy no chance to catch its breath, Verdun coldly activated the Earth Spear skill, summoning sharp stone spikes to impale his prey. Verdun looked down at the monster with utter disdain, calling it a fool for falling for such a basic trick. Without letting his opponent recover, he immediately activated Magic Arrow, raining down a deadly blue shower from above. The monster shrieked miserably as Verdun coldly assessed its skills to be far inferior to a squire's, unable to distinguish feints. To him, this thing was just a moving lump of flesh, attacking with crude strength and no tactical thinking. Thus, it was torn apart by magic. The monster's body was torn open, bloody and mangled, revealing its true form as a beast in human guise, being miserably tortured. Verdun delivered a crushing blow, accompanied by the cruel judgment that this weak piece of trash didn't deserve to be called a masterpiece. The professor stood frozen, drenched in sweat, his face twisted and his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. He panicked utterly as he realized his life's greatest pride, his greatest masterpiece, had been defeated and crumbled far too easily. Research documents flew everywhere, revealing the monster's cheating ability, absorbing the characteristics of its prey by devouring flesh. It should have been an endlessly evolving entity, growing stronger through its gluttony, but now it was merely a pathetic failure at Verdun's hands. The title of true neo-human echoed with bitter irony, as the most anticipated being was nothing but a pathetic failure before absolute power. The monster, once praised to the heavens, now lay trembling on the ground, proof of a humiliating and overwhelming defeat that couldn't be excused. The professor lay flat on the floor, his hands covered in blood, trying to deceive himself that his creation lost only because it had just awakened and hadn't had enough to eat to recover. A flicker of madness appeared in his eyes as he conceived the idea of sacrificing his own arm to the monster to turn the tables, kill the mage, and escape. The sound of Verdun's magic staff striking the floor sharply cut off the madman's delusional thoughts, accompanied by a demand to hand over the experiment log immediately. Verdun leaned down, his eyes sharp as razors, threatening to send the madman's beloved creation to meet its maker right then and there if he didn't get what he wanted. The professor scrambled to his feet, feigning submission, but in his mind, he calculated that a mage like Verdun would surely be interested in this research. He tremblingly offered the blood-stained diary, believing that the value of the cruel experiments within would be his free pass before his peers. Verdun quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the morbid notes and complex magic circles without a change in expression. The diary was tossed to the ground like trash, as Verdun coldly declared that he had no need for such a worthless item. The professor stared wide-eyed at his life's work being discarded like garbage, his voice trembling as he asked what his opponent was doing. He tried to salvage his life by asserting that the biological value of these documents was on par with the Bohemian magic tower, despite all ethical concerns. He stared at the magic seal on Verdun's body and wailed miserably, unable to understand why a mage would refuse such a lucrative offer. Verdun coldly activated his magic, his blue eyes glowing brightly as he concisely declared that such trash was not on his level. The professor panicked completely as he realized death was approaching, hastily pulling out the terrorist plans from the diary as a final trump card to buy his life. Verdun paused for a moment, intending to interrogate about the Ark organization and gluttony, but then clicked his tongue and dismissed it immediately, feeling it was no longer necessary. Sensing Jason rushing in like a gust of wind, Verdun realized that his time for playing around and extracting information was over. To avoid trouble and complications with the authorities, he decided to clean up the scene immediately before the knight could see anything. Verdun raised his staff, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, even as the professor cried out, desperately begging for a chance to live. The incinerate skill was activated, turning the entire room and the mad scientist into ash, while Verdun turned his back and walked away proudly. Jason rushed to the scene, out of breath, stammering questions about whether Sir Asher was harmed after the explosion. Verdun maintained a calm expression amidst the flames, confirmed he was fine, then turned to ask about the assassin to divert attention. The knight gave an awkward laugh, boasting about hitting the enemy's flank to cover up the harsh truth that he had let the target escape. Seeing Jason's roundabout explanation, Verdun knew perfectly well that the vice-captain was incompetent and had let a juicy target get away. He ignored the knight and focused on the map he had just acquired, his sharp eyes beginning to scan the terrain details. While Jason was bewildered, wondering about the smoldering ashes, Verdun had already identified the terrain on the map as the area around Martes. All his attention was drawn to the bright red cross deep in the forest, marking a highly suspicious enemy coordinate. Suddenly, a pounding headache struck, causing Verdun to stagger, clutching his forehead as his vision began to waver. Cold sweat broke out. He quickly realized his body was rebelling, signaling symptoms of mana depletion after his reckless spellcasting. Pushing the pain aside, Verdun decided to temporarily set aside his analysis and retreat to the city before he collapsed midway. A few days after the professor boss was eliminated, the city of Martez appeared peaceful on the surface, but was actually seething with hidden unrest. Henry Dacre turned purple with rage, screaming furiously as he confirmed the scale of the damned underground vault left behind by the villains. The knights were ordered to cordon off the scene and fill the pit, but for Verdun, these trivial matters were no longer important. The only thing he cared about right now was the pile of magic circuit stimulant vials scattered on the floor after his intense doping session. Verdun was playing with death, forcing his body to absorb the medicinal power, causing the veins on his back to bulge green, shortening decades of cultivation to mere weeks. He panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain as he endured the sky-piercing pain from this brutal forced advancement process. Verdun looked up with sharp, determined eyes, declaring that it was time to move on to the next phase of his revenge plan. A system notification appeared, confirming that he had officially broken through to mid-rank 3 of the elemental magic system, his power skyrocketing. The flickering candle burned in the dark night, signaling a new storm silently approaching from the true masterminds. In the blood-red room, Valdek sat regally on a high chair, holding a wineglass, and coldly inquired about the professor's death. Valdek raised the red wineglass in his hand, viewing the professor's death as merely removing a troublesome burden for the organization. His eyes glowed with interest as he realized that the one who had dealt with his subordinate was the rising mage, Asher. Valdek lightly squeezed the wineglass with an arrogant smile, declaring that he would personally meet this tough young man to see what he was capable of. At the Martez Knights training grounds, the sunlight was abundant, but the atmosphere was heating up due to someone's training. Verdun swung his heavy staff as if performing a spear dance, unleashing powerful, wind-splitting strikes with great force in the training ground. While training, he recalled the clue about the secret location marked in the Mad Doctor's diary. It was an underground vault cleverly disguised beneath the roots of an ancient tree deep in the forest, requiring a mechanism to be unlocked to enter. Inside that dark lair, there was nothing but dust and rats, with no signs of human activity whatsoever. The only spoils he obtained were a sharp-toothed seal and the hide of the incredibly tough Mokbat beast. Verdun was annoyed that he couldn't find information about the gluttony organization, ignoring the surrounding soldiers who were whispering criticisms about his amateurish staff-wielding technique. Verdun was muttering, calculating the value of the expensive beast hides he had just acquired, when a soldier interrupted his thoughts. The soldier briefly announced that the mayor wished to meet the hero immediately at the city hall. In the luxurious living room, Henry Dacre expressed his profound gratitude, while Verdun flawlessly played the role of a humble young man. Thanks to the clues Verdun provided, the guard squad swept through and apprehended the remaining terrorists hiding in the city. Henry Dacre sighed helplessly, clutching his forehead, because the prisoners were all money-crazed lunatics, yielding no valuable information. Verdun chuckled and agreed to keep his achievements secret to maintain public peace. But in his mind, he was constantly calculating his next moves. He fully understood that without an official guild card, reputation was the only key for him to earn money and advance. With the title of Savior Mage he had just acquired, he was aiming for more lucrative opportunities in the upcoming Pethi territory. Henry Dacre stood up and invited him to follow, revealing the real reason he had to suppress this incident: to protect his assets. The massive underground vault door rumbled open, revealing a treasury filled with items confiscated from criminals and prohibited goods. Verdun's eyes widened in surprise as he heard Henry Dacre introduce this as the city's vault of precious magical items. The generous mayor declared his reward for his efforts was the freedom to choose any item from the vault he desired. Looking around the immense treasury, Verdun secretly calculated that this windfall could adequately compensate for the troubles he had just experienced on the mission. Henry Dacre spoke enthusiastically about the collection, even introducing famous mithril swords that easily resonated with magic or aura. He pointed to a display case filled with various magical weapons and artifacts, telling him to take his time and examine if anything caught his eye. Verdun clicked his tongue in disappointment upon seeing that the mithril item was a sword, as opportunities to find rare magical artifacts were much harder than grinding for reputation. He offered to inspect the goods himself, which made Henry Dacre's eyes widen in surprise at this special ability, but he happily agreed immediately. He activated Appraise on the Sprout staff, but the meager stats for increased casting speed and reduced earth elemental mana consumption left him disheartened. Next was the magic robe with mediocre slash and fire resistance. He judged it to be even worse than the robe he was currently wearing. Finally, There was the recovery ring that helped regenerate wounds and stamina. But Verdun dejectedly realized that none of the trash items here were good enough for him to replace his current gear. Verdun dejectedly calculated whether he should just take the mithril sword and sell it for cash, while Henry Dacre stood behind him, observing with curiosity. He picked up a green metal bracelet with strange circuit-like engravings to examine it. Verdun frowned in confusion when his appraise skill proved completely useless on this item, indicating it wasn't a normal magical artifact. Seeing his esteemed guest hesitate, Henry Dacre generously told him to take his time choosing, as there was no need to rush. Taking the words to heart, Verdun unceremoniously asked for a little more time to thoroughly search the vault. The sun gradually set behind the mountains, signaling that he had spent an entire long afternoon meticulously scouring the mayor's treasure vault. Henry Dacre was sweating profusely, tiredly urging him to choose quickly, as it was getting dark, secretly complaining that this guy was inspecting items way too thoroughly. Finally, Verdun settled on a protection necklace, capable of automatically activating a mana shield when attacked. The mayor scratched his head, warning that this item was flawed because it consumed mana more terribly than self-casting spells, but Verdun calmly asserted it was no problem. Henry Dacre was still sweating profusely, feeling guilty that this meager, flawed gift was not worthy of the hero's contributions. Seeing the reward was a bit paltry, Henry Dacre generously threw in the ring Verdun had just eyed to save face for the city. Verdun feigned surprise and asked again to confirm, while the mayor chuckled, affirming that Martes's hero deserved more loot. When asked if he intended to leave immediately, the young man switched to friendly mode and announced he would be staying in Martes for a while longer. Holding the spoils of war, Verdun's inner thoughts immediately turned serious, as he had a mandatory mission to complete here. Henry Dacre promised his full support before bidding farewell to his esteemed guest, as night fell, signaling the story's transition to a new map. In the mining area of Byron territory, the harsh clang of metal echoed through the dark space, signaling a tough night's work. A miner was swinging his pickaxe with all his might into the rock face, diligently toiling away in the dead of night to earn a living. While enthusiastically digging, he suddenly froze, his face changing color and cold sweat breaking out as he discovered a strange object beneath the earth and rocks. He screamed in terror, realizing that what he had just unearthed was a stark white human skull lying isolated. The bald miner colleague next to him looked annoyed, grumbling that his friend was overreacting to a few bones that were a common sight here. The miner fell backward onto the ground, his face drained of all color, as he realized the skull was as hard as steel, unaffected even by a pickaxe strike. Despite the heavy blow, the damn skull remained completely intact, causing the miners to suspect it was cursed. The bald miner brushed aside his colleague's fear, ordering his comrades to pick up their tools and continue digging so they could go home early. The young man in overalls trembled uncontrollably, stammering and pointing behind the bald man to warn of the rising danger. While the bald man was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, the skull behind him burst into purple flames, emanating an ominous aura. The dry skeleton instantly reassembled, its crimson eyes glowing brightly, signaling the emergence of the bloodthirsty undead. The entire mine erupted in chaos, and the bald man screamed, ordering an evacuation as the monster began to slaughter the weak. Fresh blood splattered onto the rock face as the monster swung its sword, finishing off an unfortunate victim in the darkness. News of the disaster spread rapidly, confirming that the Biron mine had fallen and become the domain of fiery skeleton zombies. The situation turned red alert when a black-armored Death Knight appeared, leading an immortal army that spread terror throughout the region. The guards tried to calm the situation, but the gruesome accounts of the survivors had caused fear to engulf the entire territory. News of the tragedy in Biron spread like wildfire, causing even seasoned adventurers to buzz with discussion. A messenger rushed back to Martes, reporting the urgent situation, which made Oscar and Jason turn pale and sweat profusely due to its severity. Myrna couldn't hide her surprise, turning to Mild and Loke to ask why Verdun and Iris had suddenly become unusually close. It turned out Verdun was taking advantage of Iris's knowledge, asking her to meticulously teach him how to use enhancement magic. A grueling month passed, and Verdun had completely transformed, his gaze now more resolute, cold, and sharp than before. The clear blue sky marked exactly 1 month of false peace since the mad professor was eliminated. Verdun began his combat test with a green-skinned orc, growling ferociously in the forest. He activated power enhancement, and a burst of energy made his muscles ripple, ready for a direct confrontation with the monster. Continuing to buff with reflex enhancement and perception enhancement, Verdun glided like the wind, outplaying his opponent in an instant. Verdun activated shield enchantment, covering his spear, and a layer of blue energy glowed brightly like an arrogant declaration of war. He poured all his strength into activating mana focus in his fist, unleashing an explosive punch that left the monster no time to react. Verdun landed coolly as the orc's massive corpse crashed to the ground. He affirmed that this skill was now perfected for actual combat. Iris froze completely, unable to believe her eyes as she watched a mage punch an orc unconscious with bare hands in just 13 seconds. Watching Verdun shine brightly after the battle, she wondered how such an absurdly powerful individual could exist. Verdun turned and walked away, thanking Iris for the effective lessons, his demeanor cool and perfectly professional. Iris frantically waved her hands, denying any credit, asserting that her senior was too much of a genius and could easily be just as powerful by self-study. She blushed furiously, confessing that if Verdun hadn't helped when her spellbooks burned, she wouldn't have been able to learn enhancement magic. Looking at Verdun's flawlessly handsome face, Iris wondered why someone so perfect in both appearance and character had no interest in romance. She blurted out a question about her senior's gender, but Verdun gave a nonsensical answer about his physical condition, causing Iris to frantically explain herself in utter embarrassment. Iris was so embarrassed that she fled into the forest, running and shouting for her senior not to misunderstand such a terrible thing. While the mage was still frantically gesturing and explaining in despair behind him, Verdun was suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Verdun startled and turned back with a wary expression when he heard someone respectfully address him by his alias, Asher. Standing before him was Oscar, the middle-aged, bearded man, who served as the guildmaster of the Martes Adventurers Guild. Without beating around the bush, the guildmaster went straight to the point. He had traveled all this way to make an urgent request. Verdun narrowed his eyes, assessing his opponent, recalling that this man was the one who had investigated his wrongful case, and vaguely guessing the reason for this meeting. The narrative shifted to a tense war situation as an undead army, numerous as ants, unexpectedly rose in the mining area of the neighboring Viron territory. These skeleton monsters overwhelmed the local defense forces with their sheer numbers, causing them to fall and cry out for urgent aid. The situation became even more dire as rumors of a disease curse spread, causing even the bravest swordsman to falter before the blade of death. No one dared to accept this suicidal mission, so Oscar had no choice but to swallow his pride and seek out Asher, having heard of his single-handed prevention of a horrific terrorist attack. Verdun clicked his tongue and accepted the mission, his wallet utterly empty after his recent spending spree, and the carriage began to roll out of the city gates. He strode confidently through the crowd, his mind calculating how to kill two birds with one stone, earning money and gaining more reputation for his alias. The common folk whispered about the eccentric mage who preferred muscles over magic when they saw Verdun walking with Guildmaster Oscar. Iris suddenly appeared from behind with a radiant smile, inquiring about some false rumors, forcing Verdun to feign innocence despite knowing everything. Verdun narrowed his eyes, wondering why her entire group dared to dive into this death-wreaking mission that everyone else avoided like the plague. The blue-haired mage chuckled, dismissing the nonsensical rumors about an undead curse that faint-hearted apprentices often fabricated. Iris revealed her pragmatic nature by brazenly declaring that her group was only tagging along to leech off some reputation, making her two teammates, Mild and Loke, so embarrassed they wished they could disappear into the ground. Myrna blushed furiously, unable to help but shouted her team leader to stop proudly boasting about such a shameful habit of freeloading. Verdun couldn't help but laugh, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips at the unstable internal comedy of these silver-rank adventurers. The carriage silently advanced into the dense forest under a clear blue sky, carrying Verdun's hopes for a lucrative hunting trip, just as promised. A day after their departure, the carriage carrying the group steadily advanced deep into dangerous territory. While Iris and her companions remained seated in the carriage, Verdun showed off by using flight magic to hover outside all day, astonishing everyone with his bottomless mana pool. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Iris turned to Myrna, probing about the seemingly intimate and ambiguous relationship between the archer girl and the monster Verdun. Myrna's face flushed crimson, sweat pouring down like a stream, as she stammered out a senior and junior excuse to cover up her excessive admiration. The archer girl recalled the moment Verdun descended like a god, hovering in midair, saving the entire group from the jaws of death in the previous mission. Verdun's cold blue eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. He had sensed the enemy's presence from a distance. Iris still wouldn't let it go, speculating about them attending the same school, forcing Myrna to frantically explain that he was a teacher, even though their ages weren't far apart. Their casual conversation was cut short when Conrad frantically announced a horde of undead blocking the road and pursuing civilians ahead. Without waiting for orders, Verdun shouted that he would rush in to assist first, then shot off like an arrow, leaving the carriage behind. Looking down from above at the swarming undead hunting the villagers, Verdun showed no fear, only a smirk, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to level up and test his skills. Verdun placed his hand on the spellbook, tucked at his hip, his eyes full of anticipation, eager to test the results of his enhancement magic and the hot item he had just acquired. This was the Magic Tower's signature spellbook, which he had quickly borrowed, a high-grade toy requiring its user to reach advanced rank 3 to even touch. The book opened, radiating a brilliant aura, a treasure that any mage would drool over due to its rarity and difficulty to find. While others only used scraps, Verdun possessed an unopened original copy, further enhanced by him with a permanent connection matrix to optimize its power. The moment for real combat had arrived. Verdun activated his terrain manipulation skill, turning the entire area into his personal stage to display his overwhelming power. The ground violently shook as colossal blue energy pillars erupted, sweeping away the pitch-black undead below, turning them into rubble in an instant. The panicked villagers ran for their lives, screaming for help in despair as they saw rocks exploding and bones flying everywhere around them. Verdun concentrated intensely, his glowing blue eyes full of power, his hand tightly controlling the flow of mana to crush every enemy in sight. The mindless skeleton monsters were thrown into a deep pit with a rattling sound, their dry bodies shattering under the terrifying pressure of the magic. Not stopping there, he continued with an air rail combo combined with flame, preparing to incinerate the remaining remnants. Verdun activated Blast from above, unleashing a devastating blow carrying terrifying heat to sweep the battlefield clean. The skull of the unfortunate undead cracked open and burst into raging magic flames. An entire horde of skeleton monsters was incinerated into dust in a sea of blazing red fire, unable to resist. Mild and Loke's group stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this monster still had mana to spam such powerful skills after maintaining flight magic since yesterday. Verdun landed gracefully like a god, magic staff in hand, his cloak fluttering majestically after his incredibly stylish descent. He secretly gloated, seeing that the combination of earth magic from the spellbook and the enormous mana from Reverse Heaven had produced results beyond expectation. Looking at the ruins before him, Verdun nodded in satisfaction, affirming that all his hard work and leveling up had finally paid off. Iris' face paled, drenched in cold sweat. She realized Verdun's skill level had far surpassed rank 3, and he had surely reached the power threshold of a rank 4 mage. While engrossed in her analysis, the mage flinched when cold, bony fingers unexpectedly reached out from behind her neck. A ferocious, red-eyed undead lunged from her blind spot, baring its jagged teeth, intending to seize the unsuspecting Iris. A giant axe blade suddenly descended from above with immense force, severing the bony hand that was about to ambush Iris, just in the nick of time. Iris and Mild froze for 5 seconds, drenched in sweat as they witnessed the terrifying power that had just saved them, while Verdun maintained a poker face behind them. A close-up showed the glittering platinum necklace on the neck of the giant who had just appeared, accompanied by a thunderous roar asking what the hell was going on. A nearby adventurer's face turned pale, trembling as he recognized the platinum card and the distinctive battle axe of the living legend. The muscular man, carrying a massive axe on his shoulder, arrogantly challenged the stunned crowd, asking if the cat had gotten their tongues. He roared in fury, his face contorted with killing intent, demanding to know where his plump prey had all disappeared to. The newcomer's identity horrified everyone: Galliac the Butcher, a notorious name in the adventurer world. Iris trembled uncontrollably, stammering to explain to the giant that if he was looking for the undead, they had already been completely wiped out. Galliac's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe his ears upon hearing that an entire large army had been completely cleared out without a single one remaining. The butcher's sharp gaze swept across the scene, secretly assessing what monster could have wiped out an undead legion without shedding a drop of blood. Galliac narrowed his eyes suspiciously, secretly evaluating whether the scrawny kid in front of him had the skill to take down an entire army. Heavy footsteps pounded the ground as the giant strode closer, exerting pressure on his prey. Galliac imperiously addressed the gray-haired one, demanding to know if he was indeed the one responsible for this battlefield. Verdun didn't bother to explain, his blue eyes flashing with a sharp gaze, accompanied by a gunpowder-laced reply that challenged the big guy. The butcher was stunned by such arrogant defiance, his neck veins bulging as he emphasized that he was here on a mission, not for a stroll. He thrust his face close to Verdun's, growling with hatred for having his livelihood snatched right from under his nose. Galliac radiated surging killing intent, firmly declaring that Verdun would pay a heavy price for daring to interfere with his spoils. Verdun shrugged dismissively, then leaped onto a high rock, sarcastically wanting to see what equivalent price the other guy demanded. Galliac looked up, secretly praising his opponent's tactical thinking for knowing how to properly widen the distance, just like a mage. Looking into Verdun's cold, fearless eyes, the butcher realized this madman genuinely wanted to duel him one-on-one. Galliac grinned widely, his eyes shining like headlights, showing extreme delight at the stubborn prey who dared to talk back to him. Mild screamed in terror, warning Verdun not to be foolish, while Iris was utterly bewildered by the danger posed by that big guy. The butcher's reputation was no joke. He was famous everywhere for his terrifying strength and volatile temper. His glorious past included drunken rampages, even crippling a knight who dared to stand in the way of his madness. Iris was utterly shocked to learn that he had committed such a serious crime, yet the guild turned a blind eye and did not punish him. Goad, the bespectacled mage from the enemy team, stepped forward to confirm the harsh truth. The guild needed the butcher's strength more than justice. He calmly explained that rules didn't apply to those holding platinum rank, and the guild knew this well, which was why they tolerated him. Narian, the archer accompanying them, reminded Goad to quickly stop that mad beast to avoid major trouble later if they escalated things here. Goad raised a hand to block Galliac's chest, advising the big guy to calm down, as the other group might just be on a regular commissioned mission. Galliac clicked his tongue in annoyance, but still uttered a cruel threat, planning to kill everyone and blame it on an undead monster attack to cover his tracks. Goad pushed up his glasses with an arrogant air, dismissively judging his opponent's confidence as mere empty boasting. The four-eyed mage unleashed a warning spell, releasing a sky-filling stream of purple mana to teach the newcomer his place. Verdun's expression remained unchanged. He inwardly scoffed, deeming this so-called mana pressure to be, at best, mid-rank 3, utterly pathetic. He recognized this technique as merely crude mana discharge and immediately counterattacked, forcing all the soldiers and Narian to their knees, gasping for air. Verdun's blue eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. He decided to end this dull greeting. Galliac stood stunned, watching Goad lie unconscious on the ground, sweat beginning to stream down the butcher's forehead. He was startled to realize that Goad, who was no pushover, had been knocked out by mana pressure, proving the opponent was much stronger than expected. Verdun landed proudly in a brilliant blue aura, asserting his superior class compared to the mediocre adventurers. Galliac looked up at the hovering figure with a respectful gaze, growling as he asked for the mysterious mage's identity. Verdun coldly stated his name as Asher, his eyes glowing with authority, sending shivers down his enemies' spines. Galliac smirked mockingly, issuing a challenge to meet his opponent again in Viron territory. The battle ended swiftly, and the entire army advanced into the city amidst a heavy atmosphere. Enoch and Iris exhaled, drenched in sweat, as the delayed journey had exhausted the entire team. Verdun walked on coldly, ignoring Iris and her group, who were trembling behind him for having offended a platinum rank adventurer. A new day began, signaling the fierce battles that were about to unfold. Lord Farnod von Viron stood before the mansion, solemnly thanking the forces that had answered the summons. The Viron cavalry was neatly equipped on horseback, ready to advance to the death mine. The Luas Order, in their pristine white robes, also joined the battle with the goal of purifying the hideous undead. Galliac roared, ordering his teammates to preserve their lives, displaying the authoritative demeanor of a leader. Verdun stood beside Enoch with a cold expression, officially departing with the Martez reinforcement team. Galliac cast a meaningful glance at Verdun, while the young mage maintained a cold, emotionless expression. The butcher bared his white teeth in a sneer, taunting his opponent about whether he was so scared he'd wet his pants. Enoch anxiously tried to intervene, but Verdun calmly replied that he wouldn't strike first unless bitten, prioritizing clearing monsters above all else. The battlefield erupted with thunderous cheers, signaling the official start of the slaughter. A heavy weapon descended with terrifying speed, tearing through the air and creating a dreadful shockwave. The soldiers shouted orders to each other, aiming straight for the skeleton's skulls, the clanging sound of weapons crushing bones echoing sharply. The strategy was meticulously deployed. The front line blocked the monster's recovery, while mages and priests provided fire support from the rear. A priest from the Lewis Order screamed in alarm upon discovering a blood golem, ordering a full military retreat. The crimson monster, with a body immune to ordinary swords, loomed into view like a nightmare, defying all physical attacks. The formation broke, soldiers frantically fleeing before the giant monster's ground-shaking stomp. Galliac descended from above like a god of war, his fists clenched, aiming straight for the target with overwhelming momentum. He landed with a thud directly on the monster, disdainfully remarking that his opponent was just a cheap blood golem. This battle maniac declared it was just a light warm-up, then lunged to tear apart his prey with extreme exhilaration. A terrifying punch imbued with raw power struck down, creating an energy explosion that blew away the monster's physical defenses. The blood golem's slimy body burst open, splattering across the arena with a gruesome squelching sound. Galliac used pure brute strength to tear the monster's head from its body, then hoisted it high like a trophy. Lord Viron broke out in a cold sweat, admiring the butcher's one-punch killing power, but immediately became bewildered by his next inexplicable action. Galliac flashed a wild, bloodthirsty grin, clutching the monster's bleeding head as if he had just found a new toy. He swung his arm, throwing the crimson mass with terrifying force, causing the crowd to scream in panic at his madness. The chunk of flesh whizzed past Verdun with wind-tearing speed, but he remained motionless, coldly observing his opponent's antics with his magic staff in hand. Verdun glanced at the flying flesh with disdain, offering a cold remark about his opponent's crude behavior. Galliac laughed maniacally, pointing directly at Verdun and shouting for him to unleash his true power, instead of playing the role of a weak scholar. The battle maniac stomped the golem's corpse underfoot to assert dominance, his aura blazing as if he wanted to devour his prey immediately. Without further ado, Verdun retaliated with terrain manipulation magic, causing the ground to explode and sharp rock formations to rise, attacking his enemy. Not stopping there, his blue eyes flashed with killing intent, and he immediately added a massive fireball to the combo to roast his opponent. The two magic currents collided, creating a terrifying explosion with a sky-shattering roar, incinerating everything within range and obscuring vision. Iris and her companions gaped, utterly panicked as they witnessed Verdun perform double casting, unleashing two grand spells consecutively with lightning speed. Galliac burst out of the sea of flames with extreme exhilaration, praising Verdun for looking soft but striking with brutal force and cruelty. The butcher's battle instincts surged powerfully. He grinned wildly, baring his white teeth, thrilled to have found a worthy opponent to relieve his stress. Verdun clicked his tongue in regret that the previous attack hadn't finished off this madman, his eyes still coldly calculating how resilient this guy was. The slaughter race began, Verdun activating a fire matrix that incinerated everything, declaring that whoever killed more would win. Thanks to the two monsters tearing up the map, the main army advanced to the entrance of the Viron mine, without shedding a single drop of blood. Due to the narrow terrain, only the most elite group, including Iris and the selected commanders, were chosen to proceed deeper inside. Galliac laughed heartily, patting Verdun's shoulder and praising his decent fighting skills, but adding that he was still green compared to him. Gode watched the scene from afar with a bitter expression, not understanding why the crude team leader was so interested in Verdun. He shivered, recalling the moment Verdun had crushed him to the floor with mana pressure, unable to lift his head. In that terrifying memory, Gode clearly remembered the feeling of helplessness when facing his opponent's mana pressure skill. Verdun's blazing blue eyes, filled with killing intent at that moment, seemed to pierce through the enemy's very soul. The most terrifying thing was that Verdun had controlled the mana flow with extreme precision to suppress only Gode amidst the crowd. Gode glanced at Verdun with suspicion, firmly asserting that this guy couldn't possibly be just a rank 3 mage, as his record stated. Verdun clicked his tongue in annoyance, silently cursing Galliac as a troublesome bastard after his show of dominance. Viron soldiers were ordered to block the cave entrance, yielding the narrow space ahead to the main force. Galliac stretched, flexing his muscles, offered a casual good luck, then swaggered in, leading his subordinates and the Lewis order ahead. Verdun narrowed his eyes, assessing Nerian, the scout from Galliac's team, who was taking the vanguard position to clear the path. She moved deftly, truly befitting a gold rank, continuously detecting potential threats in the shadows. Nerian lunged, swiftly finishing off a skeleton with her dagger, her assassination technique precise and flawless. Iris and Mild's group also coordinated seamlessly, demonstrating the absolute synergy of a professional team. Just as everything was going smoothly, Verdun's eyes suddenly sharpened as his intuition told him something was amiss. A thick, dark purple death aura emanated from deep within the mine, making Verdun shiver with extreme vigilance. Enoch suddenly shouted, ordering a halt as he realized the formation had entered a dead end in the mine. Verdun considered using mana to scan the entire mine but feared alerting the Lich, the final boss, while the Lewis order behind him trembled, reassuring each other with faint prayers. Iris noticed her teammates' unusual tension, so she cautiously approached, asking if anything was wrong with Asher. Galliac appeared with a sinister smile, excitedly asking if Asher shared his perception of the strong scent of death emanating from the area. The butcher confidently asserted that an extremely powerful undead was lurking nearby, which made him far more interested than his initial purpose of a stroll. Verdun admitted that the madman's intuition was spot on, and he immediately sternly ordered Iris to stay close behind him once the battle began to ensure her safety. Despite Iris' extreme bewilderment about the hidden monster, Verdun kept his sharp gaze fixed on the darkness, admitting that he himself didn't know the enemy's identity yet. The front suddenly became chaotic as the soldiers discovered a strange light emanating from the end of the tunnel, frantically warning each other not to act rashly. Verdun strode forward to check the situation, and a commanding soldier immediately recognized him, preparing to report the matter. The soldier hastily explained that while sweeping the auxiliary passages to ensure safety, they had accidentally discovered the mysterious light source. A blinding and eerie white light emanated from deep within the cave, as if inviting the curious to step into a death trap. Verdun frowned in doubt, uttering a rhetorical question, as by normal logic, this mine shouldn't have any other exit. An absurdly dazzling light burst forth from the dark depths of the earth, signaling a mysterious space beyond expectation. The soldiers gaped, their faces drained of color, wondering in shock what on earth was appearing before their eyes. Galliac led the fierce group, including Verdun and Iris's team, as they collectively advanced into the new area with tense expressions. Before them was an ancient crypt reeking of death, where an armored skeleton sat regally on a throne amidst piles of white bones. The entire group was startled to realize that the gleaming golden emblem on the monster's chest was none other than the royal crest of the Estria kingdom. The area map appeared in Verdun's mind, reminding him of the sensitive location of the Riviante territory where he was currently hiding. The appearance of Estria's remnants in this land, which had declared independence, was an extremely perplexing historical paradox fraught with danger. Gode broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he analyzed the abnormality of the royal markings, vaguely realizing that this place was not as simple as it seemed. The four-eyed mage gritted his teeth, utterly furious that his specialized intelligence-gathering skills had missed this crucial information, making him feel humiliated in front of his boss, Galliac. Gode gritted his teeth in resentment, silently vowing never to lose face again because of such a damaging false report. Galliac cracked his knuckles, a confident, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face, intending to rush forward and smash the monster to quickly resolve the issue. Gode hastily interrupted the butcher's excitement, volunteering to take on this solo challenge to regain some of his plummeting credibility. The four-eyed mage adjusted his glasses with a flourish, boldly declaring that he would personally handle this insignificant undead without his boss needing to bother. The priests of the Luas order immediately obeyed, beginning to channel their power to cast a purification spell to help their teammates clear the evil aura. Verdun observed from the sidelines, narrowing his eyes, suspecting the opponent was a Death Knight, and calculating a strategy to use holy magic to chip away at its health first. Layers of ancient dust began to fall from the old armor, and the monster's skull subtly shifted, signaling an ill omen. Gode wasted no words, immediately unleashing his stone strike, summoning a magic circle to deliver a preemptive strike upon the target to showcase his skill. The skeleton's deep eye socket suddenly glowed with an eerie red light, emitting a dense killing intent that chilled the surrounding space. Verdun was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, and immediately took a defensive stance as he sensed the terrifying surge of power that had just erupted from the throne. The monster's eye sockets glowed blood red, signaling that slaughter mode had officially been activated. Gode broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, as he realized his preemptive strike was completely useless. Galliac tried to rush in to tank, but the boss's bony hand seized his arm like a chick. The monster swung its arm powerfully, sending rocks and dirt flying, its speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, terrifying everyone. Seeing that overpowering movement, everyone suspected it was a Death Knight, a heavy-class boss capable of wiping out an entire team. Verdun immediately corrected the clueless ones, asserting that this was a Wailing Knight, making the priest gape in fear. Although weaker than a Death Knight in a 1v1, the red aura surrounding it showed that it was not to be underestimated. The most terrifying thing was its ability to cast unholy buffs and command all the surrounding undead to gang up and attack. Verdun tapped his staff lightly on the ground, concluding the simple strategy. Focus firepower to eliminate the mastermind immediately. His staff glowed brilliantly, preparing to unleash a holy magic spell to purify this arrogant boss. Verdun coldly declared that he would restructure the entire terrain of this area to neutralize the enemy's numerical advantage. Iris froze, sweat pouring down her like rain as she witnessed this war mage's insane intention. The ground shook violently, Verdun calmly standing at the epicenter, as the terrain was torn apart and raised and lowered at his will. Galliac roared in resentment, suspecting Asher was playing tricks to monopolize the lucrative boss for himself. Verdun calmly explained that once they went down there, everyone would get their share, so there was no need to fight over it. He reassured the butcher, Galliac, that there would be more than enough monsters down there for him to hack and slash until his arms ached. A group of floating skeletal mages appeared from the magic circle, immediately targeted by Iris, Mild, and Narian's group. Verdun pointed, assigning tasks. leaving the small fry for his teammates to handle, freeing up his hands for the main task. He stepped forward alone to face the boss, standing high above, his gaze firm and unwavering. The Wailing Knight revealed itself with blood-red eye sockets, exuding the terrifying killing intent of a crypt ruler. The Wailing Knight looked down at its prey with blood-red, murderous eyes, its teeth gnashing menacingly. It glided with terrifying speed, leaving a blazing red streak that tore through the dark dungeon space. Verdun didn't flinch, his sapphire eyes glowing brightly as he activated a state of high concentration to read his opponent. He stepped back to create a safe distance, his left hand drawing a magic circle to activate multiple fire missiles as a greeting. A massive explosion erupted as the holy flames incinerated the undead's fatal weakness, light bursting forth blindingly. The monster furiously charged through the sea of fire like a tank, and Verdun smirked, deciding to go all in. Just as the knight swung its greatsword down from above, Verdun calmly activated his signature skill, dual casting. A barrage of burning arrows was unleashed with terrifying heat, piercing straight into the charging target. The Wailing Knight took a direct hit, its body smoking profusely, yet it stubbornly charged forward with a growl in its throat. Spotting an opening, Verdun condensed the flames into a brilliant flame lance in his hand and shouted, "This is my chance." Verdun wasted no words, slamming the flame lance skill directly into his opponent's face, causing the flames to erupt violently and engulf the target. The wound on the boss's chest glowed like embers, but its thick armor still refused to break, truly a high-quality item. Taking the full magical blow, it was only pushed back a few steps. The sheer resilience of this Wailing Knight was no joke, surprising even Verdun. Before he could catch his breath, Verdun had to strain to block a sword strike weighing 1,000 pounds with his magic staff, as the monster fiercely counterattacked, accompanied by a harsh clang of metal. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the boss' physical strength was immense. If he blocked incorrectly, his mana shield would shatter, and head suffer immediate backlash. Verdun knew well that losing his shield now would be disastrous, while the monster continued to roar furiously, charging to claim his life. Quick as a flash, Verdun changed tactics, unleashing a combo of Water Wave and East Wind directly at its face to blind its vision and reduce its speed. Not letting the pace of the battle drop, his signature skill, dual casting, was immediately activated on the brightly glowing magic circle. Frost breath swept through, instantly transforming the ferocious monster into a mobile block of ice, locking its every movement. Verdun delivered the finishing blow with icy eyes, declaring that if fire wasn't enough, he'd crush it with sheer weight, activating Triple Earth Lance to finish it off. Verdun activated Mana Focus, channeling all his energy into the icy spearhead to maximize its destructive power. The Earth Lance struck directly into the Wailing Knight's cracked skull, seemingly sending this stubborn boss to its demise. Suddenly, a crimson memory flashed in the monster's mind, accompanied by an eerie whisper. "Go back. I must leave." The Wailing Knight let out a terrifying roar, erupting with a blazing red energy from within, shattering the icy seal. Verdun's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down as he realized his finishing blow was not only blocked but also sent flying. It wasn't just blocking. The monster had officially transformed into a new form with spiky red and black energy armor that exuded suffocating pressure just by looking at it. At this critical moment, Verdun clutched his head bitterly, realizing his mana bar was completely depleted, turning the tide into a disaster. He hastily slid down the cliff face to dodge the blazing red energy slash that had just cleaved the mountainside, muttering curses as he was about to be wiped out. Verdun landed awkwardly, leaning on his staff and panting, his face pale from exhaustion and the loss of his ability to counterattack. Before he could recover, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, and a series of sharp spikes erupted, pursuing him and turning his escape route into a death trap. Galliac charged in like a mad beast, delivering an armored punch that blocked the attack of the shadow figure, attempting a sneak attack. The butcher's face was covered in blood, but his mouth still roared wildly, swearing he wouldn't give up the main course to anyone, dead or alive. The impact was so strong that it sent the bony monster flying backward into the air, then plummeting into the abyss like a piece of junk. A pair of feet landed firmly amidst the rubble, dust flying everywhere, signaling the return of the heavy hitters to the battle. Gode stood panting next to his bearded comrade, beginning to boast about surviving 3 high-level undead thanks to Narion. The bearded man chuckled insincerely, flattering Gode and praising him as fully capable of standing among Galliac's ranks. Iris broke out in a cold sweat, interrupting the men's self-congratulatory banter. She looked up, anxiously asking about the situation of Asher's group. Myrna frowned, pointing and scolding her older sister for meddling, reminding her that the top priority now was to find a quick escape. The entire adventurer group looked up at the sheer cliff face in despair, fully understanding that if Asher fell, they would all be buried alive here. Before they could collect themselves, the ground shook violently, and a strange sound echoed, making everyone utter a terrified question. The ground shook violently, and rocks from the cave ceiling collapsed, signaling the appearance of true monsters. Galliac plunged down from above like a living meteor, letting out a wild roar to greet the boss below. The butcher channeled all his muscular strength into his right arm, unleashing a furious uppercut. The Wailing Knight took the full force of the devastating punch, and the impact energy exploded, scattering the black aura around its body. The two berserkers faced each other at extremely close range, the boss blazing red eyes clashing with Galliac's surging killing intent. Without flinching, the boss swung its colossal greatsword, creating crimson energy streaks that tore through space. Galliac glared, tensing his muscles to prepare for the enemy's counterattack, weighing 1,000 pounds. The greatsword struck the ground with a terrifying crash, creating a tremor that threatened to collapse the entire cave. Dust flew everywhere, and Galliac was thrown far back but still maintained his guard against the boss's overwhelming power. From within the dust cloud, Asher emerged with the demeanor of a god, causing his subordinates above to shout his name in extreme admiration. Asher landed gently beside the blood-soaked butcher, lightly teasing him about still having the strength to get up instead of resting. Asher ordered them to concentrate fully as the Wailing Knight boss erupted with blazing red, killing intent, then asked how it felt to face such a monster. Galliac cackled amidst the smoky battlefield, admitting that this monster was as tough as rock, but was utterly thrilled to have found an interesting corpse to torment. Asher proactively took the vanguard role and demanded precise coordination, making the butcher, despite his madness, nod in agreement to play a supporting role in this performance. Galliac put all his strength into his legs, leaping into the air like a rocket, both hands raising his colossal battle axe, preparing to strike down. The axe strike, weighing 1,000 pounds, crashed into the ground with a harsh explosion, shattering the terrain and sending everything around flying with a terrifying shockwave. A powerful stomp on the ground propelled him forward at tearing speed, leaving a blurry afterimage behind in the swirling dust. The colliding energies created a dazzling explosion, an overwhelming force that seemed to tear apart the space around the boss with the terrifying pressure of the attack. The Wailing Knight was thrown back by the aftershock, its dark body gliding through the thick dust, yet showing no signs of completely falling. No sooner had Galliac landed than he was confronted by a swarm of petty skeletons trying to nip at him. He gritted his teeth and swung his weapon to clear the obstructing trash. The Mana Burst skill was activated, creating a tsunami of blue energy that swept away all obstacles in its path. The Skeleton Lord was engulfed by the overwhelming surge of power, its dark body glowing red as if on the verge of exploding. The entire area shook violently as a pink-purple energy explosion shot straight into the sky, engulfing the target in an instant. Galliac's eyes widened, and he let out a desperate shout, warning his teammates to move immediately to avoid being caught in the blast. The butcher cursed as he ran for his life from the sea of fire, calling Verdun a crazy bastard. He glanced back at the colossal, blazing crystal, unable to believe his eyes at such brutal destructive power. The terrifying aftershock sent Galliac sprawling to the ground, making the arrogant warrior look utterly pathetic. Verdun glided through the air like a ghost, coldly observing the chaotic battlefield below. He looked down at the burning remnants of the monster, his gaze sharp, but his hands had begun to tremble. Verdun's face was pale, sweat poured down him, and his eyes widened in panic as he realized his mana was completely depleted. The protective necklace around Verdun's neck shattered into pieces, its blue light flickering out, signaling that the item had completed its mission of taking the blow for its master. From above, a black shadow enveloped in a crimson aura plunged into the ground, proving that the boss had not yet been defeated after the explosion. In a flashback, Verdun recalled the shopkeeper warning him that this item consumed mana far more terribly than a regular magic shield, but he had brushed it off and finalized the purchase. Back in reality, Verdun clutched his chest and sighed in relief that he hadn't suffered a mana backlash, even if the price was his mana bar dropping to 0. He leaned on his staff and stood up amidst the rubble, gritting his teeth against the dislocated left shoulder from the terrifying aftershock. Verdun's eyes narrowed with tension, for the biggest problem wasn't his injury, but what stood before him. The boss, Skeleton Lord, had activated a new state, with spiky black armor covering its entire body, its power surging, making the situation even more difficult. Suddenly, a radiant golden rope tore through the air, rushing towards them like a ray of hope amidst the dark battlefield. A group of priests from the Lewis Order joined the battle just in time, unleashing holy chains to bind the monster and shouting for Verdun and Galliac to coordinate their attack. The monster thrashed wildly in its bizarre black armor, causing the priests to panic intensely, as they had never seen any records of this transformed state of the Wailing Knight. Galliac flexed his bulging muscles, roaring orders at the priests behind him to hold on tight against the boss's insane power. The members of the Luas Order were flung into the air by the terrifying pulling force, screaming in terror as they couldn't match the monster's physical strength. Galliac had to rush forward and grab hold of the entire group to act as a living anchor, cursing his teammates' weakness and asking if they wanted to die together. Goad observed the chaotic situation from afar, shouting for everyone to pull themselves together and prepare to bind the monster's legs once more. Noticing the boss was distracted by the chains, the four-eyed Goad decided to seize the opportunity to shine and reclaim some lost honor. He poured all his strength into activating Earth Spear, vowing to himself that this time, he would prove his true abilities and not just be a backdrop. But life is not a dream. The Skeleton Lord merely waved its hand, and a crimson wave of killing intent crushed Goad's attack as if swatting a fly. Goad stood frozen as the magical fragments flew back, slashing his neck, his face pale with shock at the immense power disparity. Galliac's single open eye glared at the scene before him, fresh blood streaming down his scarred face, filled with killing intent. Verdun broke out in a cold sweat, his sharp eyes narrowing as he realized the situation had completely spiraled beyond the group's control. Galliac roared orders at the useless priests to quickly heal the pathetic Goad, who was barely clinging to life, so he wouldn't die of shock. The Skeleton Lord gave no one a moment's rest, charging forward like a red and black whirlwind, sweeping across the battlefield with the breath of death. Galliac gritted his teeth, using his sturdy body to take the full force of the boss's killing, intent-filled attack to protect the rear line. The monster's overwhelming power pushed the butcher back towards Verdun, his feet tearing up the ground, but he still managed to hold his stance. Verdun broke out in a cold sweat, his face extremely tense as he heard his teammate's urgent call in this critical situation. Galliac, his face drenched in blood, shouted loudly, pressing Verdun on how much longer he needed to recover enough mana to unleash the decisive blow and clear this battlefield. Verdun gripped his magic staff tightly, his sharp eyes confidently asserting that he only needed a few more seconds to finish the job. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Galliac smirked wildly, the battle frenzy within him beginning to boil again, eager to unleash himself. The butcher stomped down with all his might, creating a terrifying tremor, shouting for Verdun to prepare his combo while he charged forward for one last desperate attack. The Skeleton Lord growled within its crimson aura, radiating overwhelming killing intent, ready to confront the final counterattack of the tiny humans. Galliac roared tactical commands, instructing Verdun to unleash his attack precisely at the weak point he was about to pierce on the boss's body. Without hesitation, the butcher poured all his strength into his fist, unleashing a 1,000-pound punch to clear the way. He ground his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, and snarled, lecturing the ignorant corpse that it should stay put. Galliac cursed, then put more force into his arm to crush the monster's resistance, determined to hold his prey tight. The powerful punch shattered its defenses, creating a gaping black hole that revealed the sturdy boss's fatal weak point. Verdun's eyes lit up as he saw the strategy succeed, realizing the golden moment to finish off the target had arrived. Verdun's predator-like gaze locked onto the newly exposed weak point. All his focus poured into the decisive strike. A crimson surge of magic tore through space, rocketing at light speed directly towards the spot Galliac had just created. Unexpectedly, a colossal energy spike pierced through Galliac's abdomen, making him cough up blood and lifting him into the air. The Skeleton Lord materialized behind them with a savage grin, using Galliac's own body as a shield against Verdun's attack. Verdun rushed forward to shield Galliac, boldly declaring to the Skeleton Lord that he was the true opponent. He noticed that the gaping hole in the boss chest hadn't closed yet, a fatal vulnerability clearly exposed. Verdun's eyes were razor sharp, calculating to pour all his magic into that vital point to end the battle immediately. He roared in his mind, confidently asserting that he could defeat the monster, as he saw it helplessly trying to recover. Just as Verdun unleashed his fire magic, he suddenly glanced behind him, sensing the presence of an ally. He saw the adventurer group standing on a high slope, led by the female mage with a glowing magic staff. Verdun recognized Iris casting a spell, her face filled with determination to support him. Memories flooded back as Verdun recalled, when he pointed out Iris's innate talent for ice magic instead of other elements. The image of the young girl promising to do her best not to embarrass him appeared, making Verdun secretly praise her exceptional play just now. Thanks to Iris's ice keeping the wound from closing, Verdun unleashed a maximal fire punch, completely incinerating the target. Verdun activated his fire magic, his eyes razor sharp as he incinerated his enemy in a brilliant sea of flames. He clenched his fist, confidently asserting that absolute victory was now firmly in his grasp after the fierce combat. Memories flooded back. The image of his gentle mother opening her arms to welcome her little child, along with a touching promise of reunion. Verdun, clad in warrior's armor, stood tall before a mighty army, his imposing aura dominating the entire battlefield. He gripped his greatsword tightly, an ironclad vow echoing in his mind, defying all hardships and dangers ahead. A tattered national flag fluttered amidst the smoke and flames, a testament to his intense yearning to return home. The guards broke out in a cold sweat, their faces changing color as they realized the harsh reality was far different from what they had imagined. The informant knelt, reporting the situation in fear, but the high-ranking official merely turned his back coldly. The official raised a hand to silence him, his face icy as he refused to listen to the weak excuses from his subordinate. The soldier was dragged away roughly by the guards in despair, having accidentally stumbled upon a shocking secret he shouldn't have known. Memories flooded back. The image of a warrior falling backward amidst a mountain of piled corpses, giving up helplessly to a cruel fate. A desperate gaze from the bottom of a dark grave looked up at a square patch of blue sky, where freedom seemed impossibly distant. His mind was chaotic, with words affirming his will to return at all costs, even as reality shattered like shards of glass. A photo of a happy family with parents and a child named Lorien appeared, stirring the dull pain buried deep in his heart. Verdun sprang up like a coiled spring, eyes wide open, sweat and blood mingling on his dazed face after the nightmare. Iris and the priest turned pale with worry, quickly leaning in to check on the savior who had suddenly collapsed. The priest helped Verdun sit up, sighing in relief as he announced that the cleansing operation was successful and the Wailing Knight had been eliminated. Verdun listened thoughtfully to the explanation that the necklace he clutched contained too much resentment, causing his body to overload. He was stunned to realize the familiar aura of the Wailing Knight emanating from the item, his eyes flickering intensely. Past and present overlapped, the image of a frightened child in a deep pit from years ago, reflected on Verdun's face as the priest asked for the necklace back. Verdun firmly refused to hand over the item, his sharp gaze asserting that he would deal with this resentment-filled object himself. The priest broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he tried to warn of the unpredictable risks if he stubbornly kept it. Verdun cut short the unnecessary worry with a firm declaration, his face impassive and unwavering. Galliac stood beside him, laughing boisterously as if it were harvest season, disparaging the meager spoils and leaving the priest speechless. Gode lay flattened on the ground with a bruised face, fortunately saved by timely healing light, after being thoroughly thrashed. Hearing that his comrades were still breathing, Verdun stood up abruptly, leaning on his staff, and signaled Iris and Galliac to prepare to withdraw to the city. The group decided to leave as the sun set, officially concluding the bloody cleansing operation. Shocking news about an undead commanding an army of undead in the Byron mine quickly spread to the city. Lord Farnad von Viron's face drained of all color upon hearing the report, and he frantically roared orders to clean up the aftermath to conceal his fear. A miracle had occurred as all the deadweight who followed into the mine, including Gode and Narian, had survived and were now recuperating, scattered about. Verdun sat perched atop the tower under the cold moonlight, his heart heavy with thoughts after prying into the memories of the deceased. His gaze was sharp and full of confidence as he realized he had visibly leveled up after the recent bloody incident. He admitted that actual combat was indeed the best training ground for leveling up, even though his current standing was still only rank 3. Verdun held out his hand, asserting that thanks to the secret technique and mana from his heaven-defying title, he could now unleash area of effect spells comparable to rank 4. Nevertheless, he bitterly admitted that this level was still not enough to even touch the heels of the omnipotent one who haunted his mind. His hand clenched into a fist, Verdun swore to work tirelessly and never give up until he closed the power gap. That was the motivation that drove him to risk his life, to achieve the heaven-defying title and break all conventional limits. The mine incident officially concluded peacefully, as the dawn light illuminated the tranquil city. The Luas Order priests and guards still had to remain stationed at the mine to clear the remnants and thoroughly monitor the site. Iris smiled and waved a very friendly goodbye, leading Mild and Loke away to continue their new adventures. Galliac, carrying his axe, stood blocking the path with a curious expression, asking if Asher intended to leave right away. Seeing that the other party wasn't keen on being a mercenary, the butcher guessed he intended to join Grey, making Verdun ask back in confusion. Galliac sneered, mocking Verdun as a naive newcomer who thought fame would automatically bring money. Verdun continued to play the innocent inquirer, causing Galliac to shake his head in exasperation, criticizing the simple mindset of a rookie mage. He began to impart knowledge, explaining that Grey was a professional dark information brokerage network, It was a fair playing field for buying and selling information and distributing covert commissions to those with proven strength. Verdon's eyes immediately sharpened and focused intensely as he caught the important keyword about commission contracts. Galliac pointed, asserting that that world was full of lawless individuals who craved fame and fortune, just like Asher. Verdun maintained a high level of vigilance, questioning why this burly man was so eager to share confidential information. Galliac grinned, claiming a comradeship forged through life and death, while Verdun coldly denied any close relationship. Verdun gazed thoughtfully at the towering spire, realizing that his time imprisoned in the Tower of Magic had left him completely ignorant of the underworld's tricks. He smirked, calculating that the higher the risk, the greater the chance to grasp overwhelming power and break through his limits. Iris poked her head out of the carriage, shouting loudly to announce that the group was about to withdraw from the town. The mage girl waved enthusiastically, creating a gust of wind, calling out to her senior to quickly join them and return together. Seeing Verdun standing still like a statue, Iris wondered if he intended to fly back by himself while his wounds hadn't fully healed. Verdun smiled gently, offering his sincere thanks for the valuable support magic she had cast for him in the recent battle. He took the opportunity to impart some final experience, asserting that with diligent practice, she would soon master powerful elemental magic. Iris's eyes flickered intensely, welling up with tears as she heard Verdun declare that he had his own goals to pursue and would not be joining the group. Memories flooded back to the time when the group fought side by side in the dark dungeon, where his life had been unexpectedly saved. Verdun recalled the days he taught Iris practical magic theory, knowing well that all good times must eventually come to an end. Iris smiled brightly, admitting that she hadn't expected their farewell to come so abruptly and sooner than anticipated. Knowing she wasn't skilled enough to keep such a formidable figure, she could only sadly extend her hand for a handshake to bid her senior farewell. Verdun took the girl's hand through the window, his demeanor cool as he promised to reunite as senior and junior. He smirked confidently, leaving his words about their next meeting hanging, making the other party anticipate and yearn for it even more. Iris cried, tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion, swearing to grind levels frantically to become a junior he would be proud of. Elsewhere, Ravelin appeared with blazing red eyes full of killing intent, furious and ready to make mincemeat of any enemy who dared to block her path. She summoned raging flames to envelop her, growling as she forced the enemy to answer immediately if they wished to keep their lives. The cultist was pinned to the ground, scared out of his wits as he was interrogated about why the Black Hour organization attacked the Bohemern Magic Tower. Black Hour revealed itself to be a heretical organization comprising corrupted individuals who had abandoned the orthodox path of magic to pursue dark power. Despite the raging inferno, the true nature behind the Magic Tower massacre remained an unsolved mystery. Rovalyn shot off like an arrow amidst the chaotic sea of flames, grinding her teeth in frustration because she still hadn't extracted any clues about the truth behind the Magic Tower massacre. The image of Verdun's gentle smile suddenly appeared in her mind, intensifying her anguish and fueling her will for revenge. Ravelyn's blazing red eyes glowed with surging killing intent. She swore to incinerate anyone who dared to block her path or conceal the truth. While flying, Ravelin paused, full of vigilance, as she saw Lucard standing on the ground, looking up and offering condescending praise. Lucard stood proudly with his arms crossed, feigning surprise and admiration, saying he hadn't expected her second-tier magic to possess such overwhelming power. He chuckled gleefully as if he had just found a bargain, introducing himself as Lucard Maniax, Valdek's third disciple, and highly praising her unique characteristics. Lucard turned his back, dramatically flipping his cloak, and bluntly declared that he would handle everything himself, leaving Ravelin bewildered as to what this man was up to. He cast a calculating glance, offering a seemingly noble excuse that a candidate for his master's fourth disciple could not be left to fight alone. Ravelin didn't hold back, immediately switching to an aggressive taunt, subtly reminding him that he had been silent for 7 years since publishing his multidimensional theory. She delivered another fatal blow to Lucard's ego, questioning whether his talent still had the power to create a sensation like his past glory. Lucard shamelessly denied all rumors, even invoking the master's reputation to gaslight Ravelin into believing that the thesis was genuinely his. He naively thought Ravelin was jealous, but she immediately launched an extremely sharp counterattack, mocking his phony genius title. Ravelin delivered a fatal blow to Lucard's ego by sarcastically remarking that for someone called a genius, it took him 7 years of hard work just to crawl up to rank 4. Concluding with a provocative farewell, Ravelin sped away in an instant, leaving Lucard rooted to the spot, seething with immense anger. Lucard gnashed his teeth, his face dark with murderous intent, unable to believe that a mere junior girl dared to disrespect him so openly. He gathered magic power in his hand, bitterly thinking that this woman was not only unpleasant, but also audacious enough to dig up buried past matters. Lucard reassured himself that Verdun was gone, so the secret of stealing the thesis would be safe, but Rovlin's brazenness was utterly unbearable to him. With his current power, he was confident that crushing a rank 3 girl like Rovalyn was a trivial matter, as easy as flipping a hand. However, his eyes sharpened as reason told him that acting on impulse now would make him lose significant favor in the master's eyes. Lucard flashed a sinister smile, deciding to patiently grind his way to rank 5 to seize power first, then return to deal with this thorn in his side later. Lucard stood amidst a sea of illusory flames with a sinister smile, confidently asserting that time was on his side for plotting and scheming. Before leaving the Viron territory, Verdun followed Galliac's recommendation and landed in the dusty industrial city of Cohen. This place was renowned as a bustling industrial capital, attracting countless individuals seeking stable employment thanks to its good public order and security. However, this dazzling prosperity came with a deep chasm between rich and poor, creating the most notoriously squalid slum in the duchy. Verdun pulled his hood down tightly, his sharp, cold eyes scanning for the target he sought, hidden somewhere within this chaotic slum. He walked amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the poor residents, silently assessing that this place was a million times worse than the slums in Martess. Verdun's handsome face remained cold, showing no change in expression at the pungent stench of the scrapyard. Finally, he found the informant's location, a wooden house with a silver arrow-shaped sign named Pale Arrow. Verdun's shadow stretched long across the floor as he stepped through the wooden door, entering the broker's base. The bald broker was about to turn him away, but immediately startled when he heard Verdun mention the password recommended by the butcher. Verdun coldly pulled down his hood, decisively stating the false identity of Asher when the shop owner asked for his name. Recognizing the butcher's reputation, the broker immediately skipped the cumbersome procedures and pointed towards a secret passage leading underground. The old man narrowed his eyes in warning, telling Verdun not to be foolish and cause trouble, or neither of them would be safe. Verdun calmly descended the creaky wooden stairs, his footsteps echoing steadily in the dark space. He quickly scanned the new area, realizing that the structure of this place was vast, no different from an abandoned warehouse. A guide, wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy, suddenly appeared, bowing and inviting Asher to follow this way. Verdun realized that behind the shabby exterior above lay a bustling underground tavern, a gathering place for news hunters. His observation skill activated, and he immediately pinpointed the location of two mages discussing in the corner of the room. Verdun continued to analyze his opponents, from the mysterious archer to the two swordsmen brandishing their weapons nearby. The guide stopped before a sturdy iron door, coldly announcing that his escort mission had ended here. Verdun proceeded to the reception counter as instructed, his footsteps stopping before the cold iron door, signaling that the meeting point had been reached. A mysterious shadow appeared behind the frosted glass, greeting the name Asher with a friendly yet dangerously tinged voice. The man stepped into the light, introducing himself as Pale, the newsbroker kingpin of the Southern Grey region, with the confident demeanor of someone who held the world in their grasp. Pale politely invited his guest to sit, but the cramped space behind the iron bars looked more like an interrogation room than a place for discussion. The broker launched his opening move by rattling off Verdun's recent achievements of slaying bosses and wreaking havoc in mines in a short amount of time. Verdun narrowed his eyes warily, realizing that this four-eyed man was not to be trifled with, having thoroughly investigated his background in an instant. Pale smiled meaningfully, deftly shuffling the pile of documents as if playing cards, asserting the truth that information is the ultimate power. When asked if his purpose here was to seek work or buy information, Verdun unhesitatingly declared that he wanted to take both service packages. The broker nodded in agreement but immediately set conditions, snapping his fingers to remind him that everything here was clearly categorized by rank. Verdun broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the stack of documents in his opponent's hand vanish without a trace. He was stunned because he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations. Pale clasped his hands together with a serious expression, beginning his lecture on the responsibilities and strict rules for measuring credibility within the informant world. The four-eyed man pointed directly at his client, firmly declaring that the ranking system here was an unchangeable law, with no exceptions for anyone. Verdun bitterly realized that the treasures from the magic tower were still out of reach. He decided he had to quickly earn money and climb ranks to unlock this VIP data vault. Pale pushed a registration form across, coldly demanding Verdun complete an ability assessment before dreaming of choosing lucrative missions himself. Verdun stared at the pen, enveloped in blue magic, well aware that this was merely a formal administrative procedure to legitimize his profile. While the magic pen automatically filled in the information with a scratching sound, Pale observed and made the sharp observation that Verdon's demeanor resembled that of a free adventurer more than a mercenary. The broker smirked triumphantly, pulling out a blue envelope and asserting that he had found a perfectly tailored mission for Verdon's style. Pale pushed the envelope towards Verdon, reassuring him that this job would be as familiar as his previous monster hunting expeditions. The four-eyed man flashed a sinister smile, revealing his cunning nature, hinting that this time the target was not simply ordinary demi-humans or monsters. Verdon took the paper and froze, his eyes widening in shock, as he read the shocking information about the true target of the upcoming purge. This time, the target was the Roar Wolf, a monster exuding a fierce red aura amidst the pitch-black night. The beast bared its fangs and claws with fiery eyes. One look was enough to know it was a bloodthirsty fiend, not a domestic pet. Usually, monster extermination tasks like this were commissioned directly by the nation or the lord to the guild. This was a fair symbiotic relationship. The nation paid money for the guild to risk their lives cleaning up the mess caused by monsters. Sometimes, stingy lords would bring their own troops to fight, monopolizing all the valuable materials and leaving the hired hands to starve. But greed leads to ruin. Thin forces trying to take everything would only end up getting utterly crushed by the monsters, just like this. The result was not enough soldiers to defend their territory, and that land would sooner or later turn into a den for monsters to run wild. Therefore, unless there was a serious crisis, the guild was always prioritized for hunting contracts to maintain balance. Nevertheless, the greed of the nobles was bottomless. They still wore a mask of hypocrisy to find ways to seize the most expensive materials. The Roar Wolf's vocal cords were that hot commodity, and the Grey organization was taking on this contract to please their VIP clients. Verdon clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with determination as he agreed to sell his labor to the brokers in exchange for information. The scene shifted to a desolate mountain region, where monsters were running rampant and awaiting a massacre. Verdon calmly led the way, while Pale and the old attendant followed behind to inspect the recently cleared battlefield. Pale adjusted his glasses, flashed a sinister smile, and offered a polite compliment upon seeing the excellent quality of the work. The corpse of a Roar Wolf lay sprawled in a pool of blood, a testament to the clean, efficient kill. The old attendant accompanying Pale squinted, his face full of doubt as if he couldn't believe his eyes at this achievement. Verdon stood proudly amidst the monster-strewn hillside, forcing his opponents to admit that he had completely surpassed the label of a rank 3 mage. He activated a blue area of effect spell, sweeping away the small fry minions like trash to clear the path. Immediately switching to fire magic, Verdon poured all his power into preparing to roast the main target of the quest. The Alpha Roar Wolf charged out with bloodshot eyes, growling madly from being toyed with by Verdon until the very last moment. The Roar Wolf's corpse lay motionless, its larynx perfectly preserved, demonstrating the unparalleled hunting skill of the one who performed it. Pale and the old attendant couldn't hide their surprise when they saw the quest completed 2 days early with perfect item quality. The information broker looked down at the battlefield, uttering a brief but satisfied compliment. Pale gently pushed up his glasses, a calculating smirk on his face as he realized he had just acquired a sharp arrow to serve his own schemes. The scene shifted to the bustling industrial city of Cohen, where red brick buildings and factory smokestacks rose into the gray sky. At the forge, the blacksmith grinned confidently, asking his customer if he was satisfied with his craftsmanship. Verdon stood tall in his new attire, nodding to confirm that he had found the right reputable place to upgrade his power. Recalling his arrival in Cohen, he had immediately requested a high-quality set of armor crafted from Mabat monster hide. Verdon tossed the glowing pile of leather onto the table, making the blacksmith's eyes widen in astonishment as he recognized the rare Mabat hide. Not stopping there, he held out an old ring with an emerald gem and requested the restoration of the keepsake he had brought from Martess. Verdon handed the old ring to the Cohen blacksmith who, wearing a monocle, immediately recognized it as a rare item imbued with magic, not just a common trinket. The appraisal system activated, scanning the emerald ring that was emitting complex magical circles, confirming it was an extremely valuable item in need of restoration. Disregarding the cost, Verdon immediately finalized the order with a cold expression, asking the blacksmith to dedicate all his efforts to restoring this treasure as a magical item repair. The blacksmith told him to return in 2 weeks to pick up the item, leaving Verdon to gaze at the foggy industrial city and begin planning how to pass the time. While waiting, Verdon transformed into a true money-making machine, continuously taking contracts from Pale and exchanging the lives of criminals for heavy bags of gold. He soared over the battlefield like a grim reaper, bombarding from above with magic, knocking out the wanted criminals before they could even understand what had happened. From hunting slave traders, engaging in naval battles with one-eyed pirates, to slaughtering griffins, Verdun swept through every front to maximize his income. After a full month of grinding, the ring was finally restored, emitting a brilliant golden and emerald light, yet still keeping its true purpose a secret. Realizing the blacksmith could only repair the exterior and not unlock its hidden effects, Verdun decided to handle it himself, and stepped out onto the street with a cool demeanor. As he strode with an air of confidence, a little girl holding ice cream unexpectedly crashed into Verdun, creating a fated collision between the formidable mage and the innocent child. Verdun reacted with divine speed, activating gravity magic to save the ice cream of the child who had just fallen flat on her face. He gallantly knelt to return the treat to the little girl, causing the fortune teller accompanying her to rush over, apologizing profusely in a panic. Verdun intended to coolly brush off his clothes and leave, but the fortune teller adamantly blocked his path, not wanting to owe a debt to her benefactor. She insisted on repaying him with a fated fortune-telling, considering it a small token of gratitude from an elder. Verdun was dumbfounded, his face a mask of question marks, as he was suddenly forced to accept this spiritual reward. The little girl also chimed in, puffing out her chest and asserting that her grandmother's predictions were always spot on, her credibility beyond question. Unable to refuse such excessive enthusiasm, Verdun reluctantly clicked his tongue and followed the old woman and her granddaughter into a small roadside tent. He sat down at the table, outwardly claiming not to believe in superstitions, yet still intently watched the fortune teller praise his good looks and begin laying out the cards. 3 mysterious cards were revealed one by one, exposing bizarre images that foretold a far from simple destiny. The fortune teller suddenly flinched, her eyes widening in horror as she saw through the true meaning hidden behind the cards that had just appeared. Verdun clicked his tongue in annoyance. As expected, these fortune-telling tricks were nothing for him to bother or get excited about. He politely thanked them and turned to leave, leaving the old woman and her granddaughter watching his solitary figure disappear down the quiet street. The little girl curiously looked up and asked her grandmother what the fortune-telling had revealed about that mysterious mage. The fortune-teller sighed deeply, trying to maintain a calm expression to hide her true feelings from her innocent granddaughter. But cold sweat had already begun to bead on her forehead, her eyes revealing clear horror as she recalled what she had just seen. The 3 cards, Death, the Man, and the Divine, all appeared in reverse, signaling an unprecedented ill omen in history. Everything being reversed signified chaos, a destiny completely deviated from the natural course of creation. Meanwhile, Verdun had returned to his room and was tearing his hair out because the self-repair progress of the item was slower than a snail compared to his estimates. He clicked his tongue, calculating that if he couldn't figure it out himself in a few more days, he would have to take it to an expert for a quick resolution. The prophecy echoed in the dark night. This individual would either vanish into oblivion, achieving nothing, or seize everything and dominate the world. Verdun turned his head, his blue eyes sharp and cold. He was the one destined to possess infinite potential, capable of changing the world. A blue magical barrier appeared, accompanied by a prayer that such overwhelming power would not plunge humanity into eternal darkness. A ping sounded as the system scanned the forest area map, locking onto a specific target location on the coordinate grid. Amidst the star-filled night sky, an unusual beam of light shot up with a whistling wind, shining brilliantly and overpowering everything around it. The astrologer stood amidst the cold, snowy weather, looking up with a bewildered expression, questioning the true identity of that star. He admitted that in all his years of practice, he had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon, an undefined star that manipulated the orbits of other celestial bodies. The celestial order was completely overturned as stars that should have faded still shone, while destinies meant to endure vanished into nothingness. The astrologer suddenly clutched his chest, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, having suffered a severe backlash for daring to glimpse heavenly secrets. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, and he silently prayed in fear that the defying heaven star would not twist his own fate. The brilliant sunlight began to emerge over the snowy mountain peak, dispelling the night filled with ominous portents and ushering in a new day of upheaval. Boot soles crunched heavily into the thick snow, leaving solitary tracks across the cold, white landscape. Verdun exhaled white mist, his sharp blue eyes scanning the harsh terrain, his magic staff held firmly in hand. After checking the map within his ring, he left Cohen and headed straight towards the mysterious Bard mountain range. He meticulously analyzed the 3-dimensional map, despite being completely clueless about what awaited him at that strange destination. For 3 grueling weeks, shaking off Pale's watchful eyes, he moved silently like a ghost, without using magic, until he reached his destination. Finally, his efforts paid off as the village nestled within the Bard mountain range appeared in sight. Verdun stepped into the bustling town square, blending in with the villagers going about their daily lives to conceal his tracks. Since his destination was the nearby forest, he muttered, calculating that he would need to hire a local hunter as a guide. While deep in thought, a dark figure brushed past, his shoulder colliding hard with a hooded stranger walking in the opposite direction, causing a faint sound. The stranger smirked cunningly beneath his hood, uttering a provocative remark. "Oh my. Did you see that?" Ferris bit her lip, a sly smile playing on her face, her eyes greedily following the retreating figure of Verdun, confirming he was exactly her type. She insisted on leaving the group to flirt with her target, but Cardan immediately dismissed her, annoyed by her disorganized infatuation with men. The cold-faced leader cut them off, strictly forbidding any individual actions until the mission was complete. He reiterated that the goal was to quickly find and eliminate the traitor, leaving Chen, who was walking behind, stunned by his ruthlessness. Chen broke out in a cold sweat, yelling at the youngsters for daring to talk about killing people, as if it were nothing. In broad daylight, Cardan turned back with a murderous smirk, his eyes glowing as if he was eagerly anticipating carrying out that bloody command. 4 days passed in the forest near the Bard Mountains, and Verdun sat by the campfire, looking utterly dejected. He let out a long sigh, deeply disappointed that despite searching tirelessly, he hadn't found any valuable clues. The accompanying hunter was utterly exhausted, and even though Verdun had swept the entire area with mana, he still found no promising signals. He picked up his staff, intending to turn the entire forest upside down out of frustration, when he suddenly paused, having noticed something. Verdun's blue eyes suddenly narrowed as he spotted an anomaly amidst the inanimate trees. He realized that several discolored trees were growing at regular intervals, following a strange pattern rather than appearing randomly. Verdun soared into the air, silently cursing himself for having circled so many times, yet overlooking such a crucial detail. He hovered in the night sky, focusing all his senses to perceive the true nature of the forest below. Verdun's face hardened as he finally understood why he had searched for so long without finding any clues. It turned out this entire damned forest was a colossal hidden magic circle, erected by someone of no ordinary skill. He locked onto the glowing tree prominently situated at the center of the formation, identifying it as the core of the magic. Verdun raised his hand, concentrating mana, quickly calculating the method for dispelling it, and estimating it would take about an hour. He smirked arrogantly, boldly declaring that he would shatter this magic circle exactly within the estimated time. Meanwhile, somewhere, the old astrologer suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as if he had just witnessed an omen of the apocalypse. The astrologer awoke in a dark room, his hands trembling as he reached for a red potion to cling to his last shred of lucidity. He tilted his head back and gulped down the entire vial of medicine like a parched man finding water in the desert. The potion's effects had drastically diminished, but he still gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to endure to survive. Footsteps echoed, shattering the silence, signaling that the moment of the world's change had arrived right outside his door. The old man flinched, screaming in panic, thinking that the assassins of the Black Hour organization had found his hideout. Verdun emerged from the shadows of the cave, coldly dismissing that absurd hypothesis. He raised his hand, calmly stating that he had come here simply by following the signal of the Emerald Ring. The old man was stunned as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, staring at the glowing object in the stranger's hand. A powerful surge of emotion made him cough up blood on the spot, but he still managed to recognize it as the legendary crescent ring. The astrologer staggered back, leaning against the table, his voice trembling as he questioned where this monstrous young man had unearthed such a treasure. Verdun realized this old man was no ordinary person, given his knowledge of the ring, and immediately went on high alert, demanding an explanation for his presence here. The old man plopped down onto a chair with a smug expression, praising his opponent's caution before agreeing to reveal the ring's secret. The astrologer wondered how he had bypassed the barrier, to which Verdun casually replied that he had spent 4 hours dismantling the entire deadly trap matrix. Hearing this, the old man broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that a young man possessed such terrifying magical skill to dismantle it in just 4 hours. Verdun paid no mind to the empty praise. He raised the ring and coldly repeated his question about its true origin. The old man looked up at the treasure with nostalgic eyes, smiling as he said that destiny itself had connected 2 strangers. He stood up and walked towards Verdun, his voice deepening as he confessed that he had lost that ring 15 years ago. He formally introduced himself as Harkan Dazist, an archmage of the 5th Circle, who had once touched the threshold of grand magic and was revered by the world as the Sage. In a flood of memories amidst the pristine white snow, Harkan recalled his only friend, Balrog Besius, who had reached the 6th Circle, inviting him to establish a magic research society together. And that was the grim origin of the evil organization known as Black Hour. From just a few initial members, the Black Hour organization expanded its scale to hundreds of formidable members in just a few short years. Their power was so terrifying that they could easily flatten a small nation if an all-out war were to erupt. However, Balrog Besius remained steadfast in his stance, wanting the society to focus solely on pure magic research rather than pursuing power. All those noble ideals suddenly vanished into thin air the moment Balrog unexpectedly coughed up blood and mysteriously died. Harkon's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down him as he couldn't comprehend what monstrous event was unfolding before his eyes. He cried out desperately as he saw his old friend's body slumped at the feet of his disciple, Dahit, whom the entire society had poured their hearts into teaching. The treacherous Dahit revealed his true face with a sinister smirk, declaring that he would seize control of the entire Black Hour organization. Deceived by his genius facade, no one suspected that the scoundrel Dahit had secretly broken through to become a Sixth Circle mage, preparing for this bloody overthrow. A brutal purge ensued immediately. Veteran members who weren't killed were crippled by his faction. Harkon narrowly escaped death but paid an extremely heavy price. All the mana channels in his body were shattered, turning him into a cripple. Harkon sat on the chair with a haggard expression, his deep voice recounting 15 long years of nurturing the flame of revenge in his heart. He declared loudly that the fated moment had finally arrived, as he stood face to face with the person he needed to meet. Verdun quickly put the pieces together, deducing and confirming that the old man before him had no involvement in the heinous crimes currently being committed by the Black Hour organization. Harkon nodded in confirmation, bitterly admitting that his specialized astrology skill was utterly useless against this dark future. He explained that the only remaining move was to bide his time and endure hardships, waiting for the one guided by the crescent ring to find this hideout. The atmosphere crackled as Harkon pointed directly at Verdun, firmly asserting that he was the chosen savior to clean up this mess. Verdun cared not one bit for the empty title of World Savior. He coldly cut straight to the point, asking about the remuneration for this arduous task. Harkon coughed up blood, but still smiled contentedly, making a grand gesture by declaring he would bestow all his life's legacy and achievements upon him. Verdun broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe the incredibly generous offer this crazy old man was willing to make. He realized the old man's motivation wasn't empty justice, but rather an intense rage and an overwhelming desire for revenge aimed at the Tower of Magic and Balrog Besius. Harkon gritted his teeth, asserting that he was willing to prioritize his vendetta against the Black Hour organization above the safety of this entire world. Verdun frowned skeptically. He still couldn't fathom what value the dying old man's mentioned achievements truly held. The negotiation was abruptly interrupted as both men flinched and turned around, having heard a strange noise shatter the silence. Verdun immediately switched to combat mode, his sharp eyes realizing that their hiding spot had been sniffed out by the enemy. Lucard stepped out of the shadows with an arrogant smile, looking down at his prey as if he had just won the lottery. The henchmen behind him also emerged, their faces twisted with morbid excitement, preparing for a bloody ambush. The hooded leader pointed his staff at Harkon's face, boldly exposing the identity of the traitor from the Black Hour organization. Harkon broke out in a cold sweat but still roared in anger, immediately guessing that the mastermind behind this ambush was his treacherous disciple, Dahit. Lucard immediately unleashed a crimson magical pressure that crushed the space, demanding the old man to watch his tongue in front of his superiors. Harkon refused to be humiliated, straining his neck to assert that he was once Dahit's master, and suspected that the barrier was broken by Dahit himself, not these small fry. The mage Cardan disdainfully held up a magic compass, boasting that they found their way here, thanks to its fancy mana-tracking feature. Verdun stared at the high-tech gadget in the enemy's hand, an idea immediately sparking in his mind to steal it for himself due to its practicality. Harkon roared in indignation before the assassins, unable to understand why they had come for him at this very moment to cause trouble. The story returned to a recent shocking event, when the Tower of Magic collapsed, creating a terrifying earthquake in the mage world. It was an unprecedented tragedy in the history of magic, causing countless mages to perish and plunging the underworld into chaos. The hooded leader revealed that someone had pinned the blame for the tower's collapse on those who opposed Dahit's faction. He pointed his staff at Harkon's face, declaring that Dahit considered him the #1 suspect and forced him to confess on the spot. Harkon trembled with rage, yelling at his opponent that if he were capable enough to collapse the tower, the traitor Dahit would have been 6 feet under long ago. Not letting the old man waste his breath arguing with the small fry, Verdun stepped forward with an icy expression, activating his renowned dual casting skill. In a flash, He unleashed a destructive combo consisting of fire barrier, gale, and ice spear, ready to send the entire group to their demise. Verdun charged to the front lines with a cool head, simultaneously calculating the dynamics of the factional battle, and leaving the old sage behind him wide-eyed and dumbfounded by his masterful display of magic. Although the trio of assassins were surprised to see Harkan with a disciple, they didn't care, immediately launching a coordinated attack, determined to send both master and disciple to their end. The madwoman Ferris revealed her twisted nature, her eyes gleaming with desire as she asked her comrades if she could add Verdun's corpse to her morbid collection. A dry thud echoed as a heel struck the stone floor, building momentum for a deadly burst of speed. Ferris lunged like a wild beast, screaming in extreme excitement because Verdun's handsome face was too perfect for her bizarre tastes. Facing the attack, Verdun calmly erected a purple magic shield, a sneer of contempt on his lips as he realized it was merely a cheap level 4 fire wall. Two streams of energy collided, creating a massive explosion in the hall, and Verdun didn't flinch as he effortlessly blocked the madwoman's direct strike. The mage Chen broke out in a cold sweat in horror, seeing Verdun block advanced magic as easily as pie, and hastily unleashed more wind magic to support his comrades. Verdun tilted his head, lightly dodging the sharp wind blade. His cold blue eyes swept across the battlefield, assessing the silver-haired man's power as merely mid-fourth circle, nothing to worry about. Unwilling to give up, Ferris continued to channel magic into her hands, creating a blazing inferno, screaming that she would literally embrace him passionately to burn her prey to ashes. Verdun bluntly refused the invitation with a no thanks, his hand casually activating Earth Spear to shut the madwoman up. The hooded leader broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Verdun seamlessly dual-cast multi-elemental magic, even though he had assessed the boy's mana level as only 3rd circle. He was utterly bewildered, wondering why his mana pressure skill was completely useless against a seemingly ordinary kid. Ferris's wild smile vanished, replaced by an utterly bewildered expression as she saw a massive block of earth erupt right in front of her face. Verdun lunged, grabbed Ferris by the neck, and used her as a meat shield to block the coordinated attack, leaving the old Harkan standing beside him utterly dumbfounded. Verdun's hand tightened around his opponent's throat, without a hint of mercy, his icy gaze challenging the bewildered comrades behind her. The hooded leader gritted his teeth in shock, unable to believe Verdun had just used 3rd circle magic to break a 4th circle spell, while also ruthlessly using Ferris as a human shield. Not giving his prey a chance to struggle, Verdun poured all his strength into his arm and slammed Ferris onto the hard stone floor like a sack of garbage. The horrific impact made the mage's eyes roll back, her mouth spewed blood, and she let out a pathetic groan of agony. A violent explosion of green energy erupted from the point of impact, marking a tragic end for the one who dared to underestimate Verdun's power. The staff-wielding mage was utterly terrified as he felt the overwhelming pressure, realizing his side was losing despite having more numbers. Ferris gritted her teeth, her bloodshot eyes burning with extreme resentment as she screamed curses at the one who had just used her as a human shield. A deafening explosion rang out, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, shattering rocks and sending dust flying everywhere. Massive stone walls suddenly erupted from the ground with a terrifying rumble, blocking all attacks from the assassins. The hooded leader broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Verdun could use ordinary terrain magic to perfectly block advanced spells like that. Verdun stood tall amidst the rubble like a god of death, his overwhelming aura making the enemies tremble and wonder what kind of monster he was. The enraged assassins abandoned their mission to capture him alive, screaming orders to kill Verdun immediately to avenge themselves. Realizing that protecting and fighting at the same time was too troublesome, Verdun turned to old Harkan and told him they needed to escape to another room immediately. He smirked and asked the old man if he could fly, while Harkan immediately understood and activated a crimson magic circle in his hand. Using the large explosion as a smokescreen, Verdun grabbed the old man and activated flight magic, soaring high, leaving the bewildered pursuers below. Verdun landed safely in the cave, still carrying Harkan like cumbersome luggage, while the old man hastily pointed towards a hidden corner. Harkan stumbled forward, ignoring the torment of his internal injuries, leaving Verdun bewildered as he looked around the shabby secret chamber. The old man went straight to a hidden wall safe, where the ultimate power, enough for a mage to break all shackles of creation, was stored. The iron door creaked open with a chilling sound, revealing Harkan's blood-stained face, but with eyes burning with insane determination. His emaciated hand trembled as he pulled out a shimmering item, something he valued more than his own decrepit old life. Verdun was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat as Harkan turned and offered the item, telling him to take this final legacy immediately. It was an essence concocted by Archmage Harkon from rare herbs, blended with moonlight and starlight over endless time. A shimmering blue potion materialized, a masterpiece that took over 5,000 days of dedication to create a living legend. Harkan asserted that drinking this would grant Verdun properties that had never existed, and allow him to reach an unparalleled peak of power that no one had ever touched. The old man smiled contentedly and confidently, assuring that this was the real deal, with no side effects, and only those with a true destiny were worthy of possessing it. Old Harkan coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood, but still maintained his immense pride, resolutely thrusting the precious item into Verdun's hand and forbidding him from uttering any pitiful words. Verdun immediately snatched the potion, which was emitting a mystical blue light. Clearly feeling the weight of this once-in-a-millennium treasure, he stared at his reflection in the potion, feeling the strange surge of magic, and deciding to place his full trust in the old man, who was on his last legs. The crisp sound of the bottle cap popping open echoed, and Harkan, despite his mouth full of blood, still took the opportunity to lecture the boy one last time. Verdun froze, his icy gaze intensely focused as he heard the old man boldly declare that there was no such thing as predetermined destiny in this world. Without another second of hesitation, Verdun tipped the potion back and drank it all in one gulp under the old astrologer's wide, expectant gaze. Old Harkan's eyes glowed like car headlights. In this moment, he truly realized the ultimate truth, after a lifetime of peeking into heavenly secrets, that all prophecies were garbage, and fate was never immutable for those who dared to stand against it. A massive magic circle erupted beneath Verdun's feet, a brilliant golden light sweeping away all shadows in the cave and scorching the surrounding space. Verdun raised his head, his eyes glowing stark white, a terrifying surge of power swirling around him, signaling that a true monster had just officially awakened. Harkan looked up at the cave ceiling, gasping in astonishment as he saw strange starlight suddenly appear in the dark night. That was the twisting of fate he had always sensed, now blazing brightly, like an undeniable omen. The old man's eyes widened to their fullest, his pupils dilating in astonishment as he recognized the true identity of the young mage standing before him. Verdun stood tall amidst the pillar of magical light, exuding the domineering aura of a star of defiance who dared to openly challenge the heavens. Harkan smiled contentedly, though blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. He accepted that the one who defied destiny had appeared in the form of a reaper. The old man gathered his remaining strength to activate the formation, declaring that he would pass on everything, and urged the rebellious reaper forward to fulfill his mission. The memory transfer skill activated the moment his hand touched Verdun's shoulder, directly imbuing all of his legacy and secrets into the young man's mind. A scream echoed amidst the blinding blue light that erupted, engulfing both of them in the dramatic moment of power transfer. Verdun awoke, his face drenched in sweat, eyes wide with confusion as if he had just endured a long, drawn-out nightmare. He stared at his hand, which was emitting a strange aura, wondering what the hell had just happened, as he felt a terrifying surge of mana swirling within his body. Verdun's eyes snapped open, his face dazed, sweat pouring off him, as his brain struggled to process the enormous amount of data that had just been crammed into it. The old astrologer slumped onto the cold ground, his breath shallow, yet he managed a contented smile, for his final gamble had succeeded perfectly. He almost blurted out the alias Asher out of habit, but then stopped, realizing there was no need to wear a mask in front of a dying man. His gaze sharpened, casting aside the false facade to boldly declare his true name, one that carried his hatred, Verdun. The old man smiled in relief, even as fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, satisfied that he had entrusted his legacy and faith to the right person. Verdun stood silently, looking down into the deep pit, as he heard the old man use his last ounce of strength to request cremation, wishing to erase all traces of his earthly existence. The astrologer's emaciated body collapsed to the ground, ending a life that had dedicated all its passion and memories to fighting against the darkness. Blazing magical flames erupted, engulfing the corpse, incinerating all burdens, and leaving only the will to eradicate the Black Hour organization for the one who remained. Verdun lightly tossed the green family crest ring he had just received into the air, an item he couldn't use before, but now it was different. He caught the ring, then turned his back and walked away from the blazing fire, ready to use the overwhelming new power he had gained to fulfill his cruel promise. Verdun said little, immediately activating the fourth circle elemental magic called Earthquake, his eyes glowing with killing intent. The pursuers flew through the night sky, searching in vain as they found no trace or mana signature of their target. The gray-haired leader hovered above the rubble, curtly confirming that there was nothing left below. He looked at the compass in his hand, which had lost its signal, suspecting the old man was dead but stubbornly wanting to find the body to be sure. Carden broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly guessing that the old man had set a trap and swore to tear his opponent's body into 100 pieces. The leader coldly cursed his dim-witted subordinate to his face, asserting that someone with such an enormous amount of mana couldn't possibly die so trivially from falling rocks. Ferris went wild like a beast, screaming at her comrades because she didn't want to dig while her body was covered in injuries. Carden suddenly froze, his face changing color as he sensed a massive mana reaction surging from beneath the ground. The leader's eyes widened in horror as he realized a deadly danger was rushing straight up from below. He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to get away from the ground immediately, but the terrifying explosion had already begun to tear everything apart. The leader's face changed as he realized this tremor was not natural, but a genuine fourth-tier earthquake spell. He gritted his teeth, utterly furious to realize that someone dared to openly interfere at the last minute. A colossal pillar of light unexpectedly erupted from the ground, flinging all the mages into the air like broken puppets. The leader struggled to cover his face with his hands to shield against the terrifying aftershock that was slapping him directly. They all hastily regained their balance in midair and stared in astonishment as they identified the one who had caused the explosion. Verdun appeared with platinum hair and glowing eyes full of killing intent, making the assassins immediately recognize him as the mage who had accompanied Harkon. Verdun clenched his hand, which was surging with lightning, clearly feeling the mana channels in his body had expanded to an unbelievable extent. Thanks to Harkon's elixirs, he had leaped to mid-fourth circle mage, possessing a vast sea of mana that ordinary people would take a lifetime to cultivate. The leader broke out in a cold sweat before the overwhelming power, while Verdun swore to use this authority to completely wipe the Black Hour organization from the world. He temporarily set aside the destruction of the base and immediately activated the Gale magic to clear away the trash in front of him. Verdun activated Gust magic, his eyes shining brightly amidst the green magical circles operating at full power. Looking down from above, he coldly declared that he would personally flatten that trash organization after thoroughly dealing with the small fry here. Verdun's face was utterly devoid of emotion. He chillingly declared that the assassins would vanish from this world without a trace. Ferris charged wildly through a sea of flames, screaming with hatred that she would burn him until not a single speck of ash remained. A colossal pillar of fire struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that sent rocks flying and shook the entire snowy forest. Two streams of energy collided head-on, creating a destructive showdown between Verdun and the frenzied mage, tearing apart the surrounding space. Ferris laughed arrogantly, confident in her magic, and insulted Verdun for daring to show off in front of an expert, intending to teach him about the difference in class. In response to her arrogance, Verdun merely uttered a contemptuous pathetic, looking at her as one would a dying ant struggling in vain. Her smile vanished as Verdun's magical pressure crushed her attack, tearing a bloody gash across her face. She broke out in a cold sweat, gritting her teeth as she realized her firepower was completely overwhelmed and the monster before her was not as weak as she had imagined. The burst skill activated, creating a colossal pillar of fire that incinerated everything, marking the end of the arrogant one. Verdun emerged from the smoke and dust with a cold, indifferent expression, calmly confirming that he had swiftly dispatched an enemy. Carden furiously screamed for his life in revenge, while his comrade behind him trembled, stammering to call for urgent reinforcements. Without giving them a chance to breathe, Verdun activated multicast telekinesis, lifting the mage into the air and tossing him around like a ragged doll. He stood proudly amidst the snowstorm, staff in hand, controlling streams of green energy that swept across the battlefield with the demeanor of a king. Bright magical circles glowed on Verdun's hands as he continued to cast multicast telekinesis, with absolute precision to clear away the trash. A barrage of energy blades was summoned from the cliff face, raining down and forcing the assassins into a desperate, inescapable situation. Carden gritted his teeth, sweat pouring off him as he realized Verdun had used telekinesis to completely control the flow of the battle. He was utterly horrified to see the mana control ability of the young man before him overwhelm him to the point of suffocation. Carden only managed to utter a remark about the immense difference in class before a surge of green energy swept through him, blowing him away in an instant. The spoils of war that fell from the bloody corpse was a magical compass, lying isolated on the cold snow. Verdun used telekinesis to lift this trinket and appraise it. Realizing its complex structure, he decided to put it away for later study. His gaze became razor-sharp as he shifted his target to the last remaining rat on the battlefield. He looked up at the snowy mountainside, where the cowardly leader had abandoned his comrades and fled long ago. Verdun clicked his tongue, admitting that if a fourth circle mage put all their effort into fleeing, even he would find it difficult to catch up. Unwilling to waste energy on a cat-and-mouse chase, he raised his hand and decided to unleash his trump card to end everything. The terrifying power from Harkan's legacy erupted, summoning lightning that enveloped Verdun like a god of judgment. The fleeing leader let out a bitter cry as he was struck by the energy aftershock, causing him to lose balance in mid-air. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he wasn't skilled enough to solo this monster. In extreme panic, as his subordinates had been completely wiped out, the leader could only think of calling for reinforcements to save his life. The leader, fleeing headlong, trembled as he realized that the enemy behind him would surely be a grave threat to the Black Hour organization in the future. Verdun coldly extended his hand, beginning to gather power to dispatch the enemy from a distance. The leader poured all his strength into activating flying magic, tearing through the wind to escape the monster's pursuit. He broke out in a cold sweat, turning back with a horrified expression as he felt the mana detection wave sweeping over him. The leader couldn't believe his senses. He had flown over several mountains, yet he was still precisely locked onto, down to the millimeter. Verdun's hand flared with dazzling golden light, activating the terrifying power from Harkon's legacy to end the game. Verdun hovered in midair, summoning a gigantic magic circle, brilliant as the sun, to prepare to unleash his punishment. A blinding light suddenly enveloped the fleeing leader, leaving him bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening in the night sky. He wondered in confusion if dawn had broken, but his reason told him it was far too early for the sun to truly appear. The leader looked up at the sky, frozen in shock as he realized the light was not the sun, but a destructive attack plummeting straight towards him. The leader looked up at the night sky, naively mistaking the destructive energy hurtling down for a harmless meteor. He broke out in a cold sweat as he realized that the star was not only growing larger but also hurtling straight towards him with overwhelming killing intent. His survival instincts screamed in alarm. He realized this was absolutely not a natural phenomenon, but a fatal attack. The only command left in the leader's mind was to run as fast as possible if he didn't want to be completely erased from this world. He ran headlong, determined to survive and report the existence of that game-breaking monster to headquarters. The leader's face contorted in terror, his mouth mumbling a plea for some miracle to save his pathetic life at this very moment. Tears and snot smeared the middle-aged man's face as the fear of death completely consumed his mind and reason. Suddenly, he paused with a look of doubt, wondering if such terrifying magic truly existed in this world, for he had never heard of it. He laughed like a madman to reassure himself, asserting that this was merely a deceptive illusion, as a fourth circle mage couldn't unleash such an overwhelming area of effect attack. The leader spun around to face the light, shouting to delude himself into not falling for the opponent's trap. Unaware that death was already at his throat, a colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore through the silent night of the snowy mountains. Blazing golden energy ripped through the ground, incinerating everything within its radius into dust in an instant with destructive heat. Verdun slammed his staff into the ground for balance, his entire body weary and gasping for breath after unleashing the overloaded power. He gritted his teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat as he noticed his mana pool plummeting uncontrollably. Just after activation, half of his enormous energy reserve had completely evaporated. Standing before the raging sea of fire, he silently marveled that this was the overwhelming power of one of the 5 stars Harkan had painstakingly created. The meteor skill had transformed an entire icy landscape into a boiling lava pit, demonstrating its catastrophic destructive power. Though satisfied with the terrifying damage output, Verdun was also troubled by the immense consumption, determined to refine this mana-guzzling monster. He smiled contentedly, sending sincere thanks to his late teacher Harkan for the exceptionally high-quality legacy he left behind. At the Black Hour's lair, a subordinate dragged a prisoner in to present to Dahit, who was irritable from the war with the magic tower and bad news. Dahit stood with his back turned, arrogantly listening to the report that the assassin group sent to find Harkan had completely vanished without a trace. The hooded subordinate trembled as he reported that the entire assassin squad seemed to have been sent to meet their ancestors by someone. Dahit, known as the Dark Moon, appeared with his face shrouded in shadow and eyes glowing devilishly red. The henchman dragged in a commoner from the Barred Mountain region, bound and trembling like a leaf, for his master to inspect. Without superfluous words, Dahit extended his slender hand, and a menacing stream of dark purple mana began to gather. The prisoner let out a pathetic scream and collapsed to the floor as magic forcibly invaded his brain. Dahit cruelly activated memory transfer, brutally rummaging through the victim's mind to replay what he had witnessed. In the chaotic memory, the villagers were staring blankly at the night sky, which had just been torn open by a strange light. Dahit's bloodshot eyes widened in astonishment, as he witnessed the moment the mana exploded, causing the commoner in the memory to cry out in terror. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the terrifying force of the attack had torn apart a sturdy stone mountain like paper. The entire forest was engulfed in a blazing sea of red fire, the terrifying heat incinerating everything to ash, affirming the caliber of a monster mage. Dahit stared at the purple flame dancing in his hand, admitting that the destructive power of this fire magic was undeniable. With such an overwhelming skill, sweeping everything clean was obvious, and the most suspicious person in his mind was the old man Harkan, though he was still bothered because Harkan's mana channels should have been shattered long ago. A crazy hypothesis flashed in his mind. Could that old man have been lucky enough to meet the saintess of the Lewis Order for healing? If that person truly was Harkan, having restored the power of an archmage, then everything would make sense, so Dahit immediately ordered his subordinates to pursue him at once. He ruthlessly dismissed the fate of the missing subordinates, coldly declaring that they had surely perished, so there was no need to waste effort searching for them. With his cruel nature, he regarded the deaths of his henchmen as a cheap price to send Harkan off, asserting that the absence of those small fries wouldn't affect the Black Hour's power at all. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed frantically into the Great Hall, stammering Dahit's name to report urgent news. The henchman, pale as a ghost, screamed that the branch near the Empire had been completely wiped out by Bohemurn's sweeping forces. Dahit's bloodshot eyes bulged, terrifying blood vessels visible as he heard the terrible news that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Unable to control his rage, he erupted with a blazing red mana surge, flinging the unfortunate subordinate far away with a pathetic scream. Dahit gripped the useless subordinate's collar tightly, his face contorting as a fierce rage erupted within him at the bad news he had just received. Shadows enveloped the leader's face as he growled an order to immediately withdraw all frontline forces to preserve their strength. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. He couldn't believe he had been humiliated by losing the pawn he had planted in the magic tower. In the darkness, his eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he swore to make the obstructionist Bohemurn pay dearly for this terrible situation. Blazing red killing intent filled the air as he pronounced a death sentence upon all his enemies, declaring he would slaughter them all without exception. The scene abruptly shifted to an exquisite porcelain teacup, exuding a fragrant aroma, a complete contrast to the deadly atmosphere just moments before. Verdun leisurely sipped a mouthful of hot tea, savoring the exquisite flavor and rare peace after days of tension. He leaned back, gazing at the vast blue sea and sky outside, telling himself that he had probably shaken off those persistent hounds. To avoid the relentless pursuit of the Black Hour organization after the battle at Harkan's home, he had moved to the bustling coastal resort city of Briente. Verdun spread his arms wide, pushing open the wooden door, and inhaled deeply the free and refreshing air of the new land. Verdun smirked confidently, confirming that he had officially stepped into the powerful Fourth Circle realm. He strolled leisurely around the room, analyzing that the first 3 circles were merely basic foundations for novices practicing incantations. But the Fourth Circle was an entirely different class, holding destructive area of effect power capable of sweeping away any enemy in his path. He used magic to clear the dining table while admitting that this rapid leveling speed was thanks to the sage's formidable potions and spells. Even someone like him, who had diligently studied at the Tower of Magic, shivered in astonishment at the mysterious power flowing through his veins. In his mind, an image of the sage appeared, pondering the creation of a non-elemental magic that defied all natural laws. That was impossible for those narrow-minded mages. Only a heaven-defying, one who broke the rules, possessed the skill to create such a miracle. Verdun realized that what he held was not just an immense amount of mana, but a miracle beyond the reach of ordinary humanity. He calmly sipped his tea, casting aside all complacency, knowing that his path to conquering the pinnacle of magic had only just begun. Now was the time for him to meticulously plan each step, to upgrade and perfect the invaluable legacy the sage had left behind. Verdun bitterly admitted that despite holding a formidable 5-star secret technique, with his current skill level, he could only activate 1 star before his mana reserves were completely depleted. Racking his brain for a plan, he decided to break down that destructive star into smaller pieces for easier spellcasting, and while he was at it, dismantle the compass he had seized from the Black Hour. He threw his head back and sighed helplessly. His to-do list as long as a New Year's offering, unsure where to even begin tidying up this mess. Feeling disheartened, his gaze fell upon the old staff propped in the corner of the room, and an idea flashed in his mind like car headlights. He made up his mind instantly. The most urgent task now was to refurbish this battle-hardened item so he could smoothly deal with others. Verdun donned his cloak, picked up his staff, and strolled through the streets with a thoughtful expression, searching for a reputable place to entrust his precious item. He looked around everywhere amidst the crowd, trying to recall the ideal location for upgrading his gear. While wandering, he paused before the sign of the Conrad Merchant Association, a name that sounded vaguely familiar, like an ex-lover, drawing his attention. Memories flooded back. He recalled Conrad's enthusiastic boast in the Pyth region about getting special treatment by simply mentioning his name there. There was nothing to lose by trying, so he decided to stop by and check if this connection card was truly reliable or just another spectacular scam. The branch manager's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Conrad's name, as if he'd struck gold, calling Verdun a family benefactor with an utterly fawning attitude. He began to rattle off a long string of offers for all sorts of delicacies, making Verdun realize that this talkative nature was definitely inherited from the Conrad family. Verdun immediately raised his hand to signal a stop, cutting short the lengthy greeting. He got straight to the point. He was looking for a place that sold magical items. The manager corrected the terminology to magical artifacts, and then boasted endlessly that in this land of Briente, there was no shortage of items for nobles and adventurers. Verdun narrowed his eyes in assessment. The manager's use of outdated terminology indicated that he didn't come from an academy or the Tower of Magic, but was merely a local merchant. To prevent misunderstanding, Verdun immediately clarified that he didn't need mass-produced goods. What he wanted was a custom-made, high-quality artifact. The manager broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that he knew a highly skilled craftsman, a disciple of a reclusive mage, but he was currently in a bit of trouble. The scene shifted to a noisy district, where the talented craftsman was being exposed as a gambling-addicted drunkard, relentlessly pursued by his creditors. Inside the tavern, the disheveled craftsman was cowering on the floor, his face drained of color as the thugs surrounded him, inquiring about his health. A thug kicked the craftsman, yelling that a debt of 8 million elk wasn't just fallen leaves from the sky for him to simply default on. The thug grabbed the craftsman by the collar and punched him directly in the face, screaming for the debt, leaving the debtor to only close his eyes and endure the pain. A thick stack of money was slammed onto the table with a loud thud, accompanied by a powerful command to stop, making the thugs freeze in utter surprise. Verdun stepped out with a cold, emotionless expression, calmly declaring that he would pay the full 8 million elk for the drunken craftsman right then and there. The leader's veins bulged on his forehead from the insult. He gritted his teeth and asked where this brat got the audacity to lecture adults. Without further words, the boss ordered his henchmen to both collect the money and teach the kid a lesson in manners. The entire group immediately rushed forward to surround him. Unexpectedly, the heavily drunken craftsman suddenly shouted aloud, "Stop!" with a rare, serious expression, interrupting the thug's aggression. He staggered to his feet, blocking the space between the two sides, making the henchmen bewildered. Then he growled, asking if they knew how terrifying this young man's true identity was. He began to recount the past, when Briente was still a city of crime, and a seemingly weak mage appeared, only to be underestimated by foolish people who then rushed to attack him. But that appearance was a deadly trap. In the end, all enemies were slaughtered without a trace, their corpses strewn at the feet of the true destroyer. The craftsman's story recreated a terrifying memory, where a weak child lay trembling at the feet of a monster radiating a crimson-killing aura, wondering how he had survived that apocalypse. The gang leader shrieked, his face paling as he realized he had almost made a fatal mistake with an entity that should not be provoked. Verdun froze for a few seconds, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, unable to understand why the opponent's attitude had changed so drastically, like a sharp turn on an F1 track. The boss's knees hit the ground with a loud thud. He was so terrified that his limbs trembled, devoid of any strength to stand firm before death itself. The man who had just been aggressive now clasped his hands and bowed repeatedly, his voice trembling as he stammered for mercy, having foolishly poked the tiger. He repeatedly slammed his head against the cold stone floor, profusely apologizing for being blind and failing to recognize the noble identity of a great mage. Sweat poured down him like rain. The boss hastily declared all debts for the craftsman cleared to save his own life, while Verdun maintained a dangerously cold expression. Though inwardly he understood nothing, the drunken craftsman, bewildered and drooling, wondered what the hell had just happened, as he saw his creditors suddenly fear him like a tiger. The entire group of thugs ran for their lives from the scene, fleeing in a cloud of dust while wishing Verdun a long life, hoping to be left in peace. The craftsman, still recovering from the commotion, stammered to ask the identity of the generous benefactor who had just saved his life. Verdun got straight to the point, stating that he had been referred by the Merchant Association to commission a custom-made item. He leaned close to the other man, asking if he had the skill to take on this commission. The craftsman nodded profusely, but immediately froze when Verdun nonchalantly demanded that the 8 million he had just paid be deducted from the crafting fee. A few days later, Verdun relaxed on the balcony and began to analyze the operating mechanism of the Black Hour compass. This artifact utilized the principle of mana always returning to its owner, combined with an amplification array, to precisely pinpoint targets without needing adjustment. Verdun had to nod in agreement, acknowledging that those mages had created a formidable item, valuable enough to be considered a treasure. Seeing a few quiet days without any pursuers, he calmly enjoyed his tea, but his mind was already calculating the next problem. He decided to name the formidable new attribute system inherited from Harkan Starlight to mark his power. The name Starlight sounded impressive, but Verdun admitted he had not yet fully mastered this overwhelming power. The core issue was that his mana circuit system was completely different from Harkan's, so even a slight deviation would ruin the outcome. Despite tirelessly experimenting with thousands of different variations, Verdun had yet to find an optimal formula for this skill. He calmly sipped his tea, telling himself there was no need to rush, as the custom-made item was nearing completion, and his departure time was approaching. While deep in thought, Verdun flinched when a strange man suddenly appeared behind him and struck up a conversation as if they were old acquaintances. Verdun broke out in a cold sweat, as he hadn't sensed any presence from the man who was calmly ordering a cup of coffee. He immediately stood up and demanded the intruder's identity, but the other party maintained a polite demeanor, apologizing for the abrupt greeting. The man smiled warmly with narrowed eyes and introduced himself as Riznor. Riznor spread his hand, which emitted a mysterious light, and briefly declared that he came from the Ark. Verdun froze, his eyes flickering intensely as he heard the opponent mention the mysterious name, the Ark. He wondered in confusion why the organization directly opposing gluttony had come knocking on his door at this very moment. Verdun clenched his fist, mana surging as he tried to analyze the bizarre situation unfolding. Riznor maintained his business smile, gently reassuring him that he had come with entirely good intentions and no desire for conflict. Without letting his guard down, Verdun bluntly asked the real reason for his painstaking search. The man calmly raised his teacup, uttering a profound philosophy. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Riznor laid his cards on the table, asserting that Sir Asher's elimination of the professor also brought immense benefits to his faction. He revealed that the organization had secretly cleaned up all traces of him to prevent information from leaking to the gluttony faction. Riznor burst into hearty laughter, considering that covert assistance a straightforward expression of gratitude. Verdun's eyes widened when he heard the man confess that he sometimes lost track due to his unpredictable moves. Verdun said little, directly unleashing a terrifying surge of magical pressure that violently shook the surrounding space. Riznor broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he tried to call out Sir Asher's name, but was immediately silenced by the oppressive killing intent. Verdun growled, asserting that he didn't care how his opponent was tailing him, but this was the last time it would be allowed to happen. The materialized killing intent was so heavy that the edge of the tea table couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked with a dry snap. Verdun's eyes glowed menacingly, and he warned his opponent never to pry into his actions again. Riznor's face went pale from the terrifying pressure, and he hastily nodded repeatedly, pledging absolute obedience. After the intense warning, Verdun retracted his aura, restoring the quiet atmosphere to the tea table. Much to the astonishment of those around them, the envoy wiped the profuse sweat from his forehead, profusely apologizing and swearing that the organization would never secretly follow him again. Riznor tried to regain his composure, using a handkerchief to tidy himself up before getting to the main point. He revealed that the ARC organization was very impressed with Verdun's elimination of the professor, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise at this information. Riznor began to expound on the organization's ideology, analyzing the difference between them and the gluttony faction, who only knew how to evolve by devouring everything. He painted a grand vision where humanity forged its strength through storms, asserting that adaptation and evolution in adversity were the core truths of the ARC. Riznor's eyes crinkled in a smile as he showered Verdun with praise, claiming that ever since his appearance, the organization had seen him as the perfect embodiment of that ideal. Just as the envoy extended an invitation to join, Verdun calmly took a sip of tea and uttered a cold refusal, leaving the atmosphere awkward. Unfazed by the cold shoulder, Riznor waved his hand with a chuckle, admitting that he knew Verdun wasn't interested in such empty philosophies. He slowly opened the white box on the table, revealing a sparkling light within, a goodwill gesture for the other party. Riznor declared it a thank you gift for handling the professor, while Verdun began to notice the magical energy emanating from the box. A high-grade recovery bracelet floated into view, displaying excellent stats such as increased mana regeneration, stamina, and self-healing for minor wounds. Verdun quickly appraised this hot item at no less than 70 million elk, suspecting this sudden generosity was far too lavish for mere goodwill. Riznor kept his business smile, concluding that beyond ideals, what they needed most was to maintain a friendly relationship with a powerful individual like Verdun. Verdun didn't beat around the bush, directly asking Riznor why the Ark and Gluttony regarded each other as sworn enemies. Riznor calmly explained that the ideologies of the two sides followed completely opposite directions. While Gluttony sought to eradicate old humanity to create a new species, the Ark searched for and nurtured those who would lead humanity through challenges. It was precisely this irreconcilable core difference that kept the two great powers in a state of fierce confrontation. After settling the matter, Riznor stood up, adjusted his attire, and announced that he would be leaving immediately. Before disappearing, he bowed and advised that if Verdun changed his mind and wished to learn about the Ark, he should go to Lorien in the northwest within a month. Verdun was startled to realize that Lorien was a border city located right next to the perilous demon forest. His mind shifted to analyzing the ancient script, an ancient magical technology containing mana far beyond the comprehension of modern science. Although discovered a century ago, research into this power remained stagnant due to a fatal barrier. No one could recreate the process of carving the ancient script. Current humanity only possessed the ability to reactivate existing remnants. Verdun reached for the ring, inscribed with the ancient script, which was emitting an enchanting purple glow, a sophisticated item he yearned to decipher. He got straight to the point with the information broker, declaring his intention to find a way to break the seal on this ring containing ancient magic. Pale gently pushed up his glasses, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he realized the true reason for this wealthy client's return after a long absence. After the tense meeting with Riznor, Verdun decided to return to Cohen for a short period to consolidate his strength. Having reached Circle 4 Mage, his equipment also needed an upgrade. He donned a new set, including a blue mithril staff and a mage robe, to optimize his stats. This was the perfect time to bring out the treasures borrowed from the Magic Tower, all top-tier items, not just random junk. However, items that consumed too many resources, like gems or spellbooks, had to be stored away for later, as his current funds weren't enough to indulge. His top priority now was to focus all his efforts on the ancient script ring, the last artifact that had been linked to his spellbook. Instead of running around frantically asking questions, Verdun confidently looked at the man opposite him, knowing he possessed a living treasure trove of knowledge right here. Pale stroked his chin with a smug expression, confidently asserting that information about the ancient script was entirely within his grasp. Pale bluntly poured cold water on the idea, stating that researching the ancient script was a money-burning profession no one bothered with, but he happened to know someone who held the whereabouts of an expert in this rare field. Verdun silently observed with sharp eyes, his brain constantly calculating whether the old fox in front of him was setting a trap or truly offering a golden opportunity. Without making his guest wait, Pale pulled out a secret envelope and announced a special designated mission specifically for the name Asher, which Verdun was currently using. The information broker pushed up his glasses with a smug smile, confidently asserting that the mysterious client had personally requested his services, not anyone else's. Verdun raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise, not expecting his fake identity, Asher, to catch the eye of such a prominent figure so quickly. Pale continued to entice him, saying that although the client was notoriously difficult, as long as Verdun completed the mission, his request to meet the ancient script expert would be granted immediately. He placed the envelope on the table to finalize the deal, generously declaring the information fee waived this time as it came from the client, while the mission reward would still be calculated separately and fairly. After accepting the task, Verdun immediately moved to the designated location, a grand aristocratic mansion standing majestically under the brilliant sunset. Upon arriving at the gate, he was stopped by a red-haired knight in gleaming armor, who, with extreme vigilance, demanded his identity immediately. Verdun calmly presented the sealed letter of credence to the guard, coldly stating his name as Asher and declaring he had come at Pale's recommendation. After confirming the token, the red-haired knight immediately changed his demeanor, politely inviting Verdun to follow him inside the mansion. As Verdun walked, he surveyed the estate, noting that a count's mansion was unusually modest, not at all ostentatious in its wealth. He glanced at the guide's armor and nodded in approval, realizing it was practical combat gear for someone who valued true strength, not flashy show-off attire. Both strode across the red carpet leading to the main hall, the surrounding atmosphere exuding solemnity and iron discipline. Verdun recalled Pale's description of this client as ruthlessly pragmatic, only caring about what brought core benefits to himself. Stepping into the brightly lit grand hall, the knight bowed respectfully and reported to his master that the requested mage had arrived. A venerable yet authoritative voice echoed from above, questioning if he was indeed the one Pale had sent. Verdun placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully, calmly confirming that he was indeed the genuine Asher the Lord was expecting. Appearing before him was Count Rodenmeyer, the man behind a series of difficult past missions, his aged face full of calculation. A cup of premium Fury Gold Buzz tea was served, signaling the start of a negotiation reeking of money and status. Count Rodenmeyer began his intimidation by introducing the rarity of the tea on the table, implying that a lowly mercenary would never in their life have the chance to taste such a luxury. The old man continued with disdain, asserting that the crude tongue of a commoner like Verdun surely couldn't appreciate the essence of high society. The familiar scent filled Verdun's nostrils, bringing back memories of the past. This was the very tea the Tower Master and his mages often used to flaunt their status. Thanks to his days of captivity and observing his enemies, Verdun knew the brewing process and the proper way to enjoy this drink like the back of his hand. He calmly added sugar to the teacup, a textbook move as its flavor would perfectly explode when combined with sweetness. That subtle handling made Rodenmeyer pause. He stared in surprise and blurted out a question, asking if he truly understood the way of tea. Verdun placed the teacup on the table with the demeanor of a true noble, his humble reply further pleasing the Count and dispelling his initial suspicions. The old man nodded, admitting that he was completely different, not useless trash like the noisy, empty-headed mercenaries swarming the streets. The test concluded smoothly, and Verdun immediately cut through the empty pleasantries to get straight to the main point of this mission. Rodenmeyer began to speak of a capable assistant named Viscount Bailon, who had led a troop of knights on a mission but had been completely out of contact despite reporting its completion. Rodenmeyer admitted that his intuition told him something big was amiss, so even though he had already dispatched troops, he decided to reinforce the forces, unwilling to take risks. The Count emphasized that sheer numbers weren't enough. What he needed was a top-tier tracking expert like Verdun to resolve this mess. Rodenmeyer highly valued Verdun's abilities after witnessing him perfectly clear every difficult request from the broker Pale. Verdun replied with a cold gaze and an indifferent attitude, humbly stating that he simply used mana perception to locate his targets. According to the plan, Verdun would be assigned to Search Team 2, led by Captain Balkan, and had to depart tonight. Uninterested in being burdened or restrained, Verdun frankly requested to operate independently to have a free hand. Rodenmeyer agreed to let him operate freely if he couldn't coordinate, but concluded with a blunt statement. No results, no payment. Verdun took a final sip of tea and nodded, accepting the harsh condition, his confident demeanor, as if victory was already in his pocket. Before getting to work, Verdun subtly brought up his personal request regarding the rune ancient language expert he needed. Rodenmeyer immediately introduced Ronander, a bespectacled scribe with a past as a rune researcher, who bowed respectfully to him. Rodenmeyer casually instructed that this scribe was competent enough for his purpose, then turned and left, leaving the stage to the two of them. Ronander adjusted his glasses, humbly offering to explain all the knowledge he possessed about rune ancient language to the esteemed guest, Asher. Verdun brushed aside the tedious pleasantries, raising a ring that glowed with an enchanting purple light, making the expert's eyes widen in surprise. He went straight to the point, stating his desire to reactivate the magic circle on this rare ancient rune ring, assuring that money would be no object if successful. Ronander immediately adopted a professional attitude, saying the task was as easy as pie, thus free, and requested to inspect the item firsthand. The scribe broke into a sweat as he meticulously examined the treasure, trembling as he confirmed its identity as the legendary transcendent ring. According to him, this trinket was formidable because it instantly activated all 5 senses of the wearer to their maximum level and maintained them continuously. However, he warned that great power always came with fatal risks, as all hypersensitive senses would become chaotically intertwined. For a mid-tier rank 3 mage, wearing it would be akin to suicide. At best, continuous fainting due to anaphylactic shock. At worst, permanent crippling of the hand wearing the ring. Verdun fully understood the sky-high risks, even with his tempered body, but he smirked confidently, knowing he held the countermeasure in his hands. Verdun made an insane request. He wanted to directly engrave the ring's ancient rune into his body's mana channels. Ronander cried out in alarm, telling him he was insane, as such an act was nothing short of suicide. The scribe warned that this would not only cripple his limbs, but also completely destroy a mage's mana channel system. Ignoring all warnings, Verdun maintained a cold expression and removed his outer coat, preparing to proceed. Seeing the guest's terrifyingly resolute gaze, Ronander broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had accepted a gamble with his life. His professional instincts flared, and the scribe clicked his tongue, agreeing to take the risk, as he himself yearned to experiment with engraving on a human body. As the ritual began, Verdun secretly scoffed at the outsider's worries, for in truth, he had reached rank 4 long ago. Blue magical currents coursed through his arm. He was confident he could easily control the risks thanks to his meticulous preparations from his time at the Tower of Magic. His senses exploded, making him distinctly feel every minute movement and the surging flow of energy within his body. Verdun's mind reeled violently from the sensory overload, but he knew that once he surpassed this threshold, he would wield unparalleled power. The heavily armed knights thundered into the town area with overwhelming momentum. Captain Balkan frowned, realizing that the horses of the previous scout team were still intact, proving that they had vanished before they could return. A trembling old man with a cane stepped out to block their path, warning the group not to foolishly venture into that deadly forest. Balkan looked at the old man with the cold gaze of a superior, pressing him to reveal what he knew about this place. The old man broke into a sweat, stammering about how the forest was going mad, causing both beasts and demi-humans to flee in terror. Ignoring the warning that the forest was devouring life, Balkan coldly ordered his men to continue their advance. He turned and pointed directly at Verdun, who was standing nearby, forcing him to follow the troop immediately. Verdun, his face pale and eyes glazed over from sensory overload, could only click his tongue and reluctantly accept the demand. Balkan whispered to his subordinates that this new recruit was sent by the Count to scout ahead, but looking at his frail appearance, he would likely only be a hindrance. The entire team activated their enhancement skills, dashing into the dense forest at dizzying speed. A frantic soldier reported to the captain that they had found the Viscount's carriage lying abandoned in the middle of the forest. The scene of the accident was haunting, with shadowy figures of knights surrounding the mangled remains of the carriage. The carriage was cleanly split in half, yet strangely, there were no signs of impact or weapons left around. Balkan turned to look at Verdun with a scrutinizing gaze, ordering him to step forward and prove the worth of the name Asher. He sneered contemptuously, doubting whether someone who looked on the verge of death could accomplish anything, or if he would just be counterproductive. Verdun ignored the taunts, feeling his senses gradually stabilize and ready to receive an immense amount of information. His eyes flashed powerfully as he activated his mana perception skill to scan the entire area. Balkan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the frail-looking man was casting a high-level reconnaissance spell. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted, enveloping and sweeping through the entire vast forest area, far exceeding expectations. Balkan frantically shouted to stop him, fearing Verdun would deplete his mana and die suddenly on the spot. Verdun's blue eyes flashed with a cold light as he precisely pinpointed the target's location after the wide area mana scan. He pointed in the direction they needed to go and gave a decisive order, making Balkan and the soldiers behind him immediately assume a ready-to-move stance. The entire group rushed through the dense forest, where broken trees lay scattered like the aftermath of a recent storm. Verdun activated his flight magic, soaring like an arrow at the head of the formation, leaving Balkan and the soldiers scrambling to keep up on foot. Watching Verdun glide effortlessly through the air, Balkan secretly admired the mage's superior reflexes and mana control skills. The captain broke into a sweat, realizing that Verdun's flight speed completely outstripped any mage serving in the Night Corps. Balkan hastily asked about Viscount Balon's whereabouts, but Verdun coldly replied that he hadn't seen the target, only smelled an extremely powerful life force. Verdun's face hardened with calculation, as he vaguely guessed how dangerous the monster lurking in this forest was. Suddenly, a colossal black shadow crashed down on Balkan, accompanied by a terrifying whooshing sound. It was the culprit that had crushed the carriage earlier. The shadow monster delivered a fatal blow, but Balkan managed to swing his sword in time to parry it, creating a dazzling collision that shook the entire forest. A gnarled tree suddenly opened its glowing yellow eyes, filled with murderous intent. It was indeed a bloodthirsty treant stalking its prey. Verdun immediately sensed something unusual, as these wood elemental monsters typically preferred to hide in damp, dark places. Balkan's soldiers surrounded the dry tree trunks, naively assuming they had merely drifted into this area from elsewhere. Seeing Balkan still asking bewilderedly as if in a daze, Verdun was forced to enlighten the captain about the region's geography. He mentioned the Demon Forest, a notorious forbidden zone sealed off by the entire kingdom because sunlight never reached it, and it was a nest for treants. Memories flooded back. Verdun recalled Risnor's warning about the forest bordering Lorien and confirmed he was standing at death's door. Balkan broke into a sweat but still stubbornly argued that the Viscount couldn't possibly have been defeated by these rotten logs. Verdun's eyes glowed with powerful blue light as he activated his mana sense, discovering the true enemy lurking and hiding. He summoned his staff, which shone with a dazzling aura, and roared with authority, demanding the little mouse to come out of its hole immediately. Before Balkan could recover, a dark, gnarled branch silently crept onto his shoulder, like death knocking, signaling its imminent arrival. Balkan flinched, sweating profusely as he realized Verdun's warning was no joke. From behind the tree trunk, a staggering figure emerged in a pathetic state. It was Brennan, the missing knight the team had been searching for. Balkan, without a shred of doubt, rushed forward, shouting for a situation report, while the soldiers behind him remained bewildered. But the closer he got, the more horrifying Brennan's appearance became. His skin was purple, and his eyes were stark white, like a corpse washed ashore. Verdun observed coldly, with eyes sharp as knives. He had long since realized that thing reeked of death, not a living person. Brennan suddenly let out a savage roar, his eyes blazing red as he lunged at Balkan like a ravenous beast, eager to tear his superior apart. Balkan reacted with a warrior's instinct, raising his arm in time to block the frenzied attack from his former subordinate, who had just transformed into a monster. The captain delivered a powerful punch that sent Brennan reeling, but he was utterly bewildered to find the opponent's pulse still beating strongly. Without letting the monster recover, Balkan's iron hand clamped directly onto its face, suppressing it with overwhelming physical strength. Balkan pinned Brennan to the dusty ground and loudly ordered the soldiers to bring ropes immediately to capture this madman alive. The battlefield was chaotic, with corpses strewn everywhere, while eerie black shadows began to surround the forest from all sides. A close-up of a golden necklace with strange, sparkling, glowing symbols. This trinket was certainly the key to controlling the puppets here. A gray-haired man with stark white glowing eyes stepped out, wearing the faded necklace around his neck and wielding a blazing red energy sword, followed by a horde of brainwashed goblins. What's more, a colossal green-skinned troll appeared with the gray-haired man riding on its shoulder. The situation was visibly worsening for the knights. Balkan broke into a sweat, realizing the horrifying truth that both humans and monsters here were suffering the same fate of transformation, just like Brennan. Without a second's hesitation, Balkan hoisted Brennan onto his shoulder like a sack and roared, ordering the entire team to retreat immediately to preserve their forces. A guard channeled all his energy into his spear, which glowed purple, determined to clear a path for his comrades to escape. The extremely powerful energy surge cleared away trees and obstacles, creating a temporary escape route for the entire team. While Balkan struggled, carrying the prisoner and fleeing for his life with the soldiers, Verdun calmly flew behind, observing as if taking a leisurely stroll. The gray-haired man showed no mercy. He transformed energy into a blazing red bow and drew it, aiming at the fleeing group. Balkan, with one arm carrying the burden of Brennan, swung his sword with the other, smashing through all obstacles to clear an escape path. Spotting a wooden house ahead, the commander roared, ordering the entire army to retreat there and fortify their position immediately. Before the soldiers could rejoice, they froze in terror as a colossal troll suddenly appeared, blocking their retreat. The green-skinned monster swung its massive fist, sending the puny soldiers flying like leaves scattered in a storm. Balkan gritted his teeth, bitterly accepting the cruel truth that pawns must be sacrificed to save the general. The enemy gave them no respite. A deadly surge of dark purple energy began to engulf the battlefield. A colossal rock descended from the sky, instantly crushing an unfortunate soldier into a bloody pulp. The gray-haired man raised his blazing red energy bow, his lifeless eyes locked onto the fleeing target. He unleashed arrows frantically, creating deadly streaks of light that tore through the air, determined to leave no one alive. In stark contrast to Balkan desperately fleeing with his burden, Verdun stood leaning on his staff, observing with an unnervingly calm and cold demeanor. Verdun coldly uttered a decisive up, his sharp gaze locked onto the target he needed to protect. The wooden house immediately shook, and metallic light began to envelop it like an emergency shield. Verdun quickly analyzed the single-use artifact, realizing that these cheap invisibility and protection charms wouldn't even scratch the surface of the upcoming attack. He shot forward, sweeping past the green-haired scout, who flinched and stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. The scout frantically yelled as he saw Verdun wielding his staff to redraw the magic circle in midair. Wait, what in the world are you doing? Ignoring the noisy outsider, Verdun unhesitatingly removed the cumbersome formulas and replaced them with advanced incantations to optimize the magic formation immediately. Verdun's eyes glowed with power. In his heightened sensory state, controlling this complex mana flow was as easy as turning his hand. The scout's jaw dropped, sweat pouring off him, his voice trembling as he stammered at this absurd sight. Impossible. He was stunned, realizing Verdun had just performed a crazy technique, brazenly modifying the structure of an active magic circle mid-operation. Not stopping there, Verdun also summoned a colossal stone wall from the ground, erecting it to form a solid physical defense, blocking their view. The scout shivered as he recalled the moment Verdun cast his magic. The absurdly wide monoscan range and lightning-fast casting speed sent chills down his spine. Cold sweat streamed down the scout's face. He was horrified to realize Verdun's skill level far surpassed the cheap Circle 3 label people rumored him to have. Verdun stood proudly before the newly completed magic circle, which shone brightly, declaring everything was ready while the scout was still reeling from the hidden mastery. A frantic cry of Mr. Clark cut through his thoughts, making Verdun glance over with a calm, slightly cold expression. A soldier rushed over, reporting to the scout that they had found Viscount Balon, requesting both of them and Captain Balkan to come see immediately. The dilapidated wooden house stood isolated in the night, its faint yellow light marking the location where the important target the team was searching for was held. Inside the house, Viscount Balon sat dazed on a chair in disheveled armor, astonishing the scout to see a nobleman in such a godforsaken place. Verdun narrowed his eyes, assessing the bald, sunglasses-wearing soldier standing nearby, secretly suspecting that these very individuals had set up the advanced concealment magic circles that had bypassed him. The scout rushed forward, asking about the situation with a worried expression, demanding the Viscount explain what the hell had happened to him to end up in such a state. Baron Balon clutched his head in pain, his voice tired as he explained that he was on his way back after negotiations on behalf of the Count when the incident occurred. The flashback began in the area around the slopes of Mount Khazardan, where the towering fortress signaled an impending night of destiny. Baron Balon was sitting in his carriage when he heard desperate screams echoing from the dense forest, and his heroic blood stirred, making him decide to stop and investigate. The group of knights charged boldly into the thick fog in the forest, unaware they were walking straight into a tiger's den. Before them appeared a withered tree emitting a ghostly purple light, standing solitary in the death-filled forest. Verdun narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon hearing the detail about the strange tree, feeling that this story was starting to reek of familiar danger. The tree seemed harmless at first glance, but it exuded a chilling evil aura that made anyone standing near it feel their hair stand on end. Baron Balon broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling as his survival instincts screamed, signaling an impending tragedy. A knight fell backward onto the ground, his voice trembling as he ordered a perimeter check in extreme panic as his comrades began to fall. The scene turned into hell with knight corpses hanging from the trees, while the white-eyed leader appeared amidst a deadly purple aura, making everyone beg for their lives. Baron Balon recounted the horrifying moment he woke up, realizing his entire team had been ambushed flawlessly by the treants and demi-humans. A knight from the Balon Knights was whipped into the air by tree roots like a cheap toy, his desperate scream echoing throughout the foggy forest. Dark tree roots rained down from above like arrows, signaling the beginning of a bloody massacre. Unable to resist, an unfortunate knight was impaled cleanly through the chest by a tree root, fresh blood splattering amidst his comrades' helplessness. The horrifying scene continued as one by one they were impaled to death, fear clearly visible on the faces of the survivors as they witnessed imminent death. In his final moments, Brennan still tried to scream, risking his life to cover their retreat and urge the Viscount to quickly escape this living hell. Back in reality, Balkan was forcefully pinning Brennan to the floor, the latter now just a soulless corpse with white, lifeless eyes, thrashing wildly. Thanks to the bloody sacrifice of their comrades, only Balkan and Baron Balon were lucky enough to drag their miserable lives back here. Balkan lowered his head in helplessness, his voice dropping as he admitted there was no way to save those whose life force had been drained by that monstrous tree. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hand firmly on Brennan's head, painfully asserting that his brother was now just a mindless puppet controlled by that tree. Without hesitation, Balkan delivered a powerful, hammer-like punch to the floor, accompanied by a surge of immense energy, ending his comrade's suffering with a resounding crash. Balkan clenched his fist in fury, sternly declaring that in memory of their fallen comrades, the search party was now officially transforming into a bloody conquest unit. His eyes blazed with hatred, asserting that their sole target was the Soul Tree, and every obstacle in the Count's territory would be mercilessly eradicated. The sound of rushing wind echoed through the dense forest as shadows darted at dizzying speeds to hunt down their target. A foolish goblin stared wide-eyed. Before it could even comprehend what was happening, the renowned blade of the Rodenmeyer family was already at its throat. Slash. With just one sharp sword stroke accompanied by a brilliant golden energy surge, the green-skinned monster was cleanly cleaved in two, demonstrating the family's supreme swordsmanship. Count Rodenmeyer appeared in everyone's minds with a majestic image and glowing eyes, praised as the duchy's top powerhouse, not merely by empty title. His true strength lay in the Roderon Knights, elite combatants meticulously handpicked by him. The knights charged in, slaughtering the monsters effortlessly, displaying overwhelming power that left their enemies no chance to fight back. Verdun stood apart in the forest, staff in hand, while the glowing red eyes of monsters lurked in the surrounding bushes. Balkan tasked Verdun with scouting alone to find the soul tree, fearing that uncoordinated teamwork would hinder them, instructing him to fire a flare immediately upon discovery. Verdun hovered in midair, casually uttering, "All right," to begin his solo performance. His eyes glowing brightly with power, he activated Mana Sense, unfurling a brilliant blue magic circle beneath his feet to scan the area. For the first time, Asher unleashed his full power for a wide area scan, accepting the immense mana consumption that left his mind slightly dizzy. All his senses were maximally enhanced, allowing him to grasp every slightest movement around him as if it were in the palm of his hand. Having pinpointed the location, Verdun shot down like a wind-piercing arrow, enveloped in a surge of blue energy. He landed decisively, staff in hand, creating a firm stance that sent dust and leaves flying everywhere. His sharp, cold gaze swept towards the dark cave, and he stated concisely that he had found the target. He suddenly recalled Balkan's order to fire a flare immediately upon discovering the target to call for backup. But he immediately dismissed that idea, as dealing with this trash himself would be much quicker than waiting. The tip of his staff accumulated maximum energy, and he unleashed chain lightning, instantly tearing apart the charging monsters. Asher stood tall amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, his white coat fluttering proudly like a god of war. The monster's dark tree roots tore through the air at terrifying speed, aiming to crush the intruder who dared to challenge it. He calmly analyzed his opponent and realized that this monster was essentially no different from a treant, except that it could control living creatures. Asher sneered contemptuously, declaring a death sentence for the monstrous tree, for no matter how dangerous it was, wood still feared fire. Without hesitation, he activated triple casting, unleashing flare with 3 fiery magic circles swirling in the air, preparing to roast his target. The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing the monstrous tree, turning it into a colossal living torch with heat scorching everything around it. Jason shouted for the captain when he saw the brilliant red light from the magic flames tearing through the dark night. His eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the dazzling light from the earth-shattering magical explosion that had just occurred. The soldiers looked around in bewilderment as the fog dissipated, and the enemy vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. Balkan looked at the colossal pillar of fire rising high into the sky, and nodded, confirming that Asher had completed the mission even more excellently than expected. Asher stood proudly amidst the blazing inferno, casually remarking that everything ended much quicker than he had imagined. He was about to conclude the completed mission when he suddenly paused, seeing a hovering blue wisp appear right beside him. That strange light emitted pure magical energy amidst the ashes, making him narrow his eyes in great question. With a flash, the wisp shot away at wind-ripping speed, leaving a blue streak across space, giving him no time to react. He watched it fly deeper into the forest and suspected it was a mutated monster that had been parasitic on the tree he had just roasted. Asher broke out in a cold sweat, his sharp eyes revealing extreme astonishment at the danger warnings his senses were screaming. He stood, rooted to the spot, and exclaimed in utter bewilderment as he sensed something extremely unsettling from that pitch-black forest. This horror was familiar, like encountering the gray tree, but the current pressure was hundreds of times more terrifying and dense. A blood-red killing intent enveloped his vision, making him question if this was the infamous demon forest of legend. The scene shifted to a magnificent architectural structure, with sharp blue spires standing tall beneath the tranquil night sky. Rodenmeyer stood with his back to the window, openly disparaging the pathetic weakness of the knights below. The old man narrowed his eyes with a calculating and seasoned expression, his gaze sharp as if scrutinizing and evaluating everything within his sight. Turning to Verdun, who stood tall with his staff, the Count changed his demeanor, praising his excellent performance and offering thanks. However, the atmosphere grew tense as he growled, openly showing his displeasure that Verdun dared to conceal the fact that he was a genuine Circle 4 mage. Despite being outsmarted, with the practical nature of an old fox, the Count clicked his tongue, considering it a bargain for cheap, high-level manpower. Verdun's expression remained cold, but his mind raced, sensing something extremely unsettling about this smoothly concluded commission. Memories brought him back to the eerie Crimson Forest, a place where he once had to stop, and now the horror was vividly clear before his eyes. Seeing the intricate blood-red threads covering the path, he suspected this was the demon forest, and decided he had to risk his life to check the map once more. The scene shifted to the past, an adventurer lost deep within the dark forest, desperately shouting the names of his teammates, Dean and Billy, in vain. The red-haired adventurer broke into a sweat, realizing that today's unusual hunting luck was actually a deadly trap luring them to their demise. While his teammates laughed and chatted cheerfully, as if on a trip, The red-haired adventurer was drenched in sweat, muttering regrets for having walked into this deadly trap. He frantically called out Billy's name when he saw his teammates back standing motionless in the dark night. The red-haired adventurer reached out to shake his friend, stammering questions, but was met only by a deadly silence. Billy's feet suddenly lifted off the ground, swaying aimlessly like a puppet hanged in the void. The red-haired adventurer's pupils constricted, and he let out a desperate scream as he realized the horrifying truth. Billy's corpse hung limply right before him, a cruel testament to what was known as the leading cause of death among adventurers. The surrounding darkness suddenly lit up with numerous glowing eyes, signaling that a pack of monsters had surrounded their unfortunate prey. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing his vision red as unexpected situations struck without warning. A heavy footstep landed on the ground with a dry thud, marking the presence of a true predator. The cold corpse lay by the cliff's edge, a silent warning to anyone who dared venture into the demon forest. The central city of adventurers, Lorien, appeared precariously perched on the cliffside, its atmosphere chillingly grim. Blackbirds circled in the gray sky like an omen of an unexpected event about to befall this place. The scene rapidly shifted to daytime, with magnificent castles majestically rising under the brilliant sunlight. Verdun had just landed after completing the Count's lucrative commission, the generous reward enough for him to upgrade his spellbook immediately. He looked up with a nonchalant yet calculating expression, confirming this was the destination he needed to reach. Before him stood the imposing city gate, known as the sanctuary exclusively for adventurers. Verdun walked amidst the bustling crowd, his keen ears beginning to filter information from the surrounding chatter. The crowd was abuzz with rumors about the appearance of a dangerous platinum-rank entity in the nearby area. Verdun's eyes sharpened as he suspected this was related to what had just happened in the demon forest. Dismissing unsubstantiated speculations, he strode forward decisively, his sole objective at this moment being to meet Riznor. Verdun stopped in front of an eatery with a large chicken leg sign to fill his hungry stomach after days of hard work. He sat down at a table and immediately ordered a steak with a glass of red wine to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Verdun suddenly realized he had forgotten to finalize the meeting point, but calmly trusted that the other party would find him on their own. A mysterious long-haired woman approached and offered to share his table for a casual chat. Verdun frowned, openly showing his displeasure as if he had just seen something extremely offensive and annoying. He bluntly called this charade disgusting and demanded the other party drop the flirtatious act immediately. Verdun called out Riznor's name directly, causing the smile on the other's face to freeze, exposed so quickly. Riznor chuckled with amusement, switching his voice back to a masculine tone and praising Verdun's keen eye for seeing through the perfect disguise. He still teased, asking if Verdun was interested in this female persona or preferred his old appearance. Verdun didn't bother with jokes, instead unleashing a burst of vibrant blue mana filled with killing intent, making Riznor break into a cold sweat and surrender immediately. Riznor placed a small cube on the table, then casually invited him to eat and drink as if no exposure had ever occurred. The activated device created a high-grade soundproof barrier from the artisan magic tower, ensuring no sound escaped. Riznor smiled meaningfully beneath his female guise, calling Verdun a valuable talent and awaiting his questions. Verdun calmly cut his steak, ignoring the empty flattery, and directly asked about the monstrous entity within the demon forest. He recalled the chilling sensation he had experienced in that forest, a dark killing intent that could not be underestimated. His intuition told him that beneath that tranquil exterior, dark, gnarled roots lay in wait, ready to devour all living creatures. The image of dry, twisted branches like demonic claws appeared vividly, haunting his mind. Verdun pressed on with sharp eyes, asserting that Riznor's people knew very well what was lurking there. Riznor threw his head back and laughed heartily, praising Asher's keen intuition for not asking about the Ark organization first. He clasped his hands with satisfaction, agreeing to answer about the forest but demanding that Verdun first listen to the Ark's ideals. Verdun narrowed his eyes, repeating the cliché ideal that humans would grow stronger by throwing themselves into challenges. Riznor confirmed, but added that the challenges were not simple. They affected everything from the tiny life of an individual to a larger scale, impacting an entire city, nation, or even the fate of the entire world. Whoever survived that hell would earn respect and become a worthy leader to guide humanity. Verdun lightly tapped his finger on the table, immediately deducing that the monster in the demon forest was a severe test. He coldly asked about the price to pay if someone unfortunately failed in this survival game. The answer was death, leading to the demise of an entire city or, worse, the utter destruction of this world. Verdun elegantly wiped his mouth, concluding by asking if that was the Ark organization's guiding principle. Riznor gently swirled his wineglass, scoffing that he shouldn't misunderstand, for they existed for the greater good of humanity. not to idly protect individual lives. She looked through the red wine glass, declaring their mission was to seek out candidates and throw them into bloody challenges instead of coddling them in false peace. Riznor boasted that the ARC organization specialized in sniffing out dangerous monster lairs, then throwing candidates into them to test their survival skills. Verdun bitterly realized that this organization had eyes and ears everywhere, covering the entire continent yet hiding themselves as skillfully as ninjas, truly unfathomably profound. He looked at the delicious steak before him, but his mind was on the demon forest, coldly asking directly what the hell that damned test entailed. The sharp knife sliced the meat in two, just as the Ark sought a formidable captain, one who could flatten even the most unexpected obstacles. Riznor smiled slyly like a fox, refusing to reveal the test questions, but enticing Verdun to participate in the upcoming challenge as Asher. Verdun was no novice to be led by the nose. He immediately retorted that these life-or-death challenges were typically reserved for the organization's official candidates. Riznor admitted that was the usual rule, while the haunting image of Knight's steel-clad footsteps entering a death trap appeared in his narration. She began to preach about human cooperation and survival, painting a vision of a leader standing at the forefront against the storm to lure her prey. Verdun took a sip of wine, his attitude indifferent, exposing her excessive confidence in being so certain he would readily agree. Riznor's eyes crinkled in a calculating smile as he rummaged through his tools and laid his cards on the table, suggesting he view this as a lucrative commission rather than a test of ability. Riznor didn't say much, placing an item directly on the banquet table as an upfront payment to prove the organization's commitment. Verdun was about to open his mouth to refuse to be a puppet for the organization, but stopped dead when he heard the names of two supreme items, a spatial bag and mandrake essence. His calm expression shattered in an instant, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asked if he had misheard. Riznor smiled triumphantly like an old fox, repeating the item names and asking if this price was weighty enough to make him change his mind. Verdun's gaze was fixed on the sparkling purple potion on the table, only the two magical words mandrake echoing in his mind. This was the genuine mandrake essence, a rare medicinal ingredient whose absorption efficiency depended on the user's innate talent. Just by drinking this vial, mana reserves would skyrocket, and magic circuits would be permanently expanded without any effort or side effects. With such overwhelming properties, it was considered a core ingredient for crafting a monocore, one of the most advanced elixirs in the world. For someone who craved power and growth like Verdun, that deep purple potion was nothing short of an invaluable treasure beckoning him to claim it. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering how on earth they had acquired such a difficult ingredient, but the temptation was undeniable. This mandrake was a supreme item, as only 14 natural roots existed in the entire world, and artificial cultivation was completely impossible. Verdun admitted he had never seen the real thing, while Riznor asserted that this massive investment was an all-in move to build the lacking trust between the two parties. She laid her cards on the table, stating that the ARC organization was very sincere, but because Verdun was as paranoid as Cao Cao, the one seeking help was forced to make the first move. The rules of the game were laid out fairly. He could take the goods and run immediately, or accept the challenge without any coercion. Riznor stood up and cast a spell, asserting that for someone who craved power like him, diving headfirst into the challenge was the optimal choice for advancement. If he intended to avoid it, he should disappear from her sight immediately. If he hesitated and stayed, he would surely be drawn into this inescapable vortex of trouble. Verdun decisively plunged his fork into the steak, sneering when he heard the provocative tone implying that if he was scared, he should just take the items and run. His eyes flashed with the arrogance of one who had once defied heaven. Naturally, the words "give up" never existed in his dictionary for any game. The scene shifted to the city wall, where two guards trembled as they looked towards the pitch-black forest where the adventurers had just vanished without a trace. They tried to reassure each other that with the powerful Bartel accompanying them, everything would be fine. But deep down, they still harbored a gnawing fear of a tragic outcome. A messenger ran desperately towards the city gate, his tattered appearance immediately signaling to the guards that something big had happened. He screamed hoarsely, demanding the gate be opened urgently, his face contorted in extreme terror, as if he had just seen a ghost. The magnificent and splendid castle appeared, but the atmosphere inside was as tense as a stretched bowstring. The meeting room was chaotic like a marketplace, the officials in extreme panic upon hearing that monsters had breached the safety perimeter. Jason, pale-faced, reported that the warrior Bartel had agreed to stay behind as a decoy so he could bring back the news. The message sent back was just one blood-red deadly phrase: "The soul tree has appeared." Pitha Henrod sat on his chair, frowning in confusion, while the knight beside him broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that name. The Soul Tree is an extremely rare monster variant, specializing in draining life force to grow, and usually extinguished in its infancy. However, if this monster had secretly accumulated experience in the shadows for a long time without being detected, that would be a different story. The officials were stunned when they learned its danger level had reached the threshold of a special variant, a disaster of destructive proportions. The meeting room was chaotic like a marketplace, the officials in extreme panic, fearing that even a platinum rank like Bartel couldn't withstand this variant. Peeth Henrod broke out in a cold sweat, shouting for order while trying to confirm if the grim news was true. The Soul Tree appeared, hauntingly surrounded by a deadly purple aura. If the victims being absorbed by it weren't dealt with, the entire city would be wiped out. While the cowardly crowd demanded civilian evacuation, a seasoned armored warrior stood up and declared he would rush into certain death. That person crossed their arms arrogantly, confidently asserting they would save Bartel and chop down that monstrous tree for firewood. Outside, the streets were chaotic, the bewildered citizens thinking the Kingdom of Astoria had just declared war, hence the red alert. The announcing soldier screamed hoarsely before the bulletin board, declaring the dangerous species and recruiting cannon fodder to defend the city. The expeditionary force had launched, rushing to slaughter the vanguard monsters, while the remaining forces handled civilian evacuation. Armored footsteps powerfully struck the ground, signaling the arrival of a true team carrier. Bloodstained sword Layla donned her blazing red cloak, officially taking on the role of captain to lead this slaughter. Layla glanced at the person following her through the visor slit, coldly questioning if he was insane to willingly join this suicide squad. As Verdun calmly confirmed, Bloodstained sword immediately put him in his place, warning that if he dared to be a dead weight she had to carry, she would send him to his grave before the monsters did. She drew her greatsword with fierce momentum, concluding with a blunt statement telling him to take care of his own wretched self because she wasn't free to be a babysitter. Verdun watched her arrogant back with amusement, wondering how much of a useless wretch his scholarly appearance made him seem in others' eyes. Just then, Jason was suddenly ambushed from behind by a giant treant, making him jump in startled panic before he could react. Before the monster could even touch him, blazing red sword slashes tore through the air, instantly blocking the treant's attack. Layla swept across the battlefield like a gust of wind, casually instructing the novices on how to destroy the monster's cores for a swift finish while slaughtering them with her sword. Jason froze completely, sweat pouring down as he witnessed the new captain handle the formidable monster with an incredibly basic sword strike. With eyes blazing red with killing intent inside her helmet, Layla declared she would personally carve a bloody path for the entire team to advance. She swung her greatsword, creating a massive red sword aura that swept away all obstacles in their path with the absolute overwhelming power of a team carrier. Verdun didn't bother to explain, hovering in midair like a god, making the small fry below stare in disbelief. The adventurers broke out in a cold sweat, their faces drained of color as they felt the invisible pressure weighing down the surrounding space. Layla gripped her greatsword tightly, her red eyes inside the helmet flashing with intense killing intent, as if wanting to crush everything in her way. Just as she was about to charge, Verdun unexpectedly landed right in front of her sword, his cloak billowing as he decisively halted the warrior's frenzy. He smirked, repeating her earlier threat about eliminating anyone who got in her way, his blue eyes glowing defiantly right in front of Layla. Verdun decided not to waste any more time with these trash monsters. He raised his magic staff and declared he would end it swiftly with a massive magic circle. Double casting was immediately activated, unleashing a flare spell that created a colossal pillar of fire, incinerating everything in sight with destructive power. Even Layla froze, her eyes behind the helmet widening completely in astonishment at the absurd power of the mage she had once underestimated. Jason and his subordinates screamed in extreme panic, unable to believe that the weak-looking scholar had just unleashed a disaster-level attack. Verdun stood proudly amidst the raging sea of fire, exuding a terrifying amount of mana that made everyone shiver as they realized who the real monster was here. The adventurers broke out in a cold sweat, terrified as they felt the immense mana Verdun had just unleashed for a wide-area scan to find people. Bloodstained sword stopped dead, assessing, unable to believe that a snot-nosed kid possessed the genuine power of a rank 4 mage. Verdun turned back with a cold expression, making Layla suspect he was another candidate sent by the Ark. Facing the warrior's question, Verdun merely replied indifferently that he didn't know and didn't care who she was. Layla immediately swung her greatsword up to assert dominance, warning him in a low growl that he absolutely must not interfere with her test. Verdun glanced meaningfully, immediately confirming that this aggressive woman was indeed a competitor from the Ark. Seeing his reaction to the keyword test, Layla was certain this mage was a candidate, just as she had predicted. Verdun didn't bother arguing. He declared that those capable enough should follow, while the weaklings should focus on providing support from the rear. The adventurers were overjoyed to hear this, chuckling as they agreed to stay in the rear, concealed, to preserve their pathetic lives. Verdon shot off at blazing speed, leaving the people behind lamenting that they couldn't possibly keep up with the monster's pace.